Chapter 1. The Transmigration. What on earth is happening? Where am I? Upon awakening, Yang Bing found himself devoid of his phone and computer, surrounded by the dank, dim confines of a sealed prison. A nauseating stench pervaded the air, and he lay atop a bed of straw with a flickering oil lamp casting an eerie blue glow nearby. This must be a dream. It simply has to be, Yang Bing insisted, pinching his thigh with considerable force. The sharp pain that erupted confirmed to him that this was not a dream, rather. It was stark reality. "Soldier, you have committed an egregious crime," spoke an old man with a shock of white hair and peculiarly archaic attire, who approached holding a hefty tome in his hands. Dressed like a priest, he was flanked by several armored knights, their presence imposing. The priest advanced toward Yang Bing, making the sign of the cross upon his chest and uttering, "May the merciful Lord forgive your transgressions. As per tradition, before you meet your end, you may voice one request." "I am a soldier?" The priest's words offered Yang Bing a glimmer of clarity as he comprehended that he had somehow transmigrated to medieval Europe. This revelation did not astonish him, for he was a staunch aficionado of web novels, albeit typically leaning toward Eastern fantasy, while Western tales had never truly captivated him. "Ah, I have transcended." The earlier confusion dissipated, supplanted by an exhilarating surge of ambition. Historically, in such narratives, protagonists often acquired mighty powers and achieved grand destinies, amassing wealth and beauty along the way. Upon pinching his arms and thighs, Yang Bing noticed that while his exterior bore the features of a European, his physical capabilities were still reminiscent of his unassuming self back home, lacking any semblance of martial prowess or magical ability. "Hey, what's the meaning of all this?" This situation starkly deviated from typical transmigration tropes. He was well aware that protagonists often inherited noble status or formidable strength upon their arrival in a new world, and he appeared to possess neither. "I can make a request." Coming to terms with both his incredulity and joy at having transmigrated, Yang Bing posed his query, only to receive a nod of affirmation from the priest. A smirk crept across his face as he declared, "Then let me go free." At his words, the knights behind the priest erupted into raucous laughter, while the priest merely shook his head and proceeded to the guillotine to offer a prayer. Swiftly, the knights ushered him to the executioner's platform, placing a noose around his neck. The executioner, mocking him, said, "Perhaps you should have asked for a smoke or a final meal. Such requests would certainly be honored." After all, who would deny a reasonable request from a man about to face death? It might allow you a few extra moments of life, just a fleeting moment. As the priest's prayers echoed around him, the executioner grinned and pulled the lever, causing the ground to vanish from beneath Yang Bing's feet, leaving him suspended in the air as the soldiers around him cheered as if celebrating a triumphant victory. Revival attempts. 1. Remaining revivals. 2. Just as Yang Bing met his painful death, a mechanical voice resonated in his ears, one he recognized well from countless online games. "What's happening? Have I been transported into a video game?" Yang Bing mumbled to himself as he opened his eyes to an expanse of darkness, an all-encompassing void. Despite the absolute blackness, he could clearly see his own body. His attire remained unchanged from before his transmigration, and his beard and hair had returned to their original state, no longer the messy brown curls of earlier. "Foolish servant Yang Bing, I have had many servants, yet you stand out as the most dim-witted of them all. You failed to grasp such an obvious and familiar narrative prompt. I am deeply disappointed in you." As Yang Bing grappled with his plight, a raspy female voice pierced through the void, its harshness akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down his spine. "Who are you? Why am I here? What is this place?" Faced with this mysterious voice emanating from the darkness, Yang Bing overwhelmed the figure with a barrage of inquiries. "This is the fairy tale Otherworld. Your identity is inconsequential. Simply refer to me as your master." A hunched silhouette materialized in the darkness, a crone draped in a tattered gray cloak, her skin resembling bark, with gnarled hands reminiscent of dead branches, veins winding beneath like writhing worms. That the witch had a ghastly voice was one thing, her fearsome appearance was altogether another. At first sight, Yang Bing nearly soiled himself, though he swiftly managed to regain his composure. After all, she was merely a frail old woman, her skeletal frame so thin that a sudden gust of wind might easily carry her away. Once he steadied his resolve, a sense of scorn emerged within him. Why should you be my master, old hag? Let me go at once. Ha! Why should I? The witch let out a contemptuous laugh. A thick rope materialized in the void, wrapping itself around his neck like a serpent poised to strike, stirring that alto familiar sensation once more. Master, I am your most loyal servant. Although uncertain of what servitude entailed, Yang Bing realized he held no bargaining power. The choking terror accompanying the prospect of another strangulation was a fate he was unwilling to confront again. The crone scoffed as the rope vanished, her tone dripping with disdain. Your sole task here is absolute obedience. Simply follow my commands, and everything else is of no consequence. The fairy tale otherworld? Yang Bing's thoughts drifted back to the time he inadvertently discovered an ancient, moldy book tucked away in a corner of his homey tome, titled something akin to the world of fairy tales, which he had heard was a relic from the childhoods of elder generations, presumably written by Europeans. As a member of the post-2000 generation, he had never experienced such tales as childhood had revolved around smartphones and computers. Thus, without a second thought, he had discarded that unwieldy old book, unaware that what appeared to be an inconspicuous fairy tale held miraculous power within its pages. Chapter 2. The Fairy Tale Otherworld. Your task is to infiltrate various fairy tale realms and disrupt the unions of princes and princesses. Disrupt the unions of princes and princesses? This seemingly simple assignment filled Yang Bing with a sense of delight. As someone who was neither handsome nor wealthy, he had endured the plight of being perpetually single, harboring a deep disdain for those couples flaunting their affection around him. He had cursed such lovers more than once or twice. Master, I shall endeavor to fulfill your request, but I understand that you wish to return to your original world swiftly. Rest assured, serving me will not be an endless plight. As soon as I have gathered sufficient hatred energy through your deeds, you shall regain your freedom and return to your former existence. As the witch spoke, a fist-sized crystal orb materialized before Yang Bing. He was to enter different fairy tales to complete his mission, akin to a role-playing game where he needed to traverse various instances. However, unlike traditional games, there were no levels or equipment rewards. Rather, he could acquire corresponding skills. Reflecting on his past experiences with online gaming, he recalled that novice guides were typically sweet-voiced beauties, not an old, unattractive witch, sharing a space with this which was undeniably torturous. Each completed task granted him a chance at resurrection, which could be accumulated. However, should he perish during a mission, he would lose one of those precious chances. If he exhausted all his lives, he would truly die and become a part of the crystal orb's energy. His first task, a court trial, was a remarkably simple endeavor. Previous servants of the witch had easily completed this task, earning themselves an extra chance at resurrection. Yang Bing was the first newcomer to die so soon. This task was based on a fairy tale where a soldier discovered a blue lamp. Lighting a cigarette with its flame would summon a superpowered servant to do his bidding, enabling the tasker to command the servant to eliminate everyone. Foolish servant, have you never encountered a fairy tale? Not even the slightest bit. When the priest inquired about Yang Bing's final request, he asked for release, which nearly caused the observing witch to choke in disbelief. Such an obvious task prompt, and yet Yang Bing had committed such a fundamental error. Her disappointment in him reached an unparalleled depth. Please forgive me, Master. Our childhoods were accompanied by mobile phones, computers, and televisions. The vast majority of our generation has merely heard of such tales. We have no interest in dusty old fairy tales. With no special abilities, you must rely solely on your own flesh and blood to complete the mission, and there are no upgrade rewards upon completion. Yang Bing shook his head, unsure how to articulate his current emotions. If this were a video game, it would undoubtedly be a super frustrating one, akin to a near-death experience. At least in online games, a character could respawn with full health. However, if he exhausted his lives during a mission, he would truly perish. Was there truly no better alternative? The witch, aware of Yang Bing's intentions, sneered, "This world is entirely detached from the reality you once knew. None of your familiar objects exist here. I can, however, inform you that there is a third option. You could remain here with me and await the arrival of the next unfortunate soul to obtain that book." Upon hearing this, Yang Bing's face lit up with joy. Find a substitute, someone to take my place, and I can leave here safely, just as the ghost stories say. Once the wronged spirits find a substitute, They can reincarnate. Ha ha. The witch scoffed, her face betraying disdain. Foolish servant, even if another scapegoat arrives, you shall not leave. You will remain here forever. Forever here? Living alongside you, old witch, in a world devoid of mobile phones and computers? Absolutely not. Yang Bing thought to himself, though he dared not voice such sentiments aloud. His immediate goal was to complete the task and return to his original world as quickly as possible. Bold servant, do you dare insult me? The serpent-like rope reappeared, tightening around Yang Bing's neck. In this realm, I am the absolute sovereign. Whatever you think or do, it cannot escape my gaze. The constriction of the rope was not severe. Yang Bing realized the witch was merely warning him. Please forgive me, Master. As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the rules. With a cold huff, the witch waved her hand, and the rope vanished into thin air. Talking to such a foolish servant is truly exhausting. You shall come to understand these rules for yourself. With a flick of her wand, a stream of purple light surged into Yang Bing's mind. Once she had completed this act, her figure dissolved from sight. Upon the witch's disappearance, Yang Bing felt an immense sense of relief. Although he knew she was omnipresent, the mere absence of her immediate presence felt liberating. The purple light he had encountered contained the rules and detailed information about this world. If you had this method all along, why bother telling me so much? You've left me utterly confused. With the witch no longer in sight, Yang Bing felt emboldened, sitting down to process the information he had received. From what he gathered, he was not entirely at a disadvantage. Many tasks would involve superpowered items, and as an ordinary individual, Yang Bing could utilize these items to become a superpowered being himself. However, these magical items were a double-edged sword. Characters within the task world could also wield them to inflict harm on Yang Bing. Albeit the magical damage would be significantly mitigated against him, which was one of his advantages. Another advantage was that upon entering a new world, he could learn skills autonomously, such as horseback riding, archery, hunting, and climbing, abilities that were not classified as special powers and would not vanish upon the completion of a task. The third advantage was that there was no time limit on tasks. If Yang Bing wished, he could linger in the fairy tale otherworld indefinitely. Additionally, this space bore no concept of time. Even if he stayed for decades or centuries, upon returning to the real world, it would still be the moment he first arrived. Beyond this, there was a fourth advantage. The witch's information was not entirely clear. He had struggled to make sense of it, ultimately resigning himself to digesting the information he had received. With his previous despair gradually lifting, Yang Bing regained a semblance of confidence. At least he was not truly fighting a losing battle. Chapter 3. Snow White, Your Highness. A noble and exquisite young lady strolled through the royal garden. Surrounded by an entourage of maids and guards, the garden, adorned with a myriad of exotic flowers and plants, delighted the princess immensely. She dismissed the guards, choosing to dance alone in a clearing. Her graceful movements captivated all who beheld her. Yet, not far away, Yang Bing lacked the inclination to appreciate the enchanting dance of this fairy-like creature. This was his first genuine task, to disrupt the union between the prince and princess by any means necessary. Clearly, the princess named Snow White was the key figure in this mission. In this undertaking, his current identity was that of a gardener. As the gardener of the royal garden, he was trimming the flowers and plants. Having been in this world for over a month, during this time, he had nearly memorized the palace's layout. As a gardener, he could not approach Snow White with the same ease as her personal guards or maids. The other gardeners, much like Yang Bing, seemed reluctant to discuss the princess, who was not yet 15. Just moments ago, upon hearing of her arrival in the garden, they had fled as if avoiding a plague. Although Yang Bing had no particular interest in the princess's dance, he could not deny her beauty. At such a tender age, she had developed remarkably. While marveling at her allure, he remained focused on his task. In the month since his arrival in this world, Snow White had always been out of his reach. The opportunity before him was truly once in a lifetime. Hidden behind a thicket, he fixed his gaze on Snow White, his hands gripping the shears tightly, sweat beading on his palms. The nearest guard stood 20 meters away, while he was only about 10 meters from Snow White. If he charged forward with utmost speed and severed her throat with the shears, he would complete his mission and be instantly transported back to the Dark Realm. Unbeknownst to Snow White, danger lurked ever closer as she continued her light-footed dance towards Yang Bing. The distance diminished to 7 meters. then 6, and finally to a mere 5 meters. A sinister grin crept across Yang Bing's face. The dense foliage provided him with perfect cover. He tightened his grip on the shears and began to advance, envisioning the moment her blood would spill. Ah! Just as Yang Bing prepared to strike, Snow White let out a startled cry, prompting the guards to rush towards her. The trained soldiers swiftly apprehended Yang Bing in the thicket. His plans thwarted, Yang Bing was filled with regret, recalling a phrase he had read, "Details determine success or failure." If only he had acted a few seconds sooner, Snow White would have already met her end. The failure of this assassination attempt left him at a loss, unsure of how he had been discovered. "My new dress, you wretched gardener, why haven't you removed these thorny plants?" The exclamation from Shui Bai left Yang Bing in a state of shock. He could hardly fathom that her outburst stemmed merely from a torn dress, rather than an assassination attempt. Seizing upon this lifeline, he hurriedly knelt and bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I am at fault, that I assure you. It shall not happen again." "Humph!" Shui Bai scoffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Bing. "I will not grant you any further opportunities to err. Guards, take this gardener to the special prison. Without my pardon, he shall remain incarcerated until his demise." "Your Highness, please," Yang Bing pleaded, but the guards dragged him away without mercy, casting him into the depths of the dungeon. Once imprisoned, Yang Bing found a sense of relief. After all, having salvaged his life was a small victory. The greatest advantage of this dark fairy tale world was the absence of time constraints on tasks. So long as one did not perish, one could continue indefinitely, regardless of task completion. Calming himself, Yang Bing surveyed the so-called special prison that Shui Bai had mentioned. It was an exceedingly dim space, permeated by an unbearable stench. However, he had grown immune to such odors, a testament to his proximity to a severely polluted river in the real world. The floor was strewn with straw, devoid of any beds or benches, and a minuscule window, more a ventilation hole than a true window, sat 3 meters above, allowing a feeble shaft of sunlight to penetrate the oppressive gloom. "Didn't he expect another to join us? He. A feeble voice emanated from a corner. Turning towards the sound, Yang Bing realized he was not alone in this cell. The other occupant, clad in tattered black garments, bore a scruffy beard and unkempt hair that blended seamlessly with the dreary surroundings. No wonder he had gone unnoticed at first. "What did you do to incur the wrath of that wretched Shui Bai?" The venom in the stranger's tone caught Yang Bing off guard. Clearly, he too harbored animosity towards Shui Bai, suggesting they shared a common plight. Perhaps he could extract useful information from this individual. "I am but a gardener, and today, Shui Bai, ha, the man interrupted. Her lovely dress was torn. "And so you find yourself here. You must be a new gardener, unfamiliar with this palace and its wretched denizens." Yang Bing reflected on the older gardeners who had scurried away at the sight of Shui Bai. It appeared they had all been aware of her nature, deliberately allowing him, the newcomer, to bear the blame. Cursing under his breath, he inquired, "I am called Hans. May I ask how you came to be here?" Upon entering the fairy tale world, all names assigned to Yang Bing were Hans. "You may call me Blin. I was once the head chef of the palace, responsible for all royal meals. I served this kingdom for decades, and all was harmonious until the birth of Shui Bai." The tale unfolded a year prior, when a sturgeon feast prepared by Blin contained a fishbone. The palace frequently served fish, with each piece meticulously cut to ensure no bones remained. Yet that day, Shui Bai had bitten into one. And so, I was imprisoned here. Before me, there was Shui Bai's tailor, a poor old man who could not endure the torment and chose to end his own life. Perhaps you or I shall be next. But I can assure you, you will not be the last as long as that demon Shui Bai lives. This prison shall never be empty. Chapter 4. Shui Bai 2-inch to remain here until death or take my own life. We might consider an escape. Yang Bing examined the wooden bars of the prison. Sturdy, yet ultimately made of wood, he then felt his belt, where a sharp little knife lay hidden. As a gardener, he always carried tools. With no guards in sight, this special prison offered him a chance to flee. "You should abandon such unrealistic notions, Hans. The palace is crawling with guards. You stand no chance of escape. Even if you did manage to flee, you would become a wanted criminal, and if caught, execution awaits. Furthermore, your family would suffer the same fate, which is why many choose death over escape." Collateral damage, is it? Yang Bing mused, feeling a sardonic smile creep onto his lips. I have no family, thus such threats hold no weight over me. He found the chef's despondency unsurprising. Loyalty to the crown was deeply ingrained in the minds of the people of this era. Seizing the moment, he resolved to take action. Food security in this prison was assuredly lacking, as evidenced by Blint's emaciated figure. Peering outside his cell, Yang Bing noted no approaching guards and prepared to retrieve his knife. Yet before he could act, footsteps echoed nearby. Hastily, he concealed the knife back within his belt and, like Blin, hid in the corner, covering himself with straw, straining his eyes to discern the identity of the newcomer. It was a squad of elite guards escorting another prisoner. Yang Bing's heart raced as he recognized one of Shui Bai's guards, the very one who had helped escort him to his confinement. Captain Barn, I apologize for your arrival here. Please, step inside, the guard said. Barn surveyed the cell, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he coldly addressed his former subordinates, swaggering into the dungeon. Once the soldiers departed, Barn, facing the wall, spoke without turning, Gardener Hans, you ought to reveal your true identity. Emerging from the straw, Yang Bing replied, Captain Barn, I know not what you mean why true identity is merely that of a new gardener. And presently, I share your fate as a prisoner. Do not deceive me. Barn whirled around, his eyes piercing like a blade. When I apprehended you, your gaze betrayed your intent to harm the princess. I sensed murderous intent in your eyes. Was it the queen who sent you to kill her? The queen? Yang Bing recalled court dramas he had seen. Barn's accusation was not far-fetched. Given the princess's haughty demeanor, it was entirely plausible that other nobles might conspire against her. Blin. What nonsense is this? The previously silent Blin interjected, his dim eyes filled with skepticism. How could the queen desire to kill her own daughter? Shui Bai is the sole offspring of the king and queen, and the queen has always doted upon her. Doted upon her? Barnes scoffed, a cruel smile forming on his lips as he cast his gaze beyond the bars. Do you know why I was imprisoned? Blin unwittingly provided Yang Bing a reprieve. After all, he was new to this task and had been at a loss when faced with Barnes' interrogation. With the focus shifting to Barn, he took the opportunity to add, Surely, it must be that the princess disapproved of you. Or perhaps you abused your position to take liberties with her, for she is undeniably captivating. Yang Bing's deduction was not without merit. He had unwittingly insulted the princess and faced execution. Nonsense. Barn dismissed Yang Bing's speculation without hesitation. We are all in this together. And I shall reveal a grand secret. The princess has been involved with the king. Just moments ago, I caught them in a compromising position in the royal garden. Barn's revelation left Blin and Yang Bing aghast. Yang Bing shook his head in disbelief, his mind racing. Good heavens, this is truly terrifying. Is this what they call a fairy tale world? Aren't these stories meant for children? How could such scandalous events unfold? Wait, Blin suddenly recalled. I believe the tailor mentioned last year that the king and princess shared an unusually close bond, far exceeding that of a father and daughter, at the time. I dismissed it, preoccupied with my own troubles. Now, it seems there was truth to his words. This means their relationship, which defies all morality, has persisted for quite some time. The queen must have noticed, which is why I suspected you, Hans, of being sent by the queen to assassinate the princess. Barn shifted his focus back to Yang Bing. By now, Yang Bing had concocted a plausible excuse. Captain Barn, whether I am sent by the queen is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we are in grave danger, especially you, Captain. The princess and king will not afford you any opportunity to tarnish their reputations. Thus, we must escape before they take action, Barn replied, his demeanor unflinching, befitting a captain of the elite guard. Captain Barn, I believe you will find this useful. Yang Bing extended the sharp knife in his hand towards Batten. Considering his arrival a fortuitous stroke of luck, as a seasoned member of the royal guard, Batten was not only well-trained but also possessed an intimate knowledge of the palace's layout. Following him would significantly enhance their chances of escaping. Now is the opportunity. We need not wait for nightfall. The Dogmaster is currently in the Imperial Garden, with most guards stationed there, leaving this area relatively unprotected. We should make our departure before they realize we are gone. Batten's thoughts mirrored those of Yang Bing. as they both understood that remaining in the prison any longer would jeopardize their physical strength, given the inadequate provisions available. Chapter 5. Snow White 3. True to his reputation as the captain of the royal guard, Batten swiftly severed a section of the wooden bars, creating an opening through which they could escape. He swiftly tucked the knife into his belt and slipped through. The situation unfolded with greater ease than anticipated, and Yang Bing followed closely behind. Surprisingly, the previously timid head chef, Bruin, demonstrated remarkable vigor as he emerged alongside them, appearing far from the tortured prisoner he had once been. Batten led the way, while Yang Bing struggled to keep pace, his frail constitution making it a challenge to avoid falling behind. Bruin, having spent a considerable time in confinement, was in better shape than Yang Bing. As they neared the prison's exit, Yang Bing found himself panting heavily. The vast expanse of the prison seemed to echo their every step, despite their attempts to tread lightly. Fortunately, as Batten had surmised, the prison was devoid of guards, allowing the trio to reach the exit unscathed. Batten pointed towards a nearby river, which led beyond the city. If they possessed adequate swimming skills, their escape would be straightforward. Outside, only 2 guards stood with their backs turned to the entrance. Batten drew his weapon, his eyes glinting with determination, and stealthily approached the 2 men. However, just as he was about to strike, Bruin unexpectedly dashed forward, shouting, "Help! Batten and Hans are attempting to escape." "Curse you!" Yang Bing seethed inwardly, cursing Bruin's ancestors as he watched him sprint away. Batten, acting decisively, eliminated the 2 guards, but chaos ensued as a swarm of people emerged. Bruin pointed in Yang Bing's direction, further complicating matters. Without hesitation, Batten leaped into the river, disappearing from sight, while the guards split into 2 groups, one pursuing Batten into the water and the other rushing towards the prison. In a moment of clarity, Yang Bing realized he had yet to step outside the prison walls. He quickly retreated back inside, lying among the weeds and closing his eyes, feigning sleep. He was uncertain whether this tactic would be effective, and cold sweat dripped from his brow as he covered himself with the foliage to mask his fear. His mind raced, contemplating how to handle the situation. It was he, the gardener Hans, who had hidden weapons, enabling Batten to escape unscathed. I, who have remained loyal to Her Highness, feigned allegiance to uncover their treachery. In a display of his so-called loyalty, Bruin rushed into the prison, yanked Yang Bing by the hair, and dragged him out, kicking him in the process. "Get up, you criminal Hans." As Yang Bing attempted to defend himself, Snow White interrupted with a cold smirk. "Your performance was splendid. Both of you. I haven't been this entertained in ages. To make this game more interesting, I shall introduce a twist." With a wave of her hand, a maid approached, bearing a tray with 2 ceramic cups filled with a dark crimson liquid that exuded a rich, intoxicating aroma. "What is this Snow White scheming? Is she inviting us to drink?" Yang Bing mused, while Bruin, upon spotting the cups, fell to his knees, desperately banging his head against the ground, the floor echoing with each thud as blood streamed from his forehead. Yang Bing quickly grasped the situation. This was poison. Unmoved by Bruin's pleas for mercy, Snow White remarked, "Chef, you just professed your loyalty to me. I am merely offering you a drink. Is such fear warranted? Let me be frank, only 1 cup is poisoned. Whoever chooses the safe one first shall earn their freedom." Snow White's words emboldened Bruin, who scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from his brow. He scrutinized the 2 cups, confident in his ability to discern their contents, given his experience as a head chef. Meanwhile, Yang Bing's gaze was fixed on Snow White, who was within arm's reach, if Bruin selected the non-poison cup. Yang Bing could seize the opportunity to eliminate Snow White and complete his mission. However, the risk was immense, as her guards were numerous. Conversely, if Bruin chose the poison cup, Yang Bing would gain his freedom and could reassess his plans. After sniffing the cups, Bruin's face broke into a smug grin as he lifted one and drank it down in one swift motion, returning the empty cup to the tray. "Noble princess, you will honor your promise of freedom." And as for Hans, Bruin cast a pitying and mocking glance at Yang Bing, who he regarded as already dead. Snow White covered her mouth, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Chef, are you so confident in your sense of smell?" "Of course. I was once the head chef, adept at discerning all manner of scents." Bruin clutched his stomach, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow as blood poured from his nose and mouth. observing the blood-stained floor. Snow White frowned, and as Bruin's lifeless body was dragged away, her smile returned. "Congratulations, Gardener Hans. You have earned your freedom. Please, partake in this victory drink." Snow White personally presented the cup to Yongbing, who examined it closely, noting her innocent smile. A surge of malevolence coursed through him. She was so close, and with a single motion, he could end her life and complete his mission. Yet, despite the tempting opportunity, he ultimately chose to abandon the plan, recognizing that he lacked the certainty to overpower her. Besides, he still had the prospect of freedom ahead, with ample opportunities awaiting him. As the exquisite liquid flowed down his throat, it seemed to herald his victory. Yet, mere moments later, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen, and Yongbing realized he had been outwitted by this devilish beauty. Both cups contained poison. "Ah, how delightful!" Snow White exclaimed, watching Yongbing's lifeless body being removed with a sense of satisfaction. Instruct all soldiers to execute baton on sight. Chapter 6. Snow White 4-inch Where am I? Upon regaining consciousness, Yongbing found himself in a foreboding forest. It was autumn, and though not particularly cold, he noticed Bruin's lifeless body not far from him. Bruin lay motionless, unmistakably deceased. Instead of fear, Yongbing felt a surge of anger upon seeing Bruin's contorted, grotesque face. This wretched scoundrel had nearly led to his demise. In a fit of disdain, he unzipped his pants and urinated on the corpse. His hatred dissipated with the stream. An unusual fragrance wafted from his urine. A dull ache stirred in his abdomen. Upon touching his stomach and glancing at Bruin's body, an epiphany struck him. While his appearance may have changed due to the traversal, his constitution remained unaltered. Despite having grown up without hardship, his body was frail. However, his resilience against toxins, forged through exposure to dubious substances, had not vanished. By a stroke of fate, he had been granted a second chance at life. Having endured so much, Yongbing's stomach growled in protest. His immediate priority was to find sustenance and devise a plan to eliminate Princess Snow White, recalling the missed opportunity to do so when she had been so close. Regret gnawed at him. Fortunately, they had merely discarded the bodies in the wilderness. Had they been buried, he would have truly met his end, leaving him with but 2 revival chances, insufficient for what lay ahead. Surveying his surroundings, Yongbing noted the endless forest, which emanated an eerie aura in the enveloping darkness. Unfamiliar sounds echoed through the night, resembling a symphony of unknown creatures reveling in a nocturnal celebration. What a terrifying place! Since his arrival, he had not only gained linguistic abilities but also the gift of night vision. Though the night was pitch black, it did not hinder his movements. Surveying his surroundings, he suddenly spotted a faint glimmer of firelight in one direction. The presence of firelight signified the potential for human habitation, and seizing this lifeline, he quickened his pace towards it. Struggling through thickets and brambles, he was fortunate that his gardener's attire was robust enough to withstand the ordeal. Although it was arduous, he ultimately arrived near a modest 2-story stone dwelling, its walls adorned with lush green moss and creeping vines, and enveloped by a dense forest. The dim light emanating from within was barely perceptible through the gaps in the foliage. What kind of hidden abode is this in the depths of the mountains? He pondered. Is anyone there? Starved and desperate. Yongbing knocked gently on the door. After a brief moment, a response echoed from within, and as the door opened halfway, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The occupants of the house were a group of dwarves, their heights barely reaching Yongbing's waist, reminiscent of the hobbits from The Lord of the Rings. There were precisely 7 of them, their faces painted with wary expressions as they scrutinized this unexpected visitor. One, appearing slightly older, inquired, "Who are you?" Yongbing forced a smile. "Greetings. I am merely a lost traveler seeking shelter for the night. I'm afraid that's not possible. Please leave immediately. We do not welcome outsiders." The dwarven leader's frigid demeanor left no room for negotiation, and he began to close the door without further ado. "Wait. Please listen to me. I know not where I am, but if I continue to wander, I shall be devoured by wild beasts. All I ask is to spend one night here. Come dawn, I shall depart at once, not even for a night. You must leave now, or we shall not hesitate to be unkind." The menacing glares of the dwarves made Yongbing realize his precarious situation. With no other options, he sought to endure the night. He patted his empty stomach and, recognizing the futility of staying, resorted to a compromise. Very well, I shall take my leave, but could you spare me some food and water? For the love of God? After a brief deliberation among themselves, the dwarf leaders suddenly opened the door wider. You have not persisted in your pleas, which leads us to believe you are a good person. After some discussion, we have changed our minds. You may stay for one night, but at dawn, you must depart. Gratefully, Yang Bing stepped inside, taking in the modest yet impeccably clean interior, where every item was neatly arranged, revealing that these unassuming forest-dwelling dwarves were not the savages he had initially presumed. Please, have a seat, sir, the dwarf invited. Once seated, Yang Bing was presented with a plate of bread, cheese, and a roasted chicken. The tantalizing aroma made his stomach protest louder, and he awkwardly smiled before devouring the meal voraciously. After savoring a sip of exquisite wine, he expressed his gratitude with a warm smile. Thank you for your generous hospitality. My name is Hans, and I shall not forget your kindness. I will repay you in the future. Ha ha. The dwarf leader's grin twisted into something sinister, and the other 6 dwarves joined in with mocking laughter. Their previous warmth evaporating, replaced by predatory gazes akin to beasts eyeing their prey. Yang Bing felt a twinge of dread. Indeed, the world was a cruel place. Having narrowly escaped one perilous situation, he now found himself in another. However, he maintained a facade of calm, for compared to his experiences within the royal dungeons, this was a mere trifle. Yet, he remained perplexed by the true intentions of these dwarves. Esteemed guest, what was your name again? I seem to have forgotten, but that is of little consequence. Human names are all quite similar, are they not? Are you not feeling a bit weak and lethargic? Unlike the poisons of the palace, their soporific concoction had no effect on Yang Bing. To deceive the dwarves, he feigned fatigue. What is it that you desire? If it's money, I regret to inform you that I possess nothing. Youthful one, we know not who you are, but I must commend your composure in the face of death. Our interest lies not in wealth, but in your garments. Winter approaches, and we require new clothing. Yet we lack fine fabric. Your attire appears quite exquisite, fit only for the affluent. Chapter 7. The reason for murder was merely a piece of fabric. Yang Bing found himself at a loss for words regarding the dwarves' peculiar reasoning. Struggling to comprehend their mindset, these dwarves recognized quality. Indeed, the garments of a palace gardener were of superior craftsmanship. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of urgent knocking echoed once more insistent and rude than Yang Bing's previous attempts. He glanced at the door, wondering who the unfortunate soul was that would follow in his footsteps. Brothers, it seems our haul for the night is promising, the dwarf leader declared, and at his behest. Yang Bing's mouth was gagged with a rag as he was lifted towards the shadowy staircase. Perhaps overly confident in their soporific, they neglected to bind his hands and feet. Help me, Yang Bing managed to whisper as he was tossed onto the staircase. Just then, a familiar voice jolted him from his thoughts, and he peered outside to find her. The sight of her filled him with indescribable joy. Indeed, fortune had favored him, and he momentarily forgot his perilous situation. Yet, he was bewildered as to why the esteemed princess would be wandering in such desolation, her garments tattered and worn, appearing as if she were fleeing. She still wore her high-heeled crystal shoes. A torturous choice for traversing rugged terrain. What a beautiful maiden! The 7 dwarves' eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Snow White, their expressions betraying their primal desires. A pack of lecherous fiends. Yang Bing cursed under his breath. He glanced at the small knife on the table, tempted to seize it and, before they could react, plunge it into Snow White's heart, sealing her fate. She was without guards, and the dwarves were unprepared. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. As Snow White entered the dwelling, she glanced around with a hint of disgust, but as she recalled her plight, the expression quickly vanished. She approached the table, seating herself and massaging her sore heels, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her fair thigh, causing the dwarves to nearly swoon. What are you all standing around for? I'm hungry. Bring me something to eat, and someone come massage my legs. Ignoring her haughty demands, the dwarf leader sent 6 of his companions to prepare food while he approached Snow White, licking his lips as he reached for her leg. Snow White, seemingly unbothered, relished the attention. This wretched woman claims to be a princess. She is no better than the rest, Yang Bing mused. Torn between envy and disdain. Earlier, he had doubted Barton's words, but now it was abundantly clear. As Snow White feasted, the dwarves began to entertain her, revealing impressive skills despite their diminutive stature. Yang Bing dismissed the idea of assassinating Snow White. His immediate concern was to escape and await another chance. The dwarves, engrossed in their attempts to please her, momentarily overlooked Yang Bing, allowing him to ascend the staircase and escape through an upper window. Unbeknownst to him, dawn began to break as he remembered the location of the humble abode and dashed down the mountain. To his relief, the mountain was not far from the capital, and he soon found himself at the foot of a small town, where he was greeted by a plethora of wanted posters featuring Barn. The sight of those numerous posters sent a shiver down his spine, but he was fortunate to be presumed dead. Observing his lavish attire, he quickly shed his outer garments and purchased several inexpensive outfits from a nearby tailor. Disposing of his royal garments entirely, after finding a nondescript interest, Yang Bing retrieved his coin pouch. Throughout his time as a gardener in the palace, he had kept it close, and it contained enough copper and silver coins to sustain him for a while. Exhausted from his long ordeal, weariness overcame him. Damnable hunter, how dare he defy my orders? As Yang Bing drifted into a light sleep, a faint sound stirred him awake. Now a startled creature, he recognized the low voice distinctly. It was the Queen's. Cautiously, he opened the door and peered through the crack, spotting a familiar figure shrouded in a black cloak. It was indeed the Queen, carrying a basket. What brings the Queen to this secluded inn under such secrecy? Yang Bing pondered, quickly dressing and stealthily following her to uncover her intentions. As he trailed her, unease gripped him. Could her purpose be related to her daughter, Snow White? Snow White, in such dire straits, and less than a day later. The Queen appears here. How extensive are her capabilities? In less than a single day, the Queen discovered her daughter was hidden deep within the mountains. Could it be that she had equipped Shwebai with the tracking phone watch? The path the Queen traversed was indeed the one leading to the dwarf's cottage. Yang Bing, having never perused fairy tales, remained blissfully unaware of the Queen's possession of a magical mirror, which granted her the ability to discern who was the fairest of them all and their locations. Despite her life of opulence, the Queen's physical prowess far surpassed that of Yang Bing, as she strode forth with such speed that Yang Bing nearly lost her trail. Fortunately, Yang Bing was well aware of her intended destination. Before long, the Queen arrived at the dwarf's abode, and without a moment's pause for rest, she began to knock on the door, feigning a hoarse voice. I have beautiful hairbands for sale, very affordable. Would you care for a string? Is the Queen out of her mind? Yang Bing, concealed within the thicket, pondered the Queen's actions numerous times, yet she could never have anticipated such brazen behavior as to pose as a vendor. Did she not fear the dwarfs would turn against her? When the door swung open, Shwebai emerged, seemingly oblivious to her biological mother's identity. Enchanted by the lovely hairbands in the Queen's basket, she casually selected one to adorn herself. Dear lady, you possess exquisite taste. Allow me to assist you in putting it on, the Queen said. Stepping behind Shwebai, a sinister grin creeping upon her lips as she seized the ends of the band to tighten it around Shwebai's neck. Witnessing Shwebai's desperate struggles for breath filled Yang Bing with malicious glee. She had not anticipated that the Queen would eliminate her without Yang Bing needing to lift a finger. After a brief struggle, Shwebai succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 8. Shwebai sixth, having completed her vile deed, the Queen departed with a cold smirk. Yang Bing did not receive any notification of task completion and quickly surmised that the Queen, having exerted herself climbing the mountain, must not have fully succeeded in her lethal endeavor, leaving Shwebai merely unconscious. Realizing this, Yang Bing dared not delay. Emerging from her hiding place, she sought to deliver the final blow. Only to find the 7 dwarfs returning, each bearing the fruits of their labor from a recent hunt. It became clear why the Queen had felt so audacious. Yang Bing cursed the Queen's foolishness in her heart and hastily retraced the Queen's steps to avoid detection. Upon returning to the town, Yang Bing spotted a patrol of knights, each brandishing a portrait and questioning everyone they encountered. To her dismay, the likeness was none other than Shwebai herself. Those questioned shook their heads in ignorance. And upon noticing the knights, the Queen swiftly darted into an alley, with Yang Bing closely trailing behind. Should these knights uncover any hint of her presence, it would spell disaster. Yang Bing reached the inn before the queen. Contemplating her next move, it was evident that the quest to locate the princess was a royal decree, and time was of the essence. Should the king discover Shui Bai first and escort her back to the palace, she would be under stringent surveillance, effectively sealing Yang Bing's fate. It was imperative to eliminate Shui Bai before the king's men could intervene. Before long, the queen returned to the inn, her room a mere wall away from Yang Bing's. After a brief flurry of activity within her quarters, she promptly secured the door and departed, for individuals of her stature could not linger outside the palace for long. Yang Bing approached the wall. Feeling the wooden surface, intrigued by the fact that the queen possessed a designated room in such a secluded inn, curiosity, though often perilous, compelled Yang Bing to investigate. She could scarcely find rest or sustenance until her inquisitiveness was satiated. Drawing a sharp dagger from her pack, she plunged it into the wall, marveling at the craftsmanship of the blacksmith who had forged it. The wooden barrier yielded as easily as if it were tofu, allowing her to carve an entryway and peer inside. The queen's chamber bore little distinction from her own, save for the bamboo basket resting on the floor, which, upon inspection, contained an assortment of hairbands, combs, and decorative bows. A collection of apples lay scattered atop a table. However, Yang Bing's thirst, having traversed a great distance, drove her to disregard such ordinary fruit. Grabbing the topmost apple, she was struck by the peculiar appearance of one nestled at the bottom, a half-green, half-red marvel, its colors sharply delineated as if painted by a master artist. Is this world also home to genetically modified fruit? Yang Bing mused, setting aside the mundane apple to take a bite of the extraordinary specimen. A wave of exquisite sweetness enveloped him, accompanied by an intoxicating aroma. Indeed, it was a delicacy beyond compare. Having never tasted such divine fruit, Yang Bing indulged in several bites. After finishing the apple, he wiped his mouth and remarked, "Truly, this is the queen's fruit. It is simply unparalleled." Suddenly, his stomach gurgled ominously, a familiar sensation of turmoil rising within him. The feeling was all too reminiscent of the street food he had often devoured in the real world, each meal resulting in similar distress. Clutching his abdomen, he hastily crawled back through the entryway, racing to the latrine, where he expelled a considerable amount of filth. To his astonishment, the excrement bore no foul odor, instead exuding an uncanny fragrance. Feeling thoroughly refreshed after his ordeal, Yang Bing swaggered back to his room, only to close the door behind him and feel the chilling blade of a dagger pressed against his neck. "You thieving wretch! How dare you steal my apple? Your Majesty? I assure you, it was unintentional. My curiosity simply got the better of me." The queen's swift return took Yang Bing by surprise, leaving him no time to seal the passage he had used. "You recognize me? Who are you, truly?" The queen pressed the dagger closer, nearly breaching Yang Bing's skin. "I am Hans, the gardener, imprisoned for having torn the princess's gown on a thorn. I have heard of this matter. You were poisoned by that wretched girl. How is it that you remain unharmed? Speak." Faced with the queen's interrogation, Yang Bing swiftly concocted a tale. "If I may be candid, Your Majesty, my constitution has always been robust, rendering me impervious to toxins. After drinking the princess's poisoned wine, I feigned death to evade her watchful gaze and now seek refuge here, as I am not known to anyone." The queen withdrew her dagger, seemingly satisfied with Yang Bing's explanation. "Do you intend to hide in the shadows for all eternity?" "Of course not. I am not of this realm," Yang Bing thought, though he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. "I certainly do not wish for that. Should you perform a task for me, I can grant you your freedom and elevate you to the position of chief gardener. I would be most willing, Your Majesty, but why not enlist the palace guards for such a task?" This was the crux of Yang Bing's concerns. The queen could easily dispatch a few elite guards to eliminate that wretched house. Yet she chose this convoluted route. "I lack trust in those inept fools. Tomorrow, you shall ascend the mountain and deliver these apples to that wretched Shui Bai." The queen handed Yang Bing the bamboo basket, filled with a multitude of those treacherous poisoned apples. The sight of their striking green and red hues sent a shiver down Yang Bing's spine. He could not fathom how the queen had learned so swiftly that Shui Bai still lived, yet he dared not voice his suspicions. With the queen's backing, his task would undoubtedly be more manageable. However, given that Schwebai had already been deceived once, she would likely be on guard this time. Yang Bing voiced his apprehensions. Do not fret. The 7 dwarfs will be out hunting and farming during the day, returning only at dusk. I know Schwebai well. Given her playful and gluttonous nature, she will undoubtedly be drawn to your apples. If she fears poison, simply eat one before her. She will lower her guard. The green side poses no threat, and for one of your invulnerable constitution, consuming either side is inconsequential. Chapter 9. Schwebai 7. The night wore on, and Yang Bing lay in bed, unable to find solace. It had been over 2 months since he had arrived in this world. Leading a life of simplicity devoid of smartphones and computers, he had anticipated that executing his mission would be a straightforward endeavor. Yet the reality of his first true task proved to be fraught with peril, nearly costing him his life on multiple occasions. Upon completing this mission, he wondered how much hatred energy the old witch's crystal ball would amass. Shaking his head, he resolved to focus on the immediate task at hand. Gaining experience would surely facilitate future endeavors. Suddenly, he recalled the queen's swift knowledge of Schwebai's survival. She must possess some arcane magical artifact. He had intended to inquire about it, but ultimately dismissed the notion, realizing that knowing too many secrets not belonging to him could jeopardize his safety. At the break of dawn, with renewed vigor, Yang Bing grasped the bamboo basket bestowed by the queen, donned his cloak, and set forth on his journey. After traversing a short distance, he sensed someone trailing behind him. It was unmistakable. Those were the queen's minions. It was only natural for the queen to harbor distrust towards him. However, recalling the courtly intrigue he had witnessed in stories, cold sweat broke out upon him. Curiosity, indeed, can be the downfall of a cat. Initially, his situation was relatively secure, yet he, having had his fill, found himself aimlessly wandering into the queen's chamber, thereby placing himself in a perilous predicament once more. With no alternative, he could only proceed one step at a time. Approaching the dwarves' abode, Yang Bing instinctively tugged at his cloak to lower it and conceal his face. The door stood firmly shut, just as the queen had mentioned, for the dwarves were indeed absent from home. Lowering his voice, Yang Bing called out, "Apples for sale, delicious apples indeed. If they aren't tasty, you owe me nothing." After a moment of shouting, silence lingered within. Yang Bing scratched his head, pondering whether Snow White was not at home or had merely grown wary. "Hey! Stop shouting. No one will buy your apples here." Just as Yang Bing was lost in thought, a window on the second floor opened, and Snow White peeked out, her head half revealed. Whether or not she intended to buy apples was of little consequence now. He noticed a plethora of weeds and dry twigs surrounding the area. If Snow White remained inside, igniting this house would suffice. Surely the queen wouldn't be so meticulous. "Could I perhaps sample one of your apples first? If it pleases my palate, I shall purchase them all," Snow White proposed. Her attention captured by the vibrant red and green apples. "Of course, beautiful maiden. This apple, once consumed, will enhance your beauty and make you even more exquisite," Yang Bing replied, tossing one to her. As Snow White caught the apple, its intoxicating aroma enveloped her senses, yet she hesitated, eyeing it with suspicion. "Is this apple poisoned?" "How could it be, fair lady? If you fear toxins, let us share. I shall take the green half, and you shall have the red," Yang Bing suggested. Recalling the queen's instructions, he produced a small knife and sliced the apple along its colorful edge, tossing the red half to Snow White while consuming the green half himself. Snow White, at last convinced, took a bite of the red half, but her complexion swiftly paled, and she crumpled to the ground in agony. Alas, she fell inward. How fortunate it would have been had she collapsed outside the window. Even should she perish from the poison, there was still no task completion notification, leading Yang Bing to realize she had not truly died. Seizing the opportunity while the dwarves were still absent, he resolved to strike again. Grasping the sharp knife, he attempted to pry the door open, but was interrupted by the whistling of an arrow slicing through the air, grazing his face before embedding itself in the wooden door. A chill ran down his spine as he beheld the arrow lodged deeply within the door. Had it veered even slightly, it would have pierced his neck. He quickly halted his actions, only to discover that the dwarves had returned, thus thwarting his efforts. A glance backward revealed a dashing young nobleman, resplendent in fine attire, flanked by a throng of people not far off. The bough he held confirmed that the arrow had been loosed by him. The prince had arrived. To Yang Bing's astonishment, this day had come so swiftly that it dawned on him why there was no time constraint on the task. The unfolding narrative would progressively diminish his time. Should the prince and princess cross paths, his mission would be irrevocably thwarted. "Sneaky fellow, what are you up to?" the prince commanded, summoning a cadre of guards to encircle Yang Bing, tearing away his cloak and confiscating the basket of apples he held, presenting it to the prince. "I am but a humble apple merchant, merely passing through, your highness," Yang Bing feigned, hoping to evade suspicion, silently praying that the prince had not glimpsed Snow White, lest he become entranced by her beauty. "An apple merchant?" The prince scrutinized Yang Bing with skepticism before glancing at the basket of fruit. His gaze captivated by the enchanting apples, he picked one up, inhaling its fragrance. "These fruits appear quite exquisite, exuding a unique aroma that stirs my appetite. Please indulge yourself, do eat, ha ha." Yang Bing's heart swelled with delight. If the prince and princess consumed the poisoned fruit, his task would be deemed complete. "Wait, your highness, this fruit is of questionable origin. Allow me to taste it first," one of the guards interjected, causing Yang Bing to break into a cold sweat. Should the guard partake? His ruse would unravel. "No, no, no." The prince declined the guard's suggestion, instead focusing his attention on Yang Bing, casually selecting a fruit from the basket. "Apple merchant, I implore you to partake of these fruits." The prince's request relieved Yang Bing, who thought it a small price to pay. He swiftly took a bite of an apple, and the delightful flavor enveloped him, astonishing all present, though his surprise, the moment he had consumed half. The prince signaled for everyone to share the fruit, his demeanor humble and devoid of arrogance, suggesting he was a benevolent heir to the throne. The number of apples was just right, allowing each person a single piece. Moments after they consumed the fruits, the guards, who had devoured their portions ravenously, began to wail in agony, blood spewing from their mouths as they collapsed, leaving a scene of carnage that sent chills through Yang Bing. The queen's poison was indeed formidable. Chapter 10. Snow White 8-inch Who, pray tell, are you? The prince maintained a semblance of grace as he consumed the poisoned apple, albeit sparingly, propping himself against the counter to prevent a fall. "Your highness, since death awaits." "There is no need for further inquiries," Yang Bing scoffed, a chilling laugh escaping him. The prince had consumed little, but the poison would suffice to incapacitate him. With patience, he would soon be no more. For now, however, Yang Bing remained wary of the sword the prince wielded. "Despicable scoundrel!" The prince gritted his teeth, lunging at Yang Bing with his sword, yet before he could take a single step, he crumpled to the ground. The poison was too potent. Observing the prince sprawled on the floor, lifeless, Yang Bing glanced at the second floor of the cottage, still awaiting the task completion notification. Could it be that the prince possessed some form of protagonist's aura? After all, he was the true main character. Picking up the prince's sword from the ground, he aimed for the prince's neck, and amidst a spray of crimson, the prince's head was severed. With his head removed, survival was impossible, yet still, the task remained unfulfilled. Could it be that this prince was not the target? Blinded by fury, Yang Bing surveyed the dwarf's home, a sinister grin creeping across his face. The prince's error mattered little, as long as the princess remained unharmed. All would be well. "Last time, I underestimated you, but now you have delivered yourself right to me," a dwarf's voice echoed from nearby, and upon witnessing the scene of carnage, they gasped in shock, shouting, "Seize the murderer!" After all his efforts, Yang Bing found himself on the verge of capture. He swiftly fled, the dwarves unable to keep pace. He ran a considerable distance, pausing only when he was certain no one pursued him. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept by, and a heavy blow struck his neck, rendering him unconscious. It was the two individuals who had tracked him earlier. One hoisted him over his shoulder, carrying him down the hill and depositing him into a wagon. Upon awakening, Yang Bing was startled to find himself back in the peculiar prison, alone, with remnants of the dark, mottled blood left by Bryn still visible on the ground nearby. Reflecting on the events that transpired, Yang Bing realized he had been ambushed, though the identity of his assailants remained a mystery. Snow White could be ruled out. The only plausible culprit was the queen. Yet, he had been acting on her behalf. What could her motives be? As Yang Bing pondered these questions, a figure emerged before him. It was the queen, still draped in her cloak even within the palace. "You must be curious as to why I have done this," she began. "Your Highness, I have been diligently serving your interests. How could you obstruct me?" The queen chuckled coldly. "Serving my interests? Do you comprehend the identities of those you have slain? They must have been princes." "Ha ha ha. Indeed." The queen's icy gaze pierced Yang Bing's, causing him to feel uneasy. "You have mistakenly killed a prince. This is hardly surprising. I admire your ruthlessness, yet I fail to grasp why you severed his head. I am intrigued by your true nature." Cursed task. Yang Bing cursed inwardly, lamenting how a perfectly fine situation had devolved into this. Returning to this prison, escaping now seemed an insurmountable challenge. Presently, he needed to devise a strategy to deceive this astute queen. "Who I am matters little. What is paramount is my greater urgency to eliminate the princess. Time is of the essence." Exhausted by the relentless demands of his task, Yang Bing had grown indifferent, casually uttering his thoughts. "You have performed admirably. The princess is already dead." The queen's words momentarily stunned Yang Bing. If the queen had indeed slain the princess, why had he not received the task completion notification? He became increasingly convinced that the queen possessed some magical artifact. "You have killed the prince who came hunting from a neighboring kingdom. Their king will surely not let this transgression go unpunished. To preserve peace and tranquility between our realms, we must surrender you to quell their wrath." The queen departed the prison with a laugh, her tone brimming with delight, indicating she cared little for the potential conflict between kingdoms. Frustrated, Yang Bing slammed his hand against the prison bars, and to his astonishment, a significant portion of the bars shattered. The heavens never forsake those in despair. After Yang Bing emerged from the crevice, he hastened to pursue the queen, who had not yet strayed far. The palace was heavily guarded. Even having escaped from prison, his swimming skills paled in comparison to Patton's, and traversing the waterways would only lead to his drowning. At this moment, seizing the queen was his only hope for salvation. There were no guards along the way, and the queen moved swiftly. Yang Bing was quite familiar with the palace, thus he would not lose her trail. He soon arrived at the queen's chamber, quickening his pace to enter her room before she did, concealing himself in a corner. Once the queen entered, he would capture her. Outside, he had no absolute confidence. Before long, the queen entered the room, locked the door, and removed her cloak, walking towards the dressing mirror. Just as Yang Bing was about to strike, her actions halted him. "Magic mirror, oh magic mirror, who is the fairest of them all?" She spoke to the glass. Yang Bing's gaze fell upon the seemingly ordinary mirror. Suddenly, ripples coursed through its surface, and a series of images unfolded as if a film were being projected. A handsome prince riding a white horse, with a procession behind him carrying a crystal coffin. Inside lay Shui Bai, as if in a slumber, still breathtakingly beautiful. As the carriage jolted, a fragment of an apple was expelled from her lips, and Shui Bai opened her eyes, awakening. "The bride of the neighboring kingdom is as lovely as a blooming flower, while you are but a withered bloom," declared the voice of the magic mirror, sending the queen into a trembling rage. Her skin rapidly dehydrated, aging before Yang Bing's eyes, and her once voluptuous figure withered into that of an ugly crone. With a piercing scream, she covered her face and dashed towards the door. Yang Bing stood, dumbfounded, at the spectacle before him. He had not anticipated the mirror's power, which finally elucidated why the queen had so easily located Shui Bai. He approached the mirror and inquired, "Magic mirror, oh magic mirror, tell me how to accomplish this cursed task." Another image materialized within the mirror, and upon witnessing this scene, Yang Bing's face shifted from surprise to delight. The notion of princes and princesses had merely been a facade, deceiving him all along. Chapter 11. Shui Bai, my dear, your beauty shines as brilliantly as the sun in the sky. Your kindness sparkles like the stars. Your purity is as pristine as the moon in a resplendent cathedral. Shui Bai and her fiancé were engaged in a grand wedding ceremony. Her beauty elicited gasps of admiration from all in attendance. None had ever witnessed such loveliness. Clad in a white wedding gown, Shui Bai beamed at her groom, concealing her true identity. Her past life as a princess felt like a distant dream. For now, she was simply the queen of this land, destined to spend her remaining years in opulence. Not far away, The 7 dwarfs also attended the wedding in gratitude for their care of Shwebai. The new king promised to grant them titles. The dwarfs gazed at Shwebai with wistful expressions, reflecting on the joyful times spent in their mountain cottage, now coming to an end. Yet, this fate was not without its silver lining. They would no longer need to worry about finding partners. Having secured their fortunes, as the couple exchanged heartfelt vows, they began to swap rings. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared in the aisle of the cathedral, unnoticed by the vigilant guards. Yang Bing approached the newlyweds. The mirror slung over his shoulder and spoke, "Hold on, Your Highness." Upon seeing Yang Bing, Shwebai's countenance turned pale. She had not expected him to intrude upon this sacred occasion. "Guards, seize this uninvited guest," she cried. Yang Bing smiled faintly. "Princess, why is it that your wedding does not include your parents? After all, you are a princess, and your groom seems oblivious to this fact." "My dear, please listen to me," Shwebai began to explain. But her fiancé raised a hand with a gentle smile. "You need not say anything. I shall not blame you for concealing your identity. But who is this intruder? How did he gain entry? He is merely a gardener from our palace. Punished for his transgressions, I know not how he escaped, but he has been pursuing me. He was the one who poisoned me with the cursed apple," Shwebai revealed. "Seize this assassin," commanded the groom. As the guards rushed forward, Yang Bing calmly removed the mirror from his back. "I have come to celebrate your wedding, and this magic mirror is my gift to you." The magic mirror? The groom's interest was piqued, and he dismissed the soldiers. Yet Shwebai appeared anxious. "He is nothing but a deceitful rogue. We must not heed his words. Guards, apprehend him." "Your Highness, this magic mirror possesses extraordinary powers. It can answer any question you wish to know. You may test it now, and if you find me to be lying, you may have me arrested." This enchanted artifact was indeed powerful. It had facilitated Yang Bing's seamless infiltration into the cathedral. Regrettably, the old witch had once remarked that artifacts from a fairy tale realm could not be taken into the next task world. Otherwise, he would certainly have wished to carry away this all-knowing mirror. He pondered the queen's foolishness in repeating her inquiries to the mirror about who was the most beautiful woman in the world. She truly was a simpleton, for in her hands, the mirror could only be described as a wasted treasure. "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. Magic mirror, oh magic mirror, please reveal to me what my beautiful bride's past entails." The groom's inquiry nearly left Shwebai breathless, while Yang Bing stood by, reveling in his triumph, for everything unfolded just as the mirror had foretold. A series of images emerged within the mirror, and as the groom beheld the final, shameless scenes, he trembled with rage. The bride he had believed to be beautiful, pure, and kind was revealed to have a past so scandalous it made Yang Bing, a youth who had never held a girl's hand, blush crimson. He vowed it was more riveting than any adult film. Shwebai crumpled to the ground, sobbing, as her furious fiancé pointed at the 7 dwarfs. "Guards, slay those 7 dwarfs." The dwarfs, still lost in their newfound riches, were caught off guard as blood stained the cathedral. The groom seized the crumpled bride by the arm. "Shwebai, I now know your name is Shwebai. Let us complete our wedding, regardless. I still love you." Task complete. Revival chances. 1. Current revival count. 3. You may choose to return to the dark space or remain in this world, with the option to return to the dark space at any time. The executor will be forcibly returned to the dark space in 1 hour. Before the next task commences, you may restart the tale of Snow White under a cleansed identity. So this fairy tale is titled Snow White. Why do they all call her Shwebai? A long-forgotten voice finally resonated, and Yang Bing realized he had made a significant error. Tear apart, the prince and princess need not require their deaths, as long as animosity filled their hearts. Even a completed wedding would have no bearing on the task's success. Thus, for the sake of witnessing the groom's humiliation, Yang Bing chose to remain. "Thank you for your gift, gardener," the groom spoke in a low voice, a cunning smile gracing his face, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light, a burgeoning ambition swelling within him, far surpassing that of the so-called bride. The wedding continued, with the prince and princess exchanging rings and sharing a kiss, albeit the groom recoiled in revulsion from Shwebai's lips as if they were poisoned. The ceremony concluded amidst a bloodbath involving the 7 dwarfs, and the prince hastily grasped the magic mirror, departing in a carriage as the guests dispersed, leaving only the bride in her white gown and Yang Bing behind in the cathedral. Mr. Hans, I wonder if I am correct in my assumption. Your expression reveals a certain satisfaction. Perhaps you should enlighten me on your true identity? Why have you repeatedly sought to harm me, merely for imprisoning you? Seeing the despair etched upon Snow White's face, Yang Bing felt a pang of compassion. Just as he pondered how to respond, a sharp arrow pierced his heart. Revival chances, 1.2 revival opportunities remaining. As Yang Bing collapsed, Patton's figure emerged, smirking coldly at Yang Bing's lifeless form before approaching Snow White, taking her arm and kissing the back of her hand. Chapter 12. The Fearless Prince. Damn it! What a farce! Yang Bing exclaimed upon returning to the dark space, stamping his foot in frustration. He had expected to return immediately upon completing the task, only to find his hard-earned revival chances squandered. Within the dark space, the old witch was absent. Only the crystal ball floated there, now filled with a purple substance, the so-called power of hatred. Yang Bing sighed, realizing that all his efforts had yielded but a meager amount of this hatred energy. It would take an eternity to fill the crystal ball to capacity. Reflecting on the myriad of blunders encountered in the realm of Snow White, he commenced penning a summary, recognizing that his most significant shortcoming lay in his utter unfamiliarity with fairy tales, rendering him oblivious to the plot. His second misstep was his excessive eagerness for swift success. He lacked the understanding that a good knife does not hinder the woodcutter, perpetually striving to eliminate the princess with haste, only to meet with repeated failures. The third error was his failure to act promptly when necessary. Despite having completed his task, he insisted on lingering to observe, unaware that the prince, who had previously vanquished the 7 dwarfs, would not spare someone privy to his secrets. What Yang Bing did not know was that his assailant was Barton. The fourth mistake involved the realization that magical artifacts within the fairy tale realm could not be transported away. Yet one could acquire combat skills, archery, and horsemanship. Previously, he had only learned to prune plants in the prior task world. "Well done, my servant," exclaimed the old witch, who suddenly appeared, commending Yang Bing. "To summarize your mistakes is indeed a commendable endeavor. Although you are ignorant of fairy tales, your cleverness eclipses that of my previous servants. I have now altered my perception of you. Continue your efforts, and you shall accomplish your mission and attain your freedom." Ha ha ha. After a brief sojourn in the dark space, Yang Bing embarked on his next task. Upon entering the new world, a trickle of information flooded his mind, revealing that he was now a hunter residing deep within the mountains. That is a palace cursed by demons, filled with death and malevolence. "Hans, you must not approach there," warned an elderly hunter, pointing towards a black palace, his face betraying fear. Following the old hunter's finger, Yang Bing indeed caught a glimpse of a corner of the palace amidst the dense woods. Though its entirety remained obscured, it was evident that the structure was grandiose, leaving him to ponder who could have constructed such an edifice in this remote mountain region. The old hunter lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, his eyes gleaming with a hint of greed. Though that devil's palace is terrifying, it is rumored to house countless treasures of gold and jewels. If one could procure even a fraction, immense wealth would be theirs. No need to toil endlessly hunting. "Uncle Henry, we could rally everyone from the village and storm the palace in broad daylight, retrieving all the treasures within. This way, we could live in a prosperous city, free from the daily grind of hunting. Those bears, tigers, and wild boars are far more perilous than the demons." Crack! Yang Bing felt the sharp sting of Henry's smoking rod against his head. Henry's expression was grave as he gazed skyward, exhaling a sigh. Many years ago, others harbored similar thoughts. Many ventured inside, yet only one escaped. "What? Uncle Henry, there was a survivor. Surely he returned laden with jewels." "The one who escaped was my uncle. While you dream of jewels, let me assure you that when he returned, he bore not a single unblemished spot on his body. Did I swear, even in the face of the fiercest beasts, my uncle would not have emerged so wretched. His bloodied form was truly horrifying. Upon his return, he uttered one warning: never venture to the devil's palace. Cook, I have heard that beyond the demon palace in this deep mountain, there lies a giant's palace. Pray, tell us more of this tale." Another hunter posed a question. Each time Yang Bing undertook a task, Fragments of information regarding his identity emerged, yet details about the world around him remained elusive, necessitating inquiries among those nearby. Following his previous mission, he had acquired hunting skills and learned to wield a bow and arrow. With enhanced experience, he felt relatively better prepared for future tasks. However, this mission appeared to be even more formidable than the last. Unlike Snow White's world, which bore no monsters, this one seemed to harbor both demons and giants. For now, he could only take one step at a time, as those dangers would naturally be confronted by the prince, the protagonist, who would serve as a sacrificial pawn. Indeed, Cook puffed on his cigarette, a smug expression gracing his face as he boasted of his extensive knowledge. The giant's palace is situated on the other side of the mountain, perched upon the edge of a precipice, inhabited by grotesque and brutal giants. The leopards, tigers, and bears in their presence are but toys. Anyone daring to approach their palace would be torn to shreds. Far more terrifying than the demons. "How frightful!" exclaimed the earlier questioner, shivering. "While demons cannot breach the palace to emerge, giants may come upon us at any moment. Should we not hastily depart?" "Ha ha ha!" Cook erupted in laughter, mocking their fears. "Rest assured, those giants have never strayed from their domain. As long as we do not venture there, they shall not come here. We have coexisted peacefully for generations." After feasting on their roasted meal, Yang Bing and his companions returned to the village, a poverty-stricken and backward hamlet. The mountain dwellers' existence revolved almost entirely around hunting. Being summer, the woods were abundant with game, and their party had returned laden with spoils daily. After spending several days in this place, Yang Bing found little joy. He preferred the world of his previous task. Here, crude thatched huts served as homes, and they subsisted on half-cooked fare. The summer mosquitoes deprived him of restful sleep. And with dawn's arrival, he faced the necessity of early hunting. Suffering from severe sleep deprivation, he longed to complete his task and depart from this wretched place. Alas, woe betide us. The following morning, unlike the usual calls to rise, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Stretching lazily, Yang Bing relished the extra sleep. Peering through the window, he observed the villagers racing towards a singular direction, toward Cook's abode. Chapter 13. The fearless Prince Tu Yang Bing donned his attire, which resembled tattered rags more than clothing, and after sipping some water, he sprinted toward Cook's house. There, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, and unable to push through, he resorted to peering in through a window. Cook lay on the bed, pallid and lifeless, his foot grotesquely swollen, instilling horror in all who beheld it upon inquiring. Yang Bing learned that a venomous snake had bitten him the previous night. After consuming herbal remedies, he had temporarily evaded death, but it was only a matter of time. Without a new solution, Cook would perish. Though not the village chief, Cook was a pillar of the mountain community. If he were to fall, no one would lead the hunts, and the absence of game would spell disaster for the village, in this backward hamlet. Many had perished due to hunting misadventures, including Yang Bing's own parents. Cook had long been a cunning hunter, repeatedly escaping death, yet this time, he had met his match. "There is not a lack of solutions," remarked an elderly woman leaning on a cane, parting the crowd. Her words illuminated hope in the villagers' despairing eyes. "I have heard from the previous generation that within the Devil's Palace, the treasures guarded by those demons are not gold or jewels, but rather the water of life. Drinking from the water of life can cure any ailment or injury instantaneously." Upon hearing the prospect of entering the Devil's Palace, fear etched itself on the faces of the villagers. The image of the palace had long since instilled dread in their hearts. Yet Yang Bing remained composed, for he was an outsider. The second solution is to venture to the giant's palace. It is said that within the giant's garden, there stands an apple tree bearing a golden apple, said to grant resurrection. However, a lion guards the tree, one that even giants dare not approach. Golden apples and the water of life? The old woman's words elicited gasps from the others. Both the Devil's Palace and the Giant's Garden were treacherous realms, and those who dared enter would face perilous odds. Nonetheless, Yang Bing found himself deep in thought. It seems that securing these two magical artifacts would provide an added layer of assurance. But where, ultimately, are the prince and princess? We must select a brave soul to journey to either the Devil's Palace or the Giant's Garden. The old woman's proclamation stirred a commotion among the villagers. The youthful men shrank back in fear, while Yang Bing remained lost in contemplation, oblivious to the old woman's malevolent gaze fixed upon him. Hans, you shall be that warrior. Before Yang Bing could comprehend the situation, he was lifted by the crowd, who cheered, "Warrior Hans." Thus, Yang Bing was deemed a hero in the eyes of the villagers. After a ritualistic display of prayers, he set forth on his quest towards the Devil's Palace. Given its proximity to the mountain village, the villagers believed the palace to be the preferable choice. As Yang Bing approached the palace, it was his first opportunity to observe it up close. The ominous edifice exuded an aura of death, with eerie cries and wails echoing from within. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to abandon the Devil's Palace in favor of the Giant's Garden atop another peak. This decision was well-founded. While demons remained unseen adversaries, giants were tangible foes, making them comparatively easier to confront. Securing the golden apple would be his priority, while Cook's fate was of no concern to Yang Bing. After a day of arduous travel, Yang Bing finally reached the realm of the giants before sunset. Along the way, he encountered various venomous snakes and fierce beasts. However, as he approached the giants' territory, these menacing creatures dwindled in number, and the ground beneath his feet bore no trace of any animal life. It seems that the giants are indeed exceedingly ferocious, he mused. Climbing to the top of a large tree, he surveyed the giant's palace. The stone-built houses, though rudimentary, were remarkably sturdy, and the garden of golden apples lay adjacent to the giant's palace. Approximately 500 meters distant, a colossal apple tree towered there. As foretold in legends, with a lion dozing beneath it. Exhausted from his day's journey, Yang Bing spent the night in the tree. The following morning, he awoke to see a woman emerge from the palace, a strikingly beautiful female giant, who appeared nothing like the hideous creature described by Cook. Adorned in opulent garments, she strolled gracefully in the open space before the palace, exuding the poise of a true noblewoman. Could it be that this female giant was a princess? As Yang Bing observed, another figure entered his line of sight, a young man clad in splendid attire, riding a black horse, who approached the giant's palace with no hint of trepidation towards the female giant. Dismounting his horse, the young man walked directly toward her, and she showed no signs of malice upon his arrival. They engaged in conversation, during which the female giant occasionally displayed a sweet smile. Is this how a prince and a princess meet? Yang Bing couldn't help but chuckle. The prince barely reached the giantess's knees. How could such a pair possibly coexist? Hidden in the tree, he was too far to overhear their dialogue, but reassured by the apparent friendliness of the giants, he descended the tree and concealed himself nearby to eavesdrop. Your Highness, you must leave at once. My betrothed will return soon, and he harbors a deep hatred for humans. He would slay any he encounters. The female giant's words made Yang Bing realize that the legends were not entirely unfounded. While the female giant was amiable, the male giant was indeed quite brutal. If the young man was the prince, then eliminating him would fulfill his mission. Drawing his bow and aiming for the prince's heart, Yang Bing prepared to release the arrow. But just then, a tremendous rumbling erupted from the ground as a massive figure burst forth from the woods, an ugly giant. Wielding a colossal axe, charged toward the prince, a black bear and a tiger slung over his shoulder. After dropping the two carcasses to the ground, he seethed with rage and malice. Damn humans, daring to intrude upon my territory. It has been long since I feasted on human flesh. I shall make you my lunch. Terrified, Yang Bing quickly stowed his bow and arrow, crouching motionless in the underbrush. Thankfully, his hiding place was secure. Otherwise, he would have surely met a grim fate at the hands of this giant. Chapter 14. The fearless prince 3-inch. Perhaps you might try making me your lunch, the prince retorted, unflinching in the face of the enraged giant, a hint of disdain gracing his features. Others may fear you giants, but I do not. Arrogant wretch, the male giant roared, raising his axe to strike. With a thunderous crash, the ground was cleaved open, dust swirling violently. The prince was momentarily obscured by the cloud of debris. Should the axe connect, he would surely be reduced to pulp. The giant laughed uproariously, but as the dust settled, he found no trace of blood or mangled flesh, only a gaping pit remained. Hey, big guy, I'm right here. At some point, the prince had leapt onto a nearby pillar, and the giant, seething with fury, swung his axe again. but the prince nimbly soared to the roof of the giant's dwelling. No wonder he's so audacious. It seems he possesses a fair amount of skill. Yang Bing thought to himself, hoping that the giant would succeed in striking the prince down. However, he was acutely aware that such a scenario was nearly impossible. His previous mission had taught him that he alone must slay the protagonist, as relying on others was not a viable strategy. Enough! The female giant interjected, halting the male giant's assault. Do you wish to reduce our courtyard to ruins? Reluctantly, the male giant lowered his axe, snorting in defiance. I, as the master here, declare that humans are unwelcome. You should leave at once. Alas, so ends my adventure at the giant's palace. The prince lamented, leaping down from the roof, his expression one of disappointment. I had heard tales of the giant's danger, which is why I came here, yet I am sorely let down. Wait, as the prince mounted his black horse and prepared to depart, the male giant followed him out, this time unarmed. Human boy, do you revel in danger? Of course. Ever since I was a child, I have feared nothing. The more perilous the place, the more I crave it. My journey around the world is in pursuit of thrills. Since my adventure at the giant's palace has come to an end, I shall seek my next destination. I know of a place that will certainly satisfy your thirst for adventure. The giant's gaze drifted toward the golden apple garden nearby. Do you see that garden? There lies a golden apple atop a tree, fiercely guarded day and night by a ferocious lion. If you can procure that golden apple for me, I shall grant you an ancient map marked with many mysterious and perilous locations. That sounds promising. Then our deal is struck. You shall await me at home with the ancient map. The prince promptly headed toward the garden, while the giant watched him depart with a sly smile. What a cunning giant! He is not as simple-minded as he appears. Nevertheless, his words have provided me with a valuable insight. Once the two had left, Yang Bing emerged from his hiding place, stretching his aching limbs before following in the prince's footsteps. Upon arriving at the golden apple garden, the prince paused to observe the lion, which was still asleep. He stealthily approached the apple tree. Yang Bing, upon seeing the lion, gasped in astonishment. He finally understood why even the mightiest of giants dared not approach it. The lion was easily twice the size of an ordinary lion, a veritable moving fortress. Quickly, Yang Bing climbed a sturdy tree for safety, knowing that if the lion awoke, he would have a safeguard. He was certain the prince would succeed in obtaining the golden apple, for he possessed the aura of a protagonist. Once in a relatively advantageous position, Yang Bing readied his bow once more. Prepared to shoot the prince at the opportune moment, the prince, now at the base of the tree, found the lion still unperturbed. With the agility of a monkey, he swiftly ascended the tree. The golden apple was within his sight, and curiously, it was attached to a thick iron ring. The prince grasped the golden apple through the ring, but suddenly lost his balance, falling directly onto the lion beneath him. The slumbering creature finally stirred awake. Is there a show to behold? Yang Bing stowed his bow, waiting for the lion to pounce upon the prince so he could swoop in and reap the benefits. Yet the ensuing scene left Yang Bing dumbfounded. The lion behaved as if it were a docile lamb, nuzzling the prince and licking his palm, as if he were its master. The prince affectionately patted the lion's head and, clutching the golden apple, made his way back to the giant's palace, the lion following closely behind. What on earth is happening? Yang Bing exclaimed, striking the tree trunk in frustration. Could it be that the one who grasped the golden apple became the lion's master? With such a fierce guardian at his side, killing the prince would prove even more difficult. Once he descended the tree, Yang Bing concealed himself in his previous hiding spot. The prince presented the golden apple to the male giant, who was both astonished and delighted upon seeing it. Grasping the apple, he retreated into the palace, presumably to fulfill his agreement and grant the prince the map. Moments later, the giant emerged empty-handed, his expression far from joyful. Your Highness, my fiancé has declared that the golden apple must be accompanied by the magical ring. Please hand it over. The magical ring? Yang Bing glanced at the unassuming iron ring on the prince's arm. It seemed that the holder of this ring was the lion's master, explaining the giant's desire to possess it. No, giant, our agreement concerns the golden apple, and this magical ring is not included. Please provide me with the map. The prince, no fool himself, resolutely rejected the giant's unreasonable demand. Very well, then you shall accept my challenge. This time I shall give it my all." The giant, finding diplomacy futile, brandished a spiked club and charged at the prince. Unlike before, the prince did not evade. Instead, he seized a stone pillar from the courtyard as a weapon and clashed with the giant. After several exchanges, he held his ground remarkably well. Magic is indeed a formidable tool. Why did the villagers' tales not mention this? Yang Bing lamented, regretting his earlier indecision. He had arrived a day prior to the prince. Had he acted without hesitation to seize the golden apple, he would have gained immense power and the loyalty of the lion. Chapter 15. The fearless prince. For after an extended struggle between the giant and the prince, the giant gradually found himself at a disadvantage. He halted, panting heavily, and declared, "Enough, you have won. The golden apple is yours. You may depart." Upon receiving the apple, the prince shot the giant a piercing glare before making his exit. A sly grin crept across the giant's face, sending a shiver down Yang Bing's spine. This giant was not only immensely powerful but also cunning. He would certainly not yield so easily. Having battled the giant, the prince was drenched in sweat and sought refuge in a nearby pool to wash himself. While the lion stood vigil beside him, the giant, stealthily trailing behind, held not a weapon but a porcelain vial. He approached the upstream of the pool, uncorked the vial, and poured its contents into the water. Moments later, a cry of alarm erupted from the prince. His eyes dulled, and he staggered out of the pool. The giant swaggered over, intent on seizing the opportunity, but the lion roared and lunged at him. The giant, upon seeing the lion, fled in terror, akin to a mouse escaping a cat. Observing the disoriented prince, Yang Bing's heart raced with excitement. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He swiftly nocked an arrow and released it in one fluid motion. Aiming for the prince's heart, to his dismay, the arrow veered off course. Yang Bing sighed. It seemed his archery skills were still not honed to perfection. Just as he prepared to shoot again, the lion returned, forcing Yang Bing to remain hidden and continue observing. The lion gently used its paw to present the golden apple to the prince, who, understanding the lion's intent, took a bite. Having consumed the apple, the prince's vision was restored. Yang Bing glanced towards the direction the giant had fled. It had been quite some time since the giant's departure. Had he truly been so frightened by the lion? Indeed, he was a formidable foe who proved to be more bluster than substance. With his sight restored and the lion as his guardian, Yang Bing realized that shooting arrows from the shadows would no longer suffice. An idea sparked in his mind. "Ah, what a fearsome magical palace!" Yang Bing exclaimed as he stepped from his hiding place, feigning an expression of terror while casting wary glances behind him, as if pursued by some dreadful entity. As he approached the prince, the lion emitted a low growl, seemingly warning Yang Bing. A lion? Yang Bing's face betrayed little fear. Instead, he wore a smirk of disdain. "Even a lion of your size pales in comparison to the demons that dwell within the magical palace. Pray tell, what is this magical palace you speak of?" The prince's reaction was precisely as Yang Bing had anticipated. For an adventurous soul like him, the allure of the magical palace was undeniable. Indeed, it lies on the other side of the mountain, a palace of demons where terrifying creatures reside. To this day, no one has emerged alive from its depths. "My good fellow, would you kindly escort me to the magical palace?" The prince, unsuspecting, took Yang Bing's words at face value, prompting a triumphant smile to flit across Yang Bing's lips. Yang Bing mounted the prince's black steed, while the prince rode upon the lion. They swiftly made their way to the magical palace before nightfall. Upon witnessing the palace's eerie magnificence, the prince beamed with satisfaction. "You have not deceived me. This magical palace is indeed a place worth the risk. I find it utterly delightful." "This prince is truly a peculiar sort," Yang Bing mused. Bemused by the prince's delight in such a bizarre locale, he gestured towards the ominous entrance nearby, saying, "Allow me to accompany you to the threshold. I dare not venture inside." Initially, Yang Bing had hesitated to approach the palace, for its atmosphere was utterly unsettling. However, with the formidable prince at his side, he deemed it prudent to investigate the palace's mysteries, as it might prove beneficial for his mission. This was Yang Bing's first close encounter with the magical palace, and as he drew nearer, his trepidation grew. The wailing emanating from within compelled him to cover his ears. The palace's entrance loomed like the mouth of hell itself, not merely resembling hell, but being hell itself. Meanwhile, the prince only grew more exhilarated, prompting Yang Bing to curse the prince's peculiar enthusiasm. At that moment, the palace echoed with the sounds of raucous revelry. As if a celebration were underway, he understood that the demons had emerged, tormenting the prince, their cacophony rising and falling like relentless waves. That prince is indeed a stalwart. Yang Bing could not help but admire the prince's courage and resolve. Unlike the pampered aristocrats he had encountered in the realm of Snow White, this prince was a paragon of bravery. Early the next morning, Yang Bing was still ensconced in slumber when he was roused from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find Prince and the Black Princess standing before him. The moment Yang Bing laid eyes on the prince, he shot upright as if jolted by a sudden illness. The prince stood there, vibrant and full of life, his vitality far surpassing that of Yang Bing. Behind the prince, the Black Princess's fingers had turned white, creating a stark contrast against her black wrists, while the sinister atmosphere of the magic palace seemed to have lessened considerably. Laziness incarnate. Why are you still in bed? Were you tormented by demons last night as well? The prince inquired with a hearty smile. The princess and I have conferred, and since I consumed the golden apple, my constitution is far more robust than that of an ordinary person. We have managed to save a bit of the life potion, and in a couple of days, we shall present the surplus of the life spring water to you. That is truly splendid. Although Yang Bing was indifferent to Cook's fate, he was nonetheless moved by the prince's kindness. This prince, brave, resilient, benevolent, and handsome, embodied all the beautiful facets of humanity. I have faith that you will succeed in breaking the curse. Alas, the prince sighed. Those demons are truly dreadful. You cannot fathom the cruel methods they employed, kicking me around like a ball, suspending me and letting me fall from great heights. I nearly could not endure it and was on the verge of fighting back. My dear, on the second night, those demons will escalate their torment, the Black Princess remarked, having shifted her tone of endearment towards the prince as she linked her arm with his. This scene left Yang Bing feeling quite dizzy. It had only been a single night, and their relationship had advanced so rapidly, resembling the clandestine liaisons found in reality where individuals seek fleeting encounters. Is it possible for me to enter the magic palace and take a look around? The prince, undeterred by the tortures inflicted by the midnight demons, radiated an air of courage, and the now less foreboding atmosphere of the palace greatly bolstered Yang Bing's resolve. The magic palace no longer seemed intimidating. Especially in daylight, gaining further knowledge within its walls could only be advantageous. Of course, the magic palace has always been accessible to outsiders. Accompanied by the two, Yang Bing stepped into the palace and quickly discovered that it was not as fearsome as the legends had suggested. It was as opulent as the palaces of the previous world, albeit lacking in vitality. The walls were adorned with lifelike human-shaped reliefs, seemingly poised to burst forth from the surfaces. Noticing the confusion in Yang Bing's eyes, the princess explained, these figures were once the guards and maidens of this place, cursed to become stone statues. Should the curse be lifted, they will revert to their original forms. Their anguish from the loss of freedom causes them to emit occasional wails, which many mistake for the roars of demons. In truth, the demons do not emerge during the day. Indeed, fear is born of ignorance and mystery. With the Black Princess's elucidation, the last vestiges of Yang Bing's trepidation dissipated. Princess, may I wander about? Certainly, but you must not take any items from the palace. Until the curse is broken, everything here is imbued with misfortune. Faced with the Black Princess's misunderstanding, Yang Bing felt somewhat bemused. It seemed she feared he might pilfer gold and jewels. However, Yang Bing had no interest in such treasures. He sought to gather more information to enhance his chances of completing the task or to discover useful magical artifacts, akin to the prince's magical ring. Yet, after meandering through the palace a few times, he found nothing particularly remarkable aside from the abundant gold and jewels. Just as Yang Bing was about to leave for the main hall, he noticed a shadowy wall at the bottom of the staircase that piqued his curiosity. This sparked immense intrigue within Yang Bing, prompting him to approach the peculiar spot for a closer inspection. He gently tapped it with his palm, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air, revealing an image of a demonic visage. Below the demonic face, several tiny characters seemed to be inscribed, which Yang Bing bent down to read aloud, "Gateway to the Demons." A gasp escaped Yang Bing's lips. He had not anticipated that such a small image would signify the portal to the demons. You can indeed decipher the demon's script? A raspy, sinister voice echoed in Yang Bing's ears, sending an uncomfortable shiver down his spine. He glanced around. Who speaks to me? Do not search further. I am right before your eyes. The speaker turned out to be the demonic visage itself. Instinctively, Yang Bing took a step back, a flicker of fear coursing through him. Hadn't the Black Princess said that demons did not appear during the day? Ha! How laughable as a demon yourself. Do you fear your own kind? Own kind? Who do you think you are? Do not be deceived by your human guise. You are still a demon, even a superior one at that, and you do not belong to this world. The demon's insight into his origins sent waves of terror through Yang Bing. There is no need to panic. We should collaborate, for our goals align. As a demon of great power, why do you not simply slay the Black Princess and the Prince? What purpose does this roundabout scheme serve? Though we demons possess formidable strength, we must adhere to certain rules, which prevent us from directly killing them. However, you can accomplish this task. After the demon spoke, a porcelain vial materialized in Yang Bing's hand. He felt a chill emanating from the vial as he grasped it. What is this? It is the water of death. Your task is to substitute this for the genuine life water, which rests upon the table directly before the palace. Should you succeed, the prince will perish, the curse will remain unbroken, and you will achieve renown. Wait. The prince has a massive lion. That beast has an acute sense of danger. I fear I cannot execute the switch just yet. Although you, as a superior demon, cannot command those lesser imps. They will not harm you. The magic palace poses no threat to you. You must act as you see fit. Hey, Hans the Hunter, what are you doing over there? The prince's voice called from behind. Yang Bing quickly concealed the water of death, forcing a smile. This palace is indeed mysterious. I find it quite enchanting. If the curse is lifted, I would love to take all its treasures with me. Following the prince back into the grand hall, Yang Bing was greeted by a lavish spread of food laid out on the dining table. Upon noticing Yang Bing, the lion, which was devouring meat, emitted a low, rumbling growl, clearly filled with animosity. What a shrewd beast, able to detect the aura of the water of death so swiftly. A glance towards the table at the front of the palace confirmed that two porcelain vials, identical to the one in his hand, were indeed present. Given the crowd's watchful eyes, it was evidently impossible to execute the switch at that moment. He would have to wait for the cover of night. My apologies, but I must return to the village. The townsfolk await my news. Is there something amiss with this Hunter Hans? The Black Princess voiced her concerns, gazing at Yang Bing's retreating figure. Darling, how did you come to know him? The prince recounted their acquaintance in detail, after which the Black Princess scoffed. His background is undoubtedly not so simple. It seems this is all part of his scheme. Yet, I wonder what his true intentions are. No, my princess, you are mistaken. His intentions are quite straightforward. He desires the life water. Now that he has gained a little, it is merely for the treasures of this palace. He seeks to become wealthy, and that is all there is to it. Yang Bing snatched a roasted turkey and a bottle of wine before hastily exiting the palace. Remaining there any longer would risk revealing his plan. For that lion was simply too fearsome. He sought refuge in another location to rest until the palace echoed with the demon's raucous cheers. Rising, Yang Bing felt the vial of water of death nestled in his possession as he made his way toward the palace engulfed in nightfall. Inside, the grotesque creatures caused goosebumps to rise on his skin as they inflicted various tortures upon the prince. At that moment, the prince appeared to be unconscious, utterly oblivious to his plight, while the creatures toyed with him as though he were a mere lifeless body. As the demonic visage had indicated, the creatures bore no hostility towards him. Upon seeing Yang Bing's arrival, they all parted to create a path. Yang Bing was acutely aware of his objective and quickened his pace to the altar where the life water was displayed. Swapping out one of the vials for the water of death he had brought, and no sooner had Yang Bing completed this act than a strange phenomenon ensued. The creatures erupted in a cacophony of cheers, and a chilling wind swept through, causing the monsters to dissolve into black gusts, leaving only the prince sprawled on the ground, his body stirring as if he might awaken. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed throughout the palace. Yang Bing swiftly made his escape, stepping outside to find the moon hanging overhead, the hour still early, with ample time until dawn. Why had the demons vacated so hastily today? Just as he pondered this, a pair of lantern-like green eyes emerged from the forest, and the lion slowly approached him, emitting a low growl. Yang Bing dared not linger. He fled with all his might, and the lion did not pursue him. He ran until he reached the mountain village, where the vigilant villagers greeted him, and panting heavily, Yang Bing produced the porcelain vial from his cloak. "Hello, child. We are immensely proud of you." Before long, Uncle Cook burst forth with vivacity, and the villagers hoisted Yang Bing into the air, throwing him about in joyous celebration. "Enough, enough, child. Tell us how you acquired this legendary elixir of life." Cook's words piqued the interest of the other villagers. For Yang Bing was the sole survivor from the demon palace, emerging unscathed with the coveted life water. Indeed, there are demons within, but they only appear at night. During the day, the demon palace resembles an ordinary house. By the time I realized this, many days had passed, and just yesterday, I finally summoned the courage to obtain the life water. "So, aside from the life water, are there treasures of gold and silver?" Cook's inquiry plunged the gathering into a profound silence, as everyone held their breath, eager to hear Yang Bing's response. Chapter 18. The Fearless Prince 7-inch. There are indeed many treasures within, piled high like mountains of gold and silver. Yang Bing's answer sent the crowd into a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with unprecedented fervor. However, those riches are cursed by the demons. If taken out of the palace, they will bring misfortune. The villagers chose to disregard Yang Bing's final remark, dispersing to their homes, leaving only Cook and Yang Bing behind. Cook lit his pipe and took a puff. "Child, you must understand, revealing the existence of treasures was unwise." "Uncle Cook, do you truly believe they would accept my claim that there are no treasures within? Just a small portion of those riches could transform our impoverished village, which hardly seems a crime." The following morning, as dawn broke, the villagers began to make their way towards the mountains, their destination being the once-dreaded demon palace. The allure of wealth and Yang Bing's unscathed return had incited their fervor. "My dear, it is unbelievable." The princess gazed at the palace, restored to its former glory, her face brimming with surprise. The guards and maidens had returned to their human forms, and her complexion was free of any dark blemish, regaining her original beauty. The curse was lifted in just 2 nights. To be precise, it was only 1.5 nights. Last night, the demons departed early, and I remain unaware of the reason. The prince's expression mirrored incredulity, the torment of the previous night not nearly as fierce as the first. "Your Highness, many people have gathered outside, surrounding our palace." A guard rushed in, his voice trembling. "They appear to be hunters. We should go out. It is likely Hans and his group." As the prince and princess stepped outside, the villagers assumed defensive stances, clearly hostile, their fear of the enormous lion preventing them from advancing. "Do you know Hans?" the prince inquired, scanning the crowd but failing to spot Yang Bing. The villagers exchanged glances, and the village chief stepped forward, declaring, "Of course we know Hans. He is now a warrior of our village. It is he who informed us of the countless gold and silver treasures here, prompting our arrival." Observing the avarice in the villagers' eyes, the princess scoffed, "The treasures belong to us. Why should we share with you? Return to your village and hunt in peace." The village chief sneered, "Many of our villagers have perished due to the demon palace over the years. As its rightful owners, we deserve an explanation." The princess was about to retort but was silenced by the prince's gentle intervention. He whispered, "The secret of the treasures has been uncovered. We will likely face endless troubles ahead. Even without these villagers, others will come. If they seek jewels, let us grant them some." The princess wore a bitter smile. "At this moment, I find myself longing for the demon's curse. At least it protected us from these commoners. The human heart is far more fearsome than any demon. The treasures are yours. Take as much as you can carry." Upon hearing the prince's words, the frenzied villagers rushed into the palace they once feared to enter. Box after box of treasures was carried out, glittering brilliantly in the sunlight, as the ecstatic villagers ransacked every corner of the palace. Just as the village chief was about to depart, his gaze fell upon the life water on the altar at the palace's front. He had witnessed Cook's miraculous transformation after consuming it, and he recognized this as the true treasure. After discreetly pocketing the last vial, the plundering was deemed concluded. Upon seeing the villagers return laden with riches, Yang Bing immediately comprehended the unfolding events. He never anticipated that they would so effortlessly reclaim such treasures. This bounty could elevate their impoverished valley into a thriving little kingdom. "Chief, you cannot do this." Cook approached to obstruct the frenzied villagers. "Listen. The treasures from the demon palace bear a curse that will bring us catastrophic misfortune." "Cook, I believe you are losing your senses. These jewels can afford us a life of luxury, freeing us from the need to confront wild beasts and venomous snakes, as you did before when you were bitten. Were it not for Hans and the life water, you would be dead by now." The chief's words left Cook speechless. Though doubt lingered in his eyes, Yang Bing regarded the treasures with suspicion. To his knowledge, the curse had not been lifted. How had these villagers managed to obtain the riches amidst such malevolent energy? "Hans, the prince and princess have asked me to inform you that they are preparing for their wedding tomorrow." "Today they are preparing for a wedding?" Yang Bing recalled that today marked the second night. There remained one more night to go. How could they be so swift in their arrangements? Anxiety surged within him. Upon hastening to the demon palace, he was met with a shocking sight. The cursed atmosphere had entirely dissipated, revealing a resplendent palace, bustling with servants and guards. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Bing tightened his grip on his bow. He had erred, and this mission was far more urgent than the last. "Ah, Hans, you have arrived. We would like to invite you to our wedding tomorrow." The prince and princess emerged from the palace, the lion trailing behind them, its eyes glinting with hostility. "Do you not enjoy adventure? Is your journey to end here?" As his gaze fell upon the princess, Yang Bing was momentarily taken aback. She had transformed completely to a brilliant white. His words elicited a flicker of displeasure on the princess's face, while the prince chuckled heartily. "After this adventure in the demon palace, I find myself weary and have decided to conclude my escapades. Once wed, I will take everyone here to my kingdom." "You intend to leave?" A surge of murderous intent welled up within Yang Bing, though he concealed it well. However, the loathsome lion sensed his hostility, stepping forward to roar at him, baring its sharp teeth. Chapter 19. The fearless Prince 8-inch. "Heh, old friend, you ought not to treat our guest this way." The prince patted the lion's back, guiding it aside. "When we depart, I have decided to gift you this palace. From now on, you shall be its master." "Is that so?" "Thank you, old friend," asked the soon-to-be master. "I wish to take another stroll through the palace." With the prince's consent, Yang Bing ventured deeper into the palace, the princess following, her expression tinged with skepticism. Yang Bing deftly navigated to the staircase where he had encountered the demon, its visage still intact. "Ah, dear friend, I imagine you have many questions." "Fear not, I shall not deceive you. The prince and princess are to be wed tomorrow. Was it not stated that the curse would only be lifted after 3 nights? Moreover, why is the prince in good health after consuming the life water? Are you toying with me? Demons do not deceive their kin. The life water was taken by your village chief, along with the cursed treasures. In truth, the curse remains unbroken. All of this was meticulously orchestrated by me. I assure you, their wedding cannot proceed. What is your ultimate plan?" Knowing would spoil the fun. By morning, all will be revealed. "Tell me, who exactly are you?" A sharp blade pressed against Yang Bing's back. The princess's voice devoid of emotion. "Who were you speaking with just now?" "A demon. Since you can converse with a demon, you must be its servant. What tasks has the demon assigned you?" Yang Bing's candid response astonished the princess, as she had expected him to deflect. "A servant of the demon? I am no such thing. I stand as an equal to the demon of this palace. It cannot command me. We merely cooperate." "I should have anticipated this. You wretched deceiver." The prince approached, his expression marred by disbelief. "My lion has harbored hostility towards you, for it sensed the demonic aura surrounding you. Moreover, the curse, which was supposed to take 3 nights to lift, vanished in just 2. I should have foreseen that all of this was your doing. I have spared you much suffering. You ought to be grateful to me, yet your current angry visage suggests otherwise." With a resounding slap, the prince sent Yang Bing hurtling backward. Empowered by the magic ring, he possessed immense strength. Tell me, what is it that you truly desire? Yang Bing crashed against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated the prince, who usually appeared benevolent, would strike with such ferocity. Rising from the ground, Yang Bing smirked coldly, "You will know by the end of tonight." "Wait, I just realized. The treasures. The curse has not yet been lifted. Those treasures are still cursed. We must reclaim them before midnight." The princess proved to be quite astute, her words illuminating Yang Bing's mind. Upon returning to the hall, they found all the bustling servants and guards had vanished. Retreating back into the walls, naturally, the princess had foreseen this. With the prince and the lion, they were sufficient. However, when the trio arrived at the village, they discovered they were too late. A chilling aura enveloped the village, emanating a bone-chilling cold even under the sun's rays. The magic palace was gone, replaced by a cursed village devoid of life, akin to the lifeless magic palace of Yerd. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed the princess's face. "It seems the curse has completely shifted here. We must leave at once." "Absolutely not. We must find a way to save the innocent villagers." The prince resolutely rejected the princess's suggestion. They should not endure such suffering. As the master of the magic palace, surely you know of a means? "Listen, my dear, the method remains the same as before. A brave warrior must bear the torment inflicted by the demons. However, I have run out of the life elixir, which means no one can rescue them." "Hans, you have finally arrived." A figure emerged from the cursed village, the dark-skinned Uncle Cook. Though his skin had darkened, Yang Bing could still recognize him. As he approached the village's entrance, an invisible force hurled him back. "Uncle Cook, what has transpired here?" "The treasures are cursed. Everyone has turned to stone. I survived by consuming the life elixir you brought, but I have become completely blackened, unable to escape this damned place. Do you wish to lift the curse here?" A colossal demonic visage appeared above the village, the demon grinning wickedly as its gaze fell upon the princess, causing her to cower behind the prince. "Do you seek to save the innocent villagers?" The demon's attention shifted to Yang Bing. He felt no concern for the villagers. His focus lay solely on completing his task. With the prince and princess by his side, he found himself unable to slay anyone. "All that is required is for you, the master of the magic ring, to endure this final torment." "Ha ha ha." The demon's head vanished amidst its laughter. A determined glint shone in the prince's eyes, as if he had made a decision. Upon seeing his expression, the princess's countenance paled, and she hastily shook her head. "No, you cannot. I have no life elixir left. You will die." "I am sorry, princess, but I cannot bear to see these villagers suffer so. After enduring so much pain for years, you should support me. They are merely commoners. How can they be compared to us, the noble royalty? Do not be foolish. We must leave this place, return to your kingdom, marry, and forget all of this." "Forget this?" The prince gazed at his betrothed. The fiery love once evident in his eyes now extinguished. "I am sorry, princess, but I cannot do that." The prince's noble resolve filled Yang Bing with admiration. He finally understood that the prince's fearlessness was not innate but stemmed from a sense of justice and selflessness. "Here, take this, forget about me." The prince removed the ring from his finger and handed it to the princess, who without hesitation turned and walked away. Mission accomplished, resurrection count. 1.do You wish to return to the dark space. My friend. Farewell. I believe you can achieve it, for your spirit energy far surpasses that of the life elixir. Chapter 20. The Mermaid. This task was completed with such ease. Upon returning to the space, Yang Bing felt no joy, only a profound sense of sorrow and emptiness. The demon had not deceived him. It had smoothly aided him in achieving his goal. Rather than fearing the demon, he found human nature to be more terrifying. If the villagers had not been so avaricious, how could they have been cursed? Furthermore, the princess was certainly not virtuous. Her curse likely stemmed from some malevolent cause. In the end, her selfishness led her to abandon her fiancé, showcasing her as a thankless wretch. Yet, in the real world, such individuals were countless. The second task profoundly impacted Yang Bing. The prince's allure deeply moved him. In truth, he yearned to return there, but after careful consideration, he felt that the moment was not right. After summarizing the experiences from this task, He swiftly immersed himself in the next one. "Hey Hans, you scoundrel, be quick about it. We are going to see to fish tomorrow. And if the nets are not ready today, I will flay you alive." "All right," Yang Bing replied, hastily starting his work. This time, he was a fisherman's child, learning the skills of fishing and swimming. It must be said that being a fisherman was far more arduous and perilous compared to his previous roles as a gardener and hunter. Faced with the capricious sea, these fishermen appeared helpless, relying solely on experience and luck for survival. In truth, the sea was not the most dangerous aspect. The second greatest threat for fishermen came from the elusive pirates, who committed every conceivable atrocity. "Hey, what is wrong with you fishermen? Why hasn't this month's catch been delivered? The Lord is growing impatient." A corpulent, extravagantly dressed man approached, flanked by a squad of fully armed soldiers. A commotion erupted. Children hurriedly retreated indoors, while the sun-dried nets were kicked over and the dried fish were seized. The rotund man quickly spotted Yang Bing, a smile spreading across his face as he walked over and pinched Yang Bing's cheek. "Aren't you afraid of me, little brother?" "Oh, I'm so scared." Yang Bing feigned terror, trembling. "I was so frightened just now that my legs went weak and I couldn't escape in time. Look, I've even wet my pants." Yang Bing's words prompted uproarious laughter from the soldiers behind him. While the man's face shifted through shades of green and white, he realized Yang Bing was mocking him, and he tightened his grip. "You little brat, dare to offend me? Your family will pay dearly, my lord. The pirates have been rampant lately. Many fishermen have been killed or captured. We genuinely cannot provide that much fish right now." The man waved his hand dismissively, sneering, "We don't care about that. We want the fish. If you cannot deliver fresh fish to the Lord's estate within 7 days, everyone will be thrown into prison." Once the man departed, the villagers felt safe enough to resume their labor, their faces etched with sorrow. Yang Bing touched the red mark on his face from being pinched, a barely perceptible sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. The Lord's men frequently harassed them, and the fishermen lived in dire conditions, if one were to compare. The hunters from the previous world lived in paradise compared to these fishermen. Early the next morning, the fishermen set out to sea, and Yang Bing joined them. The weather was pleasant, and the sea was calm, resulting in a bountiful catch. Just as they were returning with joy, a grand ship approached, a luxurious vessel escorted by a fleet of smaller boats, heading straight towards Yang Bing. "Everyone, quickly move your boats away," the leading fisherman shouted. All the fishermen hurriedly complied, shifting their boats aside, but they did not move far, merely altering the ship's course. The fishermen knelt on the deck, awaiting the passage of the opulent fleet. Yang Bing, however, chose not to kneel. Instead, he hid in the cabin, observing this floating palace. He had heard of the royal fleet, as the nobles often delighted in taking jaunts upon the sea. On the deck of the lavish ship stood a handsome and formidable young man, roughly Yang Bing's age, yet their fates were starkly different. "Your Highness, the wind is strong outside. We should go inside." A maid approached him, draping a garment over his shoulders, but the prince shook his head in refusal. "Your Highness?" Despite the howling wind, the maid's words were clear to Yang Bing. "Cursed be this pampered prince. You've come right to my doorstep." Yang Bing retrieved his bow and arrows from beneath the raincoat in the ship's cabin. At that moment, the prince stood on the deck without any protective measures, perhaps believing that such precautions were unnecessary at sea. The prince drew nearer, just as he entered Yang Bing's effective shooting range. An arrow soared forth like a shooting star towards him. Whether this prince was indeed the target of his mission mattered little. The principle was clear. It was better to kill the wrong target than to let the right one escape. With a resounding thud, the arrow grazed the prince's cheek and embedded itself in the mast behind him, slightly deflected by the strong sea winds. An assassin. Instantly, the soldiers on deck were thrown into disarray, and the prince, shaken but unharmed, was ushered into the ship's cabin, while the guard ships surged towards the fishing boat in pursuit of the assailant. Regarding the failure of his assassination attempt, Yang Bing felt little remorse. After all, he had barely entered this world for 7 days, and completing the mission was no simple task. The trouble at hand merely alarmed the prince, and it was likely that the fishermen would be implicated as well. Though Yang Bing was indifferent to their fates, before the guard ships could approach the fishing boat, the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted, as countless small wooden boats surrounded a massive gray sailing vessel. which prominently displayed a black flag emblazoned with a skull. Pirates, they are pirates. This was Yang Bing's first glimpse of the true face of piracy. The gaunt figures of the pirates shouted, their oars moving frantically as they propelled their boats towards him like arrows. Quick, we must protect the prince. The fishermen steered their boats towards the pirates, their faces devoid of fear, a stark contrast to the dread they had shown when confronted by the tax collector. Fools! Yang Bing scoffed. Recognizing that these foolish fishermen were offering themselves up to die in their futile attempt to confront the pirates. There is often a reason for the misfortunes of the wretched, and Yang Bing had no intention of coming to their aid. As the fishermen charged towards the pirates, their numbers provided some distraction, but they stood no chance against the ruthless marauders. Before long, the fishermen were completely slaughtered. Yet not all the fishermen had chosen to be cannon fodder. Some, driven by fear, fled in their boats or jumped into the water. The fishermen's resistance afforded a brief respite for the guards, who began to counterattack amidst the chaotic volley of arrows, muskets, and cannon fire, inflicting casualties on the leading pirates. This was not the first encounter with pirates. Typically, they would strike swiftly and retreat if they could not gain an advantage. However, this time, they had miscalculated. The number of pirates seemed to increase as if they had come out in droves. No matter how many were killed, the guards could not hold their ground. With a tremendous cannonball crashing onto the deck, the prince's flagship was breached, and the ship began to tilt, gradually sinking beneath the waves. As the flagship fell silent, the pirates, having accomplished their raid, erupted in cheers and withdrew. While Yang Bing observed the remaining guards, their fury without an outlet, turned to slaughter the fishermen, not daring to linger. Yang Bing quickly boarded a small boat and departed. By the time he reached the shore, dusk had fallen, and he spotted two figures on the beach. Upon landing and recognizing their identities, an indescribable joy surged within him. It was the prince, unconscious, and beside him stood a girl, vigilant in her watch over him. A mermaid? Yang Bing exclaimed, gazing at the beautiful golden-haired princess with a fish tail, a hint of confusion on his face. No wonder the prince had been saved. It was this mermaid who had rescued him. Ha! It seems I have stumbled upon fortune without even searching. He drew a dagger from his waist and approached the comatose prince, intent on delivering a fatal blow to ensure his success. What do you intend to do? The mermaid interposed herself protectively in front of the prince, arms outstretched. Mermaid, are you feigning ignorance? Can you not see that I mean to kill him? I cannot allow you to do this. Oh, really? Observing the mermaid struggling to move her tail on land, Yang Bing smirked disdainfully. I hardly believe you possess the ability to stop me. Your Highness, we must locate the prince. A cacophony of voices approached. As the count and his entourage made their way toward the beach, Yang Bing cursed under his breath, casting a fierce glare at the mermaid before bolting in the opposite direction. The mermaid, casting one last longing glance at the rescued prince, dove into the sea. Hiding among the bushes, Yang Bing could only watch helplessly as the prince was taken away by the count. After their departure, the surviving fishermen gradually returned to the village, yet fewer than 1 in 10 had made it back. All had become mere fodder in the effort to protect the prince, and the entire village was engulfed in mourning. The next morning, a throng of people surged into the fishing village, led not by the count, but by the prince himself. His arrival incited cheers and excitement, transforming the previous sorrow into glory as the fishermen adorned their homes in celebration. What brings the prince to the village at this hour? Surely, he comes to express gratitude for the rescue. Yang Bing remained indoors, choosing not to greet the prince. Clad in military attire, he was flanked by well-equipped guards, leaving Yang Bing with no opportunity to act. Their intentions soon became clear as a royal edict was posted in a prominent place in the village. It has come to our attention that individuals within the fishing village have colluded with pirates. The prince has come personally to oversee this matter. Those who provide information will be handsomely rewarded with titles, while those who harbor knowledge without reporting it will face execution along with their families. Should the traitor not be apprehended within 7 days, the entire village shall be imprisoned. The announcement incited wails of despair among the villagers. Initially, they had believed the prince was coming to commend their valiant defense, only to discover his ingratitude. Without further ado, soldiers stormed into every home, ransacking for clues, leaving behind chaos and threats before departing. After this band of wolves was sent away, the village fell into a heavy silence. If the traitor was not revealed within 7 days, everyone would be imprisoned. Naturally, Yang Bing was not among those to be apprehended. They deserved their fate for rushing to save someone. He felt no concern for the villagers' future. His sole focus remained on completing his mission. With the prince residing in this coastal town, and according to the royal edict, he would likely remain for about 7 days, presenting an opportunity for Yang Bing to devise a plan. Late into the night, a faint sound stirred Yang Bing from his thoughts. Despite the howling sea winds, he discerned footsteps approaching the shore. Who would venture to the beach at this hour? He wondered, peering through the window to spy several shadowy figures sneaking about. Glancing around furtively, it was the village chief and his family, their faces pale with anxiety as they carried their belongings. Not far off, a large ship waited on the beach, and as Yang Bing approached, he was taken aback to see pirates aboard. Initially, he had assumed the royal edict was a mere pretext concocted by the prince for his own reputation, but it seemed there was indeed substance to it. The village chief's family were pirates. Once the chief boarded the ship, the pirates set sail. Yang Bing had no intention of exposing them, as it was of little concern to him. Just as he prepared to leave, a burst of flames erupted nearby, and Yang Bing was captured. Fisherman Hans has conspired with the village chief and his family to collude with pirates. We have caught them red-handed. In prison, Yang Bing listened as the count recited the charges, his face betraying no hint of emotion. If you can provide information on the pirates that aids the royal family in their eradication, perhaps leniency can be extended. My Lord Count, Yang Bing feigned desperation, I will tell you everything I know. I possess extensive knowledge about the pirates, and I swear it is the truth. His words momentarily stunned the count, who had reviewed Yang Bing's background and deemed him merely an ordinary fisherman. He had never truly believed Yang Bing was in league with pirates. However, he now found himself compelled to accommodate the prince's wishes. To his surprise, Yang Bing confessed without the application of torture. Bring me a pen to record this. The count's face broke into a smug smile. Envisioning the accolades he would receive for transmitting valuable information to the prince, thereby escaping this remote, desolate town, a place he had long grown weary of, fraught with threats from pirates. The pirate stronghold is located on a small island in the northern seas. Yang Bing fabricated a location. Knowing that the vast expanse of ocean would render their search futile, their existence does not rely on plundering. That is merely a facade. Pirates do not depend on robbery. The count, captivated by Yang Bing's elaborate fabrications, harbored no doubts. Then what is their true objective? The supplies and weaponry of the pirates are provided by the royal family of the neighboring kingdom. The pirate leader once remarked, our noble class is now consumed by hedonism, indulging in extravagance and greed, utterly devoid of ambition. In such a nation, how can we not take their place? Are the lords and princes not of the same ilk? Are the lords and princes not of the same ilk? Yang Bing's prior words sent a chill down the count's spine. He had no inclination to ponder the veracity of Yang Bing's statements. The final remark left the count astounded, and he now fully believed that Yang Bing was in league with the pirates. After all, this impoverished fisherman had never received an education. How could he possibly articulate such profound truths? Upon observing the expression on the count's face, Yang Bing realized he had ignited the flames of ambition within him. He proceeded to stoke those flames further. My Lord Count, with your remarkable talents and strategic acumen, how can you remain confined to this remote town? I believe you possess the bearing of an emperor. Enough! Yang Bing's words startled the count, causing him to hastily summon everyone else to leave. And in a hushed tone, he inquired, do you pirates truly possess the strength to overthrow this monarchy? Relying solely on pirates is certainly insufficient. However, at present, Yang Bing's face bore a hint of enigmatic amusement. The king's only son is here with you. If we were to deliver the prince to the pirates, we would possess leverage in negotiations with the king. Coupled with simultaneous assaults from neighboring nations, we can ensure the swift collapse of this decaying dynasty. Should you fail to make a wise choice, my lord, you shall become a mere casualty of this regime. You conspire to rebel. Guards, come forth. The prince appeared at the prison door just in time to overhear their conversation. This foolish prince, unaware of the danger, inadvertently raised the alarm. Seize this prince, do not allow him to escape. Any resistance shall be met with lethal force. The count issued a deathly command. Realizing he had been pushed to the brink, quickly. "Release me. Provide me with a bow and arrows. I shall pursue him." Yang Bing's demands were promptly granted, and upon emerging from the prison, he took up the bow and set off in pursuit of the fleeing prince. In his frantic flight, the prince, in a desperate bid for escape, rode towards the very fishing village where Yang Bing resided. Yang Bing mounted a swift steed, a sardonic smile on his lips. "When there is a path to heaven, you choose not to tread it, yet you hasten towards the gates of hell." As Yang Bing rode at full gallop, his legs gripping the horse's belly, he drew his bow and shot an arrow with seamless precision, striking the prince's black steed squarely in the hindquarters. The horse, pierced and in pain, reared violently, sending the prince tumbling to the ground. "I never anticipated your archery skills would be so formidable," the count, also mounted on a swift horse, followed closely behind, now completely convinced that Yang Bing was indeed a hidden master in the fishing village. After the prince fell, he scrambled to his feet and sprinted towards the sea, displaying an unexpected resilience typical of a pampered royal. Whoosh! Yang Bing loosed another arrow, this one striking the prince's arm. In truth, Yang Bing had aimed for his heart, but the jostling had caused him to miss. "Sir Hans, your aim should have targeted his feet instead." Nevertheless, the count remained in awe of Yang Bing's prowess. Archery while riding was no simple feat, and he presumed Yang Bing had intentionally missed to capture the prince alive. Despite being struck, the prince did not falter, continuing his dash towards the ocean. Yang Bing would not afford him an opportunity. He knocked a third arrow and released it, this time hitting the prince in the back, yet still failing to pierce his heart. Just as the prince was mere steps from the sea, he collapsed, unconscious. As Yang Bing dismounted to deliver the final blow, a wave surged forth from the ocean. A graceful figure emerged, a golden-haired mermaid, who swiftly scooped up the prince and, utilizing the receding tide, disappeared into the depths, moving with the speed of a galloping steed. Yang Bing and the count were left in stunned silence, unable to pursue. Heavens, could it be that the legends are true? The count was entranced by the mermaid's beauty, his eyes fixated on her retreating form, reluctant to look away. Yang Bing was well aware of the tales. Rumors of mermaids existed in the fishing village, yet few had ever witnessed such a sight. For someone like Yang Bing, who had seen much of the world, the appearance of a mermaid was hardly astonishing. For the count, however, it was a revelation. "Do you realize, Sir Hans, that a mermaid could fetch an exorbitant price? It is a veritable treasure trove." "My lord count," Yang Bing remarked with a cold smirk at the count's starry-eyed expression, "let us not forget that the prince has escaped. Should he return to the palace, we would find ourselves without refuge." Yang Bing's words sent a shiver down the count's spine. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "There is no need for excessive concern. The prince has gone missing after an attack by pirates, and I have not reported his presence here. If we seal off the coastline, any sighting of the prince will be met with lethal force. Moreover, given that he has been struck by 2 arrows, he is likely to succumb to blood loss." Yang Bing chose to remain silent. He understood that the prince would not perish. His greatest regret was that his plans had not come to fruition. And now he had to contemplate the implications of the mermaid. Could it be that the mermaid was, in fact, a princess? "My lord count, I leave this matter in your hands. I must hasten to the capital and eliminate the prince before he returns to the palace." The count, without hesitation, acquiesced to Yang Bing's reasoning and provided him with ample funds. Upon returning home, Yang Bing quickly prepared and departed the fishing village for the capital, aware that his deception would eventually unravel, and both the prince and the count would seek his demise. Days after arriving in the capital, Yang Bing spent his time surveying the area, learning that the prince had not yet returned to the palace. While the king was tirelessly searching for his only son, Yang Bing recognized that the prince would inevitably return, and now was the time to infiltrate the palace and gain the upper hand. By sheer coincidence, the palace was recruiting gardeners. Disguising himself and adopting a new name, he leveraged his exceptional horticultural skills to gain entry to the palace. After a period of acclimatization, he became intimately familiar with the ins and outs of the palace. Yet he had not uncovered any magical artifacts. 1 month into his stay, the king and queen, brimming with joy, requested a banquet in the royal garden. The entire palace was adorned with decorations, and the king's long-lost smile illuminated his face, leading Yang Bing to realize that the prince had finally returned. While working in the garden, 2 figures approached, accompanied by guards. When Yang Bing beheld them, his heart raced. The prince was among them, but it was the young maiden at his side who took him by surprise. She was none other than the golden-haired mermaid. The prince appeared to be in good spirits, fully recovered from the wounds he previously sustained. However, the mermaid's lower half was not a fish tail but rather 2 delicate feet. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and her eyes reflected immense pain, deepening with each step she took. This mermaid can transform into human form? Yang Bing was not overly astonished. He had seen similar depictions in films where a splash of water would revert mermaids to their aquatic forms. After entering the garden, the mermaid and the prince sat together, and the pain etched on her face eased somewhat. The prince spoke to her with a smile, and while she nodded in response, she remained silent. Is she mute? Yang Bing recalled their previous encounters. Although the mermaid had not spoken then, he was certain she was not truly mute, for the village sang praises of the mermaid's melodious voice. As the two exchanged affectionate glances, the king and queen approached, both brimming with delight. Yet, when the king's gaze fell upon the mermaid, a flicker of displeasure crossed his features. Though it was fleeting, yet Yang Bing caught it nonetheless. The king beckoned the queen to accompany the mermaid while he called the prince aside. My child, this woman, though beautiful, is of unknown lineage. Your father fears she may pose a threat to you. The father and son were conversing in hushed tones within 2 meters of Yang Bing, and he heard every word distinctly. Father, that is not the case. She saved my life. I was pursued by the count and struck by 2 arrows. Were it not for her healing, I would have perished. Chi would never wish me harm. So your name is Chi. How rather trite. Yang Bing glanced at the mermaid not far away, who now bore an anxious expression as her gaze fell upon him, suddenly filled with terror upon recognizing him amidst the flower beds. Good heavens, she has recognized me. Yang Bing touched his beard. His disguise had transformed him completely, yet this mermaid, having only encountered him twice, managed to identify him. He grasped the dagger concealed within his cloak. She is mute. Once you ascend to the throne, she shall be your queen. Our queen is mute, which will invite ridicule from other sovereigns. Your father shall never permit you to marry a mute. The king's words relieved Yang Bing. The fact that the mermaid was mute meant that even if she recognized him, she could not expose him to it. Seemed neither the prince nor the king were aware of the mermaid's true identity. If Yang Bing were to reveal her, would the king truly allow his son to fall in love with a fish? Yang Bing approached the mermaid with a cup of water in hand. As he drew near, the terror in the mermaid's eyes intensified. He stood before the queen and declared, "The prince has returned safely, and the entire nation rejoices. The prince is favored by destiny and shall undoubtedly become a great monarch." Flattering the queen in such a manner brought a radiant smile to her face. Seizing the moment, Yang Bing splashed the water onto the mermaid's legs, droplets cascading to the ground. Yet her legs remained unchanged. This unexpected turn of events left Yang Bing feeling deceived. It seemed the scenarios depicted in films were far from reliable. He hurriedly apologized to the mermaid, fingers brushing the dagger hidden in his garments. With no guards around her, eliminating her would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Very well, my father is willing to compromise. She may only be a consort, never a queen. Is this mermaid not a princess? The king's words caught Yang Bing off guard, sparing the mermaid from peril. The king's last statement was delivered loudly, perhaps intentionally, and the mermaid understood it all too well. The fear in her eyes swiftly transformed into sorrow, and one could not help but notice the beauty of her gaze, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Oh no, father, my mind is in disarray. I require some peace. The prince, touching his head, exited the imperial garden, leaving what was meant to be a joyous feast in disarray. The king approached the dining table, lifting a goblet of wine to his lips, saying, I am extremely grateful for your role in saving my son. However, I can see that you hold great affection for her, and she for you. Yet, he was born into royalty, and many decisions are beyond his control. Do you comprehend? Hold on, I am not finished speaking. The mermaid nodded, and was about to depart when the king called her back. You wish to leave his side. I can offer you a substantial sum as compensation. The king's words sent a shiver down Yang Bing's spine. He realized the king had never intended for her to remain, and his earlier words to the prince were mere platitudes. Tears streamed down the mermaid's face, revealing her profound despair. Witnessing her plight stirred unexpected sympathy within Yang Bing. The mermaid was indeed pitiable. There is no need for tears. For us nobles, tears hold no value. My son is already betrothed to a princess from a neighboring kingdom, and the bride will arrive in the capital tomorrow. Should you choose to remain and attend the wedding, you are welcome. The mermaid shook her head, gesturing her unwillingness to stay. A hint of satisfaction graced the king's face. It is evident that you are a reasonable child. You shall find a suitable husband in the future. The king waved his hand toward Yang Bing, and after he approached, he made a gesture across his throat. You will escort this girl away from the palace and find a secluded place to deal with her. Remember to be thorough. Leave no trace. Chapter 24. The mermaid 5-inch. Very well. Your Majesty, I shall not fail in my mission. Yang Bing led the mermaid to the carriage that had been prepared. Departing from the palace, as they exited, a prison cart came into view. Spotting it, Yang Bing quickly ducked into the carriage, where he found none other than the Earl. The prince's return had transformed him into a captive, his face ashen, eyes closed, while onlookers murmured and pointed, unsure of what to say. Once the prison cart passed, Yang Bing cautiously emerged to continue his journey. The mermaid sat silently in the carriage, her expression vacant, resembling a marionette, with the royal pass granted to him. Yang Bing smoothly left the capital and ventured into a remote area. You may act now, a voice emanated from within the carriage. You can speak? Yang Bing halted the carriage, disbelief washing over him. That is of little consequence. What matters is that I overheard the king's conversation with you. You may act now, kill me and claim credit with the king. Just as Yang Bing was at a loss for what to do, a cavalry approached from afar, led by none other than the prince. He rushed to Yang Bing's carriage, lifting the curtain and embracing the mermaid. I will not allow you to leave my side. Even if I renounce my title as prince, I shall not abandon you. The mermaid returned the embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face, a radiant smile illuminating her features. After a moment, the mermaid gestured towards Yang Bing, making several signs. Yang Bing had no time to ponder why the mermaid had reverted to silence. Her motions were revealing him to the prince. Fearing for his safety, he swiftly darted into the nearby woods, vanishing from sight. Once he realized no one was in pursuit, he paused to catch his breath, lamenting his own overwhelming sympathy. His initial intention had been to return her to her village and release her into the sea. But he found himself in a precarious situation. Surely, the prince would issue a warrant for his capture. The vast world seemed devoid of safe havens for him. After a moment's reflection, Yang Bing suddenly remembered that he was not entirely without refuge. At least the pirates would likely take him in. Upon returning to the fishing village, he discovered it lay in complete ruin, its inhabitants nowhere to be found. Although the village had never been bustling, it had once thrived with life. Having lived in this world for some time, a wave of guilt washed over Yang Bing. Had he not arrived, perhaps they would still lead normal lives. During his previous mission, he had been indifferent when villagers were consumed by demons, believing that the people and events were merely ink on paper. Yet now, he felt his convictions wavering. Shaking his head, he dismissed those thoughts. He could not forget his mission. Just then, a fleet of ships appeared on the horizon, approaching the shore under the cover of night. Yang Bing clearly recognized the vessels as pirate ships. What could be their purpose in this location? Driven by curiosity, he concealed himself in the nearby underbrush. Once the pirate ship docked, the village chief was the first to disembark. He surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, "Tonight, the princess from the neighboring kingdom will pass through here. Let us establish a stronghold. And when her ship arrives, we shall strike." The pirates' vanguard consisted of about 30 individuals, all appearing to be elite fighters, with the chief wielding a sharp blade and exuding an air of menace. To his surprise, the seemingly fragile village chief was a formidable warrior. The pirates worked swiftly, preparing everything in no time, seeking refuge in a secluded cottage while leaving a few sentries to keep watch. Yang Bing admired their efficiency but could not help but doubt. If the princess truly arrived, they would surely be on high alert. Could such a small band of pirates overpower the guards? He stealthily returned home, indulging in a comfortable sleep, until a loud explosion jolted him awake in the dead of night. Rising from bed, he peered through the window to see flames soaring into the sky. A magnificent, luxurious sailing ship was ablaze, and pirates clashed violently with the guards. The battle raged fiercely, blood spilling across the deck and flowing into the sea, staining the waters red, as cannon fire relentlessly bombarded the grand vessel. Before long, the ship was riddled with holes, sinking beneath the waves. Yang Bing, observing the chaos, could not suppress a mocking smile. Was the princess truly foolish enough to set sail without escort, especially at such an hour? She was surely doomed. The outcome of the battle was of no concern to him. It had no bearing on his fate. Soon, the pirates gained the upper hand, the guards suffering heavy casualties. While the pirates seized the valuables meant as dowry, reveling in their bountiful haul, sufficient to sustain them for many years. After gathering their spoils, several beautiful women were brought forth from the hold. One of whom, clad in opulent garments, struggled desperately, likely the princess herself. Fear was etched on her face. Having failed to become a queen, she was now destined to become a captive bride. The pirate leader, gazing at the beautiful princess, burst into laughter, squeezing her cheeks and groping her figure. However, his laughter abruptly ceased as his head separated from his body. The terror on the princess's face vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. Clutching a slender dagger, she struck with unparalleled speed, leaving no one able to discern her movements. The other maidens shed their royal attire, revealing sleek black bodysuits, and soon cries of agony echoed as the unsuspecting pirates fell. One by one, with their leader slain, the remaining pirates were left in disarray, scattering in all directions, desperate to escape. The treasure chests burst open, revealing that they contained nothing but worthless trinkets in no time. The pirates were wiped out entirely. Those who had terrorized these waters for years were eradicated. Yang Bing could hardly contain his excitement as he witnessed this dramatic turn of events. The pirates had been woefully careless. Although the trap was well crafted, it was not without its flaws. All of Yang Bing's earlier doubts were now clarified. After the mysterious warriors cleared the battlefield, a grand ship sailed into view, upon which stood a noble and beautiful princess, smiling and waving to the valiant warriors below. Chapter 25. The mermaid's sixth. The grand vessel of the princess came to a halt. As a ladder was lowered from its deck, with the assistance of her handmaidens, the princess descended slowly, step by step. First, she offered her condolences to the living warriors, then, crossing her heart with a gesture, she clasped her fists together and closed her eyes in prayer for the fallen. Heaven does not forsake those in despair. At that moment, the princess stood with her back to Yang Bing. Not far away, with no obstacles around, Yang Bing drew his bow and aimed for her heart. Steeling himself, he released the arrow, which pierced the princess's body. Vivid crimson blood stained her gown, and as it flowed, the hue darkened to black, causing the princess to gradually collapse. To enhance his chances of success, Yang Bing had coated all his weapons with potent poison. The princess was doomed. Yet, to his bewilderment, no notification of task completion appeared in his mind. Could it be she is not a princess? Truly, this is a relentless game. Just then, he had no time for further contemplation, as the guards rushed towards him with the speed of galloping steeds. He knew he could not outrun them. At that moment of despair, a figure burst forth from the nearby building. It was none other than the village chief, astonishingly alive. The chief's appearance diverted the guards' attention, providing Yang Bing with a brief reprieve. However, as the chief brandished his sword in defiance, he was easily subdued by the female guards and taken captive, brought before the stunning guard who had previously slain the pirates. The leader of the guards pressed a dagger to the chief's throat, demanding, "Speak. How many pirates are there?" "Humph, I am no pirate. I am a confidant of the prince," the chief retorted, unflinching. "The prince has found a woman he loves. He would never consent to this marriage." "Your prince does not wish to marry me?" The beautiful guard's words left both the chief and Yang Bing dumbfounded, revealing that this formidable guard was indeed the true princess. Indeed, the one he loves possesses unparalleled beauty. He would not deign to look upon you, a princess of modest appearance. How dare this prince humiliate me so? Yang Bing thought he was adept at deceit, only to find the chief was the master of lies, provoking the princess to fury, her lovely visage nearly twisting in rage. Yet, the chief's words were not entirely unfounded. The mermaid's beauty indeed surpassed that of the princess. "Princess, I am merely following orders. Should I refuse, the prince would have me killed. Please, show mercy." Whether the chief was dazed or simply forgetful, He seemed oblivious to the fact that the arrow meant to slay the impostor princess was not his doing. "I can grant you clemency." The princess's words became the chief's lifeline, prompting him to bow profusely. "You must kill the woman the prince loves. Since you are his confidant, this should be simple for you." "Of course, your highness, I shall comply without fail." The chief was eager to extricate himself, believing that once he fled this perilous place, the princess would have no way of locating him. "Your highness, do you truly trust him?" After the chief departed, a handmaiden approached, a highly skilled fighter who had just dispatched the pirates with the swiftness of death. "This pawn is inconsequential. We must fulfill the mission entrusted to us by my father." The princess spoke coldly, surveying the desolate fishing village. "It is well known that the tyrannical reign of the kingdom has left its people in despair. This village is a testament to that truth." After their departure, Yang Bing emerged from the building, gazing at the blood-red sea and the wreckage of the ship, inhaling sharply. "What an ambitious princess! It seems a storm is brewing." Observing the princess's demeanor, Yang Bing realized his task had grown increasingly complex. If the prince and this princess were to unite, then with such a formidable partner, assassinating the prince would become an arduous challenge. Moreover, the king had mentioned that their wedding would not be delayed for long. Leaving Yang Bing with little time to act, resolving to return to the royal capital immediately, he set off. "Wait, traveler from another realm." A sweet voice halted him, and turning in confusion, he beheld a massive shadow swiftly approaching the shore, splashing water as a gigantic humpback whale surfaced. Upon the whale sat 6 mermaids, their features reminiscent of the mermaid who accompanied the prince, though each bore the unfortunate distinction of being bald. "May I inquire who you are?" "Greetings, esteemed guest from another world." One of the eldest mermaids glided down from the whale and swam before Yang Bing. "We are the princesses of the Sea Kingdom." Yang Bing nodded, contemplating. The prince refers to that mermaid as Chi-Chi. It seems these 6 are her sisters. Are they seeking my assistance to rescue their sibling? You must be curious as to how we know of you. I am not surprised. You likely possess some magical artifacts. It is not unusual. I merely wish to know how I may assist you." The eldest mermaid sighed. "The tale begins some time ago. My inquisitive sister disregarded warnings and ventured to the surface, where she encountered the so-called human prince. By chance, when the prince was attacked by pirates, she saved him and fell in love." Upon learning this, Yang Bing nodded. "What, then, has happened to her legs?" Additionally, it seems she cannot speak when with the prince. She traded her enchanting voice with a witch, who transformed her tail into legs. Thus, she became mute, able only to converse with you, an outsider. We cannot communicate with her. Though she gained human legs, each step she takes is akin to walking on blades of pain. "I see." Yang Bing reflected on the perpetual anguish etched upon her face, realizing love is indeed a peculiar force, allowing a princess of the Sea Kingdom to endure such suffering. "There is more. Should the prince refuse to wed her and instead choose another, my sister will turn to foam at the break of dawn." "Such a fate exists?" Yang Bing was taken aback, recalling the departing neighboring princess. "So, time is running out for your sister." Yang Bing was not the only one pressed for time. He felt the urgency himself. Chapter 26. The Mermaids 7. The eldest princess nodded and produced a dagger and a white seashell, handing them to Yang Bing. "This dagger was obtained by our 6 sisters in exchange for our hair from the witch. If you plunge this dagger into the prince's heart, allowing his blood to flow upon my sister's feet, she will revert to her true form and return to the sea. To slay the prince to save your sister aligns our goals," Yang Bing said, sheathing the dagger at his waist. "However, as a fugitive, I cannot approach the prince. This enchanted seashell can aid you. When blown, all humans who hear its sound will fall into a deep slumber." "An enchanted seashell that induces sleep upon being blown?" "Now, that is a true artifact. If I blow it continuously, I would be invincible." Yang Bing accepted the seashell with delight. "I know what you are thinking, however, this seashell can only be used twice. When you blow it, you, as a human, should cover your ears, or you too will succumb to sleep." Armed with 2 artifacts, Yang Bing wasted no time in hastening towards the royal capital. Upon arrival, he found the city aglow with festivity. Learning from passers-by that the prince and the princess of the neighboring kingdom would wed that very evening, the ceremony taking place on the beach. So soon? Yang Bing recalled the prince's previous steadfastness regarding his affection for the mermaid. How could his attitude have transformed so drastically in less than a day? As night fell, the wedding venue on the beach was heavily guarded, with numerous patrol ships dotting the waters, while palace guards formed impenetrable layers around the shore before the couple made their appearance. The king and queen of the neighboring kingdom arrived, exchanging insincere pleasantries, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Utilizing the king's token, Yang Bing entered the wedding site. Searching for the prince, he navigated through the bustling scene. But instead of spotting the prince and his bride, he discovered Chi-Chi in a secluded corner. Upon seeing Yang Bing, she gasped, her voice inaudible to others. Observing her expression of terror, Yang Bing retrieved the seashell. "This is our people's enchanted seashell. How did it come to be in your possession?" Chi-Chi's surprise softened her initial hostility towards Yang Bing. "Your sister sent me to rescue you." "You foolish girl, do you understand what tonight signifies?" Chi-Chi nodded, her expression somber. "I will turn to foam and perish. I once believed he would surely marry me. No one would choose a mute as a queen. Now tell me, where's the prince?" At that moment, music began to play, marking the official commencement of the wedding. Yang Bing no longer sought the prince, as the couple gracefully made their way towards the beach. Stepping lightly to the melody, from his elevated vantage point, Yang Bing could clearly observe the newlyweds. The prince wore a feigned smile, while the princess radiated a warmth reminiscent of sunshine. Had Yang Bing been unaware of the princess's ulterior motives, he too might have succumbed to her enchanting facade. The wedding unfolded with meticulous precision as Yang Bing raised his bow, aiming for the prince's heart. With no wind to disrupt his shot and the distance so minimal, he felt confident in his aim. Just as he was about to release the arrow, a faint sound emanated from the vessel he occupied. Turning towards the noise, he discerned shadows advancing toward the beach under the cover of night. Pirates! Yang Bing had believed the pirates had been eradicated. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer number that remained. The patrolling vessels in the vicinity had fallen under the pirates' control, and these marauders had stealthily eliminated all the guards, hidden in a secluded corner. Yang Bing went unnoticed as he hastily grabbed a piece of canvas to cover Chi-Chi, then stealthily climbed to the top of the sail, the moment the prince and princess were to exchange rings. Yang Bing loosed an arrow towards the prince, its trajectory aimed at his neck. The princess's eyes glinted with a fierce light as she deftly caught the arrow in her hand. A master among masters. Yang Bing had not anticipated the princess's prowess to exceed his expectations. Assassin! As the guards began to react, a flurry of arrows rained down upon the scene, accompanied by anguished cries, plunging the area into chaos. The arrows, like falling rain, were fired by the pirates, who remained oblivious to the identity of the initial assailant. Thus began a fierce battle, with this group of pirates displaying an entirely different caliber than the last, each skilled and well-equipped. The palace guards were swiftly dispatched without a chance to retaliate. Amidst the turmoil, the prince and bride retreated to the opposite side under the protection of their guards. Yang Bing, seizing the opportunity, aimed another arrow at the prince, only for it to be intercepted once more by the princess. She cast a brief glance at the arrow before her gaze shifted towards Yang Bing's position. Realizing his elevated stance, she discarded her wedding gown, revealing a form-fitting black outfit, and seized a longbow from one of her guards. Yang Bing, sensing the imminent danger, hastily descended from the sail, but in that instant, the princess's arrow was already in flight, showcasing her extraordinary marksmanship. "You are no pirate. Who are you truly?" Just as Yang Bing touched the ground, a chilling voice laced with malice reached him. As the princess approached, sword gleaming menacingly in her grasp. "I am merely a humble fisherman," he replied, maintaining a semblance of calm in the face of such formidable opposition, bolstered by the presence of the illusory conch in his possession. "Fisherman?" The princess scoffed at his claim. "Why would you attempt to assassinate our prince? Our fishing village is beleaguered. Our fishermen were slaughtered in their valiant effort to thwart the pirates." And the cursed prince showed not an ounce of compassion. What else is to be done with a successor to the throne so devoid of mercy? Yang Bing's fabrication found fertile ground in the princess's mind, resonating with information she had previously gathered. Just as the murderous intent in her eyes began to dissipate, the mermaid concealed beneath the canvas revealed herself, her eyes ablaze with fury directed at Yang Bing. "Ah!" So you are the prince's mute lover, the princess remarked, a tinge of jealousy creeping into her expression upon beholding Chi-Chi's beauty. The village chief's words echoed in Yang Bing's mind. What a fool. He had berated Chi-Chi internally countless times for her unwitting emergence, which had disrupted his carefully spun deception. The princess's attention was now wholly fixated on Chi-Chi, her grip tightening around the mermaid's face as the sword danced dangerously close. Indeed, a perfect visage. I wonder what it would resemble were I to mar it with a few cuts. Noticing the fire in Chi-Chi's eyes, the princess smirked, a gaze filled with rage. How amusing. It seems you have quite the affection for my husband. The emphasis on husband was palpable. Undaunted by the threat of disfigurement, Chi-Chi displayed an unprecedented resolve. Leaving Yang Bing, a man who had never touched a woman's hand, perplexed, he pondered, is this the power of love, so immense? Princess, I believe we can engage in dialogue. What is there to discuss? Eliminate the king and the prince. Overthrow this kingdom. Ah, it seems our goals align. Yang Bing's words successfully redirected her focus, causing her to release Chi-Chi and turn her attention back to him. Mission accomplished, one revival remaining. Shall we return to the dark space? The abruptness of this mission's conclusion took Yang Bing by surprise as he glanced at the pitiful mermaid in the corner. I shall not return to the dark space. The executor has chosen to remain in the task world. A forced return to the dark space will occur in 1 hour. It seems time is of the essence. Yang Bing observed the chaotic scene below and inquired, what is the situation with these pirates? Were they sent by you? Sent by me? They were already my subordinates. So that is the case. Yang Bing realized that his prior conversation with the Earl had been entirely fabricated, yet it fortuitously aligned with the truth. To the pirates who had slaughtered in the fishing village, it had all been a ruse. Then why did you obstruct my arrow? Had it not been for you, the prince would have perished. I apologize for the interference. It was merely an instinctive reaction as a warrior. I had no intention of saving that pathetic fool. Enough talk. Pursue that inept father-son duo. With that, the princess leaped from the ship. No, you cannot kill my beloved prince. Chi-Chi clutched Yang Bing's clothing, her diminutive figure unexpectedly exuding immense strength, rendering him unable to free himself. Visitors from another realm, we are here to assist you. An enormous whale had appeared behind the grand ship, and 6 princesses of the sea reproached Chi-Chi. Sister, do not be foolish. We are fish, and they are humans. We can never coexist. Upon her sister's arrival, Chi-Chi released Yang Bing, tears welling in her eyes. Yang Bing, realizing his time was limited, scooped up Chi-Chi and tossed her into the sea. Forgive me if I cannot save your sister. The eldest princess nodded with a faint smile. Thank you, esteemed visitor from another realm. Though you are a demon, you are one worthy of trust. Below, chaos reigned supreme, with corpses piling high upon the beach, the sand stained crimson. A brutal battle had unfolded. The prince had vanished, undoubtedly fleeing to the palace. Yang Bing evaded detection as he mounted a swift steed. Racing toward the palace in no time, he spotted the king's carriage, its speed lagging behind Yang Bing's galloping horse. Approaching the carriage, he unsheathed his long knife, swiftly severing the harness, allowing the horses to flee in terror. The now unbalanced carriage toppled over, spilling the king, queen, and prince onto the ground in a disheveled heap. Upon seeing Yang Bing, the king exclaimed, "You are the gardener, Hans?" The prince, equally startled, cried out, "He is not a gardener but the fisherman who conspired with the earl. He is the one who shot me. Had it not been for Chi-Chi, I would have perished." The king trembled with rage. "So, you are the spy sent by the pirates. Ha! No wonder your downfall is imminent. I was merely a fisherman, yet your oppressive taxes have rendered our lives unbearable. You, the cursed prince, faced pirate attacks while our village's citizens perished in their attempts to save you, and you have shown not a shred of gratitude. A foolish monarch." Yang Bing's gaze shifted to the king. "No wonder your kingdom is doomed. The pirates are vassals of a neighboring nation, and you remain oblivious. This wedding was merely a pretext to ignite your downfall, a scheme long in the making." Ha ha ha. The king, contemplating the unfolding events, finally grasped the truth. The wedding was originally meant to occur within the palace, yet the opposing princess had insisted on a beach setting. What face do I have left to present to the kings of old? The king drew the prince's slender sword and, with a swift stroke, ended the queen's life. After slaying the queen, he turned the blade upon himself, succumbing to his own despair. Yang Bing was left baffled as to why he spared the prince. The prince, collecting the sword from the ground, defiantly proclaimed, "I shall not resign myself to fate. I will continue to live, to enjoy wealth and glory. You think you can kill me? It will not be so simple." Yang Bing had no intention of engaging in a duel. His time was running short, and his martial prowess was insufficient. Instead, he produced the conch, biting down on it to muffle his ears before blowing forcefully. The prince collapsed, rendered unconscious, and Yang Bing hoisted him across his horse, racing toward the beach, leaving a trail of slumbering bodies in his wake. The conch's power was truly formidable. Yang Bing reached the beach without incident, handing the prince to the eldest princess while tossing the conch and dagger to her. "I have fulfilled my promise. Now, hasten to save Chi-Chi with the prince's blood." The grand princess nodded and took the dagger, raising it to thrust towards the prince's heart. "No, sister, you cannot do this." Chi-Chi, now able to speak, attempted to intervene but was restrained by her other 5 sisters. "Even if I were to transform back into a fish, I would not return to the Sea Kingdom if he dies. I shall follow him, and I will harbor hatred for you all for eternity. Hurry, sister. The sun is about to rise. If you hesitate any longer, Chi-Chi will turn to foam," urged the other mermaids, pressing the grand princess further. "Let her hate. Time will allow my sister to forget this love." Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face, her expression one of utter despair. "Sister, I beg you, you have always favored me. You have granted me every wish. Please, just grant me this one last request." Chapter 28. Lettuce Chi-Chi wept uncontrollably, clutching the prince. "My dear, perhaps you will never hear my voice or see my face. You must continue to live, for yourself and for my soul. You promised to make me the queen of humanity. What are you waiting for? Act quickly." Yang Bing could not fathom Chi-Chi's thoughts. Was this man truly worthy of such sacrifice? To her, this act seemed utterly devoid of value. "But my sister?" The grand princess appeared at a loss. "Foolish sister, were it not for your indulgence since childhood, she would not have grown so willful. You have sacrificed too much for her, yet what has she done? She is nothing but a wretch. Even those beneath her are superior." Yang Bing's provocation steeled the grand princess's resolve. She struck Chi-Chi unconscious, the dagger plunging forcefully into the prince's heart, blood spilling onto Chi-Chi's legs, which transformed back into a fish tail. "Thank you, dear demon from another realm. We of the Sea Kingdom shall forever remember your kindness," declared the grand princess before the humpback whale sank into the depths. "Am I a demon?" Upon returning to her space, Yang Bing recalled the fearless Prince world, where that demon claimed they were kindred, and the mermaid princess also labeled him a demon. Applause erupted as the old witch appeared before Yang Bing, a satisfied expression on her face. "Marvelous, my servant. Although you are unaware of the plot, your performance has exceeded my expectations. Am I a demon? Does it matter? Remember, in any world, strength reigns supreme, as long as you are powerful enough. You can define your own identity, my servant. Your task is to gather sufficient hatred energy to return to your original world. I shall collect it swiftly, with my intellect and increasingly formidable abilities. It is merely a matter of time before I depart this place." Yang Bing glanced at the crystal, where traces of purple energy had begun to accumulate. However, this was but a drop in the ocean compared to what was needed to fill the crystal. "Ha ha ha! You wretched thief, daring to steal my lettuce." Upon entering the next world, Yang Bing found himself in a vegetable garden, confronted by a gaunt old woman of frightful appearance, though slightly less terrifying than the witch in the dark space. "Steal your lettuce?" Yang Bing surveyed the garden, filled solely with lettuce and no other vegetables. Did this old woman know nothing but to cultivate lettuce? With this thought, Yang Bing smirked and casually pulled up a lettuce from the ground. The old woman trembled with rage. "Impudent thief! Instead of fleeing in fear upon encountering me, you dare to steal my precious lettuce before my very eyes." "Precious lettuce? Surely you jest, old lady. This lettuce is something no one eats back where I come from." Yang Bing tossed the pulled lettuce to her. detesting it due to its troublesome preparation and the occasional fibrous strands that spoiled the experience. Arrogant wretch, watch how I punish you. The infuriated old woman raised her cane and swung it at Yang Bing, her frail form moving with a hobbled gait. Yang Bing seized the cane, yanking it away, sending the old woman soaring like a kite with severed strings. Yang Bing gasped, realizing how rude he had been to treat an elderly lady thus. However, contrary to his expectation, the old woman did not crash to the ground but hovered in midair, exuding dark wisps of energy, her white hair undulating like waves, her expression twisted in rage. I shall transform you into a scarecrow, just like those previous thieves. Following the witch's finger, Yang Bing noticed scattered scarecrows in the garden, each bearing expressions of anguish, having retained their consciousness while being unable to move, enduring the elements for who knows how long. A torment beyond words. Do you think I am a fool? Why would I run away? Yang Bing stuck out his tongue and dashed towards a nearby earthen wall, snatching a couple of lettuces on his way out, easily leaping onto the low barrier. Making a face at the old woman. Come catch me, old witch, if you dare. Look, Hans has returned. The old witch did not pursue him. He had escaped effortlessly, according to the information in his mind. He was merely an ordinary villager, still named Hans. His village was a remote mountain hamlet, not wealthy but free from want, much happier than the hunters and fishermen from the previous worlds. Not far from the village lay the witch's estate, and the villagers had coexisted with her for years without conflict. What is that in his hand? Good heavens, it's the lettuce from the witch's garden. A group of villagers surrounded him, treating Yang Bing as a hero, though many of them eyed the lettuce with greedy expressions. Take it. The witch's magic is truly terrifying. If I hadn't to run fast, I would have become a scarecrow myself. I want to steal lettuce again. The two leading villagers hurriedly grabbed Yang Bing's lettuce and scattered, followed by the rest, eager to feast on the lettuce. Yang Bing had never imagined that such a common vegetable could be so precious. Revered like gold by the villagers, Hans. Just as Yang Bing was about to head home, a villager in his 40s called out to him, his eyes filled with longing. What is it, uncle? Yang Bing sensed something unspeakable in the man's gaze. Do you have any spare lettuce? I only took 2. You saw it yourself. They were taken by others. In that case, I shall take my leave. Uncle, I know you desire lettuce, but you would best abandon that thought. The witch is not to be trifled with if you wish to avoid becoming a scarecrow. Refrain from indulging in lettuce. Thank you for your warning. I shall heed your advice. The old villager departed with a downcast expression, returning home to find a beautiful woman with a prominent belly, who frowned at his empty hands. Vic, where is my lettuce? Lena, I'm sorry. Mr. Hans only brought back 2 lettuces, which were taken by others. Useless Vic, I regret marrying you in this lifetime. With that, Lena's gaze drifted through the window towards the distant witch's estate. Chapter 29. Lettuce too, my dear. I know you love lettuce, but I heard from Hans that many vegetable thieves have fallen victim to the witch's curse and turned into scarecrows. Hans has just returned from stealing. The witch will surely increase her defenses. Listen. Vic, I don't care. If I cannot eat fresh lettuce, I will perish, and your child will perish with me. If you wish to avoid this fate, then go and fetch some lettuce for me. Faced with his wife's obstinate demands, Vic could only sigh. By evening, he ventured into the witch's garden, and upon seeing the lifelike scarecrows, he was gripped by terror. If Hans could escape, so can I. I must act swiftly, Vic reassured himself. Fortunate that the estate appeared unguarded, he carefully pulled a smaller lettuce from an inconspicuous spot and fled the estate with great haste, joyfully returning home with the little lettuce. Yang Bing, living across from Vic, witnessed this unfold and murmured, "This Vic is quite bold, daring to steal lettuce alone, and it seems he has succeeded." Yang Bing's interest did not lie in Vic's theft. He recalled that his primary task was to gather information. Days turned into weeks, and soon half a year had passed without any sign of the prince or princess. Instead, Yang Bing noted a peculiar phenomenon. Vic frequently entered the witch's garden to steal lettuce. Seemingly unharmed, as if it were his own point one day, Vic's wife gave birth to a delightful daughter, and the entire village rejoiced. Yet, the joy was not reflected on Vic's face, who had become a father later in life. Uncle Vic. May I ask you a question? Yang Bing pulled Vic aside into a small room, lowering his voice as he inquired. Mr. Hans, what sort of question could possibly be deemed inappropriate to ask in front of everyone? Have you perhaps struck some sort of deal with the witch? The words of Yang Bing caused a change in Vic's expression. His pupils dilated in shock before quickly returning to normal. That's absolutely not true. How could I ever conspire with an evil witch? Those lettuces were all pilfered by me. Whether Vic confessed or denied, it was of little consequence at this point. His expression had already betrayed him. After Yang Bing departed, he remained incessantly muttering to himself, lost in his own thoughts. Once outside, Yang Bing cast her gaze toward the distant witch's estate, pondering, what kind of agreement could exist between the witch and Vic? What could Vic possibly have that would compel the witch to barter with lettuces? Wah wah. The cries of a baby from within the house sparked a realization in Yang Bing. Could it be that Vic was trading his own child for lettuces? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Night soon enveloped the landscape in this remote village. Devoid of phones and computers, the inhabitants lived a simple, agrarian existence, rising with the sun and retiring at dusk. Restless, Yang Bing faintly discerned a commotion emanating from Vic's home. Dressing hastily, she climbed out of bed and approached Vic's doorstep, straining to listen. Hand the child over to the witch, Lena. Have you lost your mind? I haven't lost my mind. If I cannot continue to consume lettuces, I will surely perish. Hurry, give the child to the witch, and I shall be able to eat lettuces once more. Lena's words sent chills down Yang Bing's spine. She found Lena, as the child's mother, more terrifying than the witch herself. The prospect of sacrificing her family for the sake of lettuces was unfathomable. It was my folly to heed your advice and steal lettuces from the witch for you. Those lettuces have turned you into a madwoman. This time, no matter what, I shall not comply with your wishes to hand over our beloved daughter to that witch. Ha! Do not forget, it was you who made a pact with the witch. I am not involved. If you fail to uphold your end of the agreement, the witch, with her formidable magic, will not spare our family. After a heated argument, the matter ultimately concluded with Vic conceding. He had no choice but to cradle his daughter and step outside. With Yang Bing trailing closely behind, determined to uncover the witch's intentions, Vic carried his daughter to the witch's garden, where the witch awaited him. What is the child's name? She has no name. Since she has been nourished by lettuces, let us call her Lettuce Maiden. Vic handed the child to the witch and plucked several lettuces from the garden. Yang Bing noticed that the lettuces had dwindled significantly. The once dense patch was now sparse in many areas. Lettuce Maiden. After embracing the child, the witch's face gleamed with satisfaction. You shall witness how my seal is broken, and your gluttonous parents will be the first to face punishment. Vic gazed at the witch in astonishment, realizing he had been duped. He remained frozen in place, transformed into a statue, while a pit emerged beneath him, swallowing his body. From the spot where he had stood, a vibrant lettuce sprouted. Foolish humans, unaware of the origins of these lettuces. Those who consume them shall become lettuces themselves. The more one eats, the larger they become. My heavens, this is simply unbelievable. Yang Bing gasped, covering her mouth. She hurried back toward the village, which had now transformed into a lush lettuce garden. A towering lettuce, measuring over 10 meters, now stood where Vic's house once was. Yang Bing understood that this was Lena's transformation. She had consumed an unimaginable quantity. After circling the village, Yang Bing found no other living souls. Every villager had succumbed to the curse of the lettuces, leaving her as the sole survivor. This was largely thanks to her mother in the real world, who frequently prepared lettuces for her, instilling a strong aversion to them. The old witch floated in the air, cradling Lettuce Maiden, laughing heartily. My domain has expanded once more. Sooner or later, greedy humans will enable me to dominate the entire world. As the witch's incantations unfolded, the houses began to vanish, and a wall encircled the village, transforming it into a new lettuce garden. In the center of this garden, a black tower emerged, devoid of doors or stairs, with a single window at its pinnacle. The witch flew inside for a moment before re-emerging. But the baby was no longer in her arms. Chapter 30. Lettuce 3-inch. It appears that Lettuce Maiden will spend her days confined within this high tower. I truly wonder what the old witch intends. Yang Bing gazed at the black tower, feeling a twinge of concern for the fate of the girl. This was the fourth task. Previous endeavors had only lasted a few months, yet she had been here for nearly a year without so much as a glimpse of the prince or princess. Merely dealing with the witch day after day as she contemplated her next move, a sinister chuckle reached her ears. I never expected to find a stray fish. Yang Bing turned to see the old witch had mysteriously appeared behind her. It's you. The one who stole my lettuces last time, and yet you haven't eaten any? The witch recognized Yang Bing as the one who had previously mocked her, harboring resentment, believing everyone in the village had succumbed to the lettuces. Old witch. I have no taste for lettuces, especially now that I realize these lettuces are actually people. It's utterly horrifying. Your magic is truly chilling. Having uttered her feelings of dread, Yang Bing swiftly attempted to flee. Hoping to escape as she had done before, however, this time, she miscalculated. Several scarecrows lunged at her, crows flapping around them, cawing loudly. Apocalypse Messenger. Activate. Yang Bing mused self-deprecatingly, but ultimately, she was unable to escape as a few crows swooped past her. She felt her body become immobile, transforming into a scarecrow. Go ahead, escape, ha ha ha. The witch taunted as she approached the newly transformed scarecrow, scrutinizing her. The curse shall be lifted in 16 years, provided no one disrupts your fragile form. 16 years? My heavens! Yang Bing, unable to move yet fully aware, felt waves of despair wash over her. This was akin to being pinned down by a ghost. 16 more years. She would rather perish now than forfeit another chance at resurrection. Of course, Yang Bing had no intention of waiting for 16 years. Just 16 hours later, under the scorching midday sun, she discovered dark vapors emanating from her body. As these vapors dispersed, her ability to move gradually returned. My goodness! This is truly terrifying. Once free, Yang Bing stretched her aching body, feeling an overwhelming thirst. The joy of survival made her momentarily forget her predicament, and she took a moment to observe the other scarecrows. The eyes of those scarecrows glinted with jealousy. Although they could not speak, Yang Bing sensed their aura. These once vibrant lives had undoubtedly remained motionless in this place for countless years. At that moment, the witch appeared on the other side of the garden. Startled, Yang Bing quickly concealed herself among the dense lettuces, which obscured her form, allowing her to evade detection. The witch, oblivious to the absence of one scarecrow, approached the black tower and said, "Lettuce maiden, lower your hair so that I may ascend." Yang Bing found this statement perplexing. The child had only been born for less than 2 days. How could she possibly have hair? Curiosity piqued, she gazed up at the tower where a beautiful maiden with golden hair appeared at the window. Upon seeing the lettuce maiden, seemingly 17 or 18 years old, Yang Bing was left astounded. Could it be that the witch administered some sort of growth potion? In just 2 days, she has grown so much, or perhaps she has already been trapped for 16 years. The lettuce maiden let down her long golden hair, cascading down to the base of the tower. The witch grasped her hair and began to climb inside. What a needless endeavor. Yang Bing emerged from the garden to make her escape. The witch could fly. Why would she need to climb? Regardless, she could not afford to linger. She needed to flee before the witch noticed her absence. If captured again, she would face the dire fate of becoming a scarecrow, a fate she could hardly bear. Once she had escaped the perilous situation, Yang Bing gathered a few crows and began roasting them. While there were other, tastier game options, she was determined to take revenge on the witch's loathsome birds. Hello there. Just as Yang Bing was indulging in her feast, a young man on a white horse approached. Clad in simple attire, his handsome face bore the marks of travel. He immediately noticed the crow meat Yang Bing was cooking, licking his lips with a hint of hesitation. Would you like some? Don't be shy. I have plenty. Yang Bing offered him a piece of the roasted crow. The young man, displaying a grateful smile, leaped down from his horse and approached Yang Bing, uttering a heartfelt "thank you," before seizing the raven's meat to commence his meal. Good heavens! What kind of meat is this? It is simply exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful, not even in the royal palace. However, upon mentioning the palace, he seemed to realize something and quickly clamped his mouth shut, leaving Yang Bing, who was in the midst of eating, momentarily stunned. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the youth, who appeared quite unrefined and dirty, hardly resembling a prince. Yet, his previous words had inadvertently revealed much. "Thank you for your hospitality. This is the most delicious roasted meat I have ever had. Let us share a drink." The young man produced 2 small porcelain bottles from a bag on his horse and tossed one to Yang Bing. Upon receiving the wine bottle and removing the cork, a rich fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was a rare vintage, one that Yang Bing, having worked as a gardener in the royal palace, knew most commoners could not afford. The identity of the young man became abundantly clear. After such a long wait, the prince had finally appeared. "Whose estate is that over there?" After finishing his drink, the prince spotted the witch's territory not far away. "It looks quite impressive. I never expected to find such a luxurious estate deep within these mountains. That is the dwelling of a witch possessing malevolent magic. It serves as her vegetable garden, filled to the brim with lettuce. Good heavens, lettuce! I have searched for so long and finally found it." Upon hearing Yang Bing's words, the prince exhibited great excitement. "There is so much lettuce here. It is simply marvelous. Thank God." Another madman, Yang Bing thought to himself, bemused by the people of this world. Those villagers had paid with their lives for the lettuce, yet this prince had become so fervent over it. Nevertheless, Yang Bing had no intention of dissuading him, instead remarking, "The expanse is endless and filled with lettuce. You may take as much as you desire, but we shall see if you possess the ability to obtain it." Yang Bing proceeded to weave a lengthy tale filled with temptations, and the prince could hardly contain his impulsive excitement. It was now afternoon, and emboldened by the daylight, he rushed eagerly toward the estate. "May death be upon you, prince." Yang Bing raised his bow and aimed an arrow at the prince's heart. Chapter 31. Lettuce 4-inch Quack. Just as Yang Bing's arrow struck true, a massive raven swooped down from an unknown origin, letting out a mournful cry as it fell lifeless to the ground, struck by Yang Bing's arrow. Seizing the moment, the prince had already entered the lettuce garden, prompting Yang Bing to curse under his breath. He picked up the fallen raven, plucked its feathers, and placed it upon the fire. Before long, the prince emerged, exhilarated, holding 2 gigantic heads of lettuce. "I called out a few times in her garden, and it seems the witch was not home. Unable to suppress my impulse, I plucked a few heads of lettuce. When she returns, I shall pay her." The prince skillfully began roasting the lettuce and offered one to Yang Bing. However, the thought of consuming lettuce transformed by such a person filled Yang Bing with dread, prompting him to hastily find an excuse to decline. "Did you notice the black tower in the center of the garden when you entered?" Yang Bing inquired, leading to a flicker of fear on the prince's face. "I did see that peculiar tower, but what frightened me more were the scarecrows. They seemed almost alive, as if they were watching me wherever I went. Thank goodness it was broad daylight. A beautiful maiden resides within that tower." "A maiden? Unbelievable." "Indeed, she is the witch's adopted daughter. If you wish to ascend, simply say beneath the tower, 'Lettuce maiden, let down your hair for me,' and she will comply, allowing you to climb up." The beautiful lettuce maiden. A hint of a mysterious smile graced the prince's lips as he tossed the half-eaten head of lettuce onto the ground. "If that is the case, I must rescue the beautiful lettuce maiden." The prince sprinted once more toward the witch's garden, appearing even more vivacious after his meal. Yang Bing readied the arrow stained with raven blood and placed it on his bow. "I refuse to believe you will escape death this time." The arrow was loosed, aimed once again at the prince's heart. Quack! A dim-witted raven collided with Yang Bing's arrow, and though it was struck, it did not die immediately, instead thrashing on the ground and emitting a series of pitiful cries. A flock of ravens, drawn by the cries of their fallen comrade, flew toward Yang Bing, causing him to flee in terror. The relentless pursuit of the ravens drove him to leap into a nearby river. Luckily, having been a fisherman in his previous life, Yang Bing possessed decent swimming skills. He held his breath for several minutes, and the raven horde circled above the river momentarily before departing. Phew! Emerging from the water, Yang Bing greedily inhaled a few breaths, casting a glance toward the witch's estate in the distance. "Wait for me. I shall not give up." "Hey, why are you swimming without removing your clothes?" At some point, the prince had arrived at the riverbank. Upon spotting Yang Bing, a look of bliss washed over his face. "I merely fell into the river by accident." Yang Bing hastily concocted a lie, climbing out of the water to approach the prince. The prince's garments were disheveled, exuding a faint fragrance, and speckled with strands of golden hair, his complexion flushed. Could it be that the prince spoke as he began to undress, "Thank you for introducing me to the beautiful lettuce maiden. In a few days, when her adoptive mother returns, I shall propose to her, and we will leave this place together." The scoundrel has indeed taken advantage of the situation. Yang Bing was astonished that the lettuce maiden and the prince had already become entangled in such a manner upon their first meeting. It seemed rather reckless. What was even more ludicrous was that Yang Bing had calculated the time. It had been merely 10 minutes since he entered the Black Tower and arrived here. This meant that besides the time spent walking, the prince was essentially a man who could not resist temptation. The nature of the prince was of little concern to Yang Bing. Now that he had delivered himself so conveniently, there was no need for courtesy. Yang Bing readied his bow once more, aiming at the prince, who was now washing his hair with closed eyes. This time, the distance was even closer, and seeing no bothersome ravens nearby, he released the arrow once again. Whoosh! The arrow flew toward the prince for the third time, and Yang Bing fervently prayed for it to hit its mark. Thud! This time, no raven intervened. Instead, a large fish leapt from the water, the arrow striking it. The fish floated on the surface, its blood staining the river red. Damn it! You truly possess the aura of a protagonist, Yang Bing cursed under his breath. With no arrows left, he was about to depart when the prince opened his eyes. Good heavens, your archery skills are remarkable. Is this fish our dinner? The foolish prince, completely oblivious to Yang Bing's sinister intentions, uttered words that left Yang Bing speechless. Nightfall soon enveloped them. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the prince lay on the ground, engaged in conversation, while Yang Bing sharpened his dagger, producing a series of scraping sounds. Once the prince succumbed to slumber, he intended to sever the prince's head. Kind sir, thank you for your generous hospitality. I still do not know your name. The prince, seemingly unaware of his impending doom, continued to converse amicably. I am Hans, a hunter residing in the forest. I am Clay, a knight of the Empire. A knight of the Empire? This revelation left Yang Bing momentarily stunned, causing his dagger to clatter to the ground. He had always assumed the young man was a prince. Surprised, are you? My parents are hereditary counts. Seeing your remarkable archery skills, I could recommend you to the palace to serve as an archery instructor, sparing you from this perilous forest. Hereditary nobility? Yang Bing felt an urge to laugh, realizing he had been deceived. All his efforts had been in vain. However, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a facade of calm. As a noble, would your parents truly allow you to associate with an unknown lettuce maiden? Yang Bing's words seemed to strike a nerve with Clay, who fell silent for a moment. Previously blinded by the euphoria of love, he now seemed to regain his composure, eventually responding, I will certainly persuade my parents. If they cannot accept it, then I shall live in this forest with the lettuce maiden. Yang Bing internally scoffed. Choosing not to respond, he understood the nature of nobles all too well. They would never willingly abandon their opulence. Without their riches, they were naught but hollow figures. Despite Clay's fervent declarations, it would not be long before he would waver. After sharpening his knife, Yang Bing climbed a tree, recognizing that the forest was rife with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. Sleeping in the tree would ensure his safety, and he cared little for Clay's fate. Chapter 32. Lettuce 5-inch hay. Yang Bing awoke to the sun's rays upon his face, stirred by Clay's voice. Rubbing his eyes, he looked down to see the noble knight practicing his swordsmanship. Good morning, Hans, Clay greeted warmly upon noticing Yang Bing was awake. What shall we have for breakfast? Yang Bing realized the prince's eagerness stemmed from the prospect of food. This noble, unaccustomed to labor, was utterly incapable of cooking. What else can we eat? It's still roasted meat. Yang Bing took up his bow and captured a few rabbits and a large fish, preparing to roast them. In no time, an alluring aroma began to fill the air. After finishing his meal, Kalei could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed towards the witch's manor. Yang Bing gazed at his distant figure with a cold smirk. This fleeting knight had tasted the pleasures of a woman, and now it was a situation spiraling out of control. Kalei hurriedly arrived at the base of the tower, exclaiming, Lettuce maiden, let down your hair so I may ascend. Strands of black and white hair cascaded down from the tower. No longer the golden waves of yesterday. This hair, interwoven with shades of death, made Kale realize that something was amiss. As he attempted to flee, he found himself rooted to the ground. "Why don't you come up? What is stopping you?" The witch peered down from the tower, a sinister smile on her face. "I knew you had arrived yesterday. Those who have tasted my lettuce cannot escape to the ends of the earth. I can always find them. So now, you shall become lettuce too." Kale's body slowly sank into the earth, transforming into a lettuce, while Yang Bing, who observed everything from a distance, finally understood that consuming the lettuce was akin to being fitted with a tracking device by the witch, rendering every move under her control. "Lettuce Maiden, my daughter, what awaits you as a prince or a king, do you understand? Your goal is to become a queen, ensuring that everyone in the kingdom consumes our lettuce, thus granting you your freedom sooner." The lettuce maiden also leaned out, responding, "Very well, I comprehend. My mother, I will await the arrival of the king. If he does not claim to be from the palace, I shall not be deceived." Mother and daughter, conspiring to ensnare the unsuspecting. Yang Bing drew his bow, aiming at the lettuce maiden's head. It appeared that this maiden played a pivotal role, regardless of her royal status. It was imperative to eliminate her first. However, considering the witch's presence, he retracted his bow, deciding to wait until the witch departed. Days later, after ensuring the witch was not home, he stealthily entered the vegetable garden and stood beneath the tower. Grasping his throat, "Lettuce Maiden, let down your hair so I may ascend." His gaze directed towards the top of the tower. Should black and white hair descend, he would promptly flee. Fortunately, golden hair flowed down this time, allowing Yang Bing to climb up. "Ah, you are not my mother," the lettuce maiden exclaimed, panic evident on her face. "Who are you? How did you come here?" "Do not be afraid, lettuce maiden. By lineage, you should address me as uncle." "What is the meaning of this? Do you know my origins?" After recounting the entire saga, the lettuce maiden's eyes brimmed with tears. "My mother has deceived me, claiming I was found by her. It turns out she caused the death of my biological parents. She is an evil witch, whose ambition is to have everyone consume her lettuce, thereby controlling the entire world. Truly a madwoman. We must find a way to stop her." "You shameless thief." The witch returned, floating outside the tower. Her face twisted with disdain as she fixed her gaze on Yang Bing. "Incredible. You have managed to break my magic. Evil old witch, witness how I will deal with you." Yang Bing drew his bow and shot an arrow, catching the witch off guard and hitting her directly. The force of the arrow propelled her far away, pinning her against the wall of the manor. Caw-caw. The witch's withered body transformed into a massive crow, her blood-red eyes fixed on Yang Bing with an unsettling intensity, summoning a horde of crows that surged towards him. "Uncle Hans, you must leave this place as long as you are outside my mother's manor. Her magic cannot harm you." The lettuce maiden let down her long hair to assist Yang Bing in descending the tower, and he fled from the witch's estate as if propelled by the winds. "Foolish daughter." "Lettuce maiden." The witch, unable to pursue Yang Bing, seethed with anger, and the lettuce maiden became her outlet for frustration. "You wicked witch, you are the one who caused my parents' demise. I will no longer be your puppet. Rather than remain trapped in this tower for eternity, I would prefer to perish now." "Alas, woe is me," the witch sighed, tears streaming down her face, evoking deep sorrow in those who witnessed her lament. After weeping for a moment, she flew into the tower, declaring, "It is time to reveal the truth." "The truth? Indeed, you have been deceived by Hans. He and your father both fell in love with your mother, a maiden as beautiful as you. Ultimately, your mother chose your father and bore you, while Hans, consumed by jealousy, murdered your parents. I discovered his heinous act just as he was about to slay you, and I thwarted his evil intentions. Is this truly the case?" The lettuce maiden appeared bewildered, her mind a chaotic whirl as Yang Bing's words clashed with those of the witch, leaving her uncertain whom to trust. "For all these years, I have cared for you as my own daughter. Do you truly wish to believe a murderer who killed your parents, rather than trust me, your guardian for 16 years? I confined you in this tower out of fear that Hans would seek to eradicate you." "Mother, if you possess such potent magic, why not simply kill Hans? Ultimately, The lettuce maiden chose to believe the old witch, for as the witch claimed, the debt of nurturing for 16 years could not be easily dismissed. More so, the lettuce maiden was simply too naive. Sigh. The witch shook her head. It is not that I do not wish to, but Hans wields a unique power, my magic cannot directly slay him and has little effect. Previously, I transformed him into a scarecrow, yet he reverted to his original form within a day. Mother, you cannot kill him, but I can. The witch nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating her face as she produced a long sword and handed it to the lettuce maiden. It was once the sword of the imperial knight Kale. This Hans is cunning. You must strike when he is unaware, piercing his vital spot to avenge your parents. Chapter 33. Lettuce 6-inch. Excuse me, are you the hunter of this area? Just after escaping the witch's manor, Yang Bing collided with a group of fully armed swordsmen. Upon noticing Yang Bing's arrival, they inquired with an air of arrogance. Indeed, may I ask who you are? Yang Bing scrutinized the group, and amidst the swordsmen, a carriage approached slowly, giving him a sense of foreboding. This is our prince. As the curtain was drawn back, a figure appeared before Yang Bing, an opulently dressed rotund man, his countenance so unappealing that Yang Bing felt nauseated. Having encountered many princes, this one's appearance was truly unremarkable. Young man, I have heard tales of a beautiful maiden here, and I wish to come and see for myself. As you are the hunter, you must know of her, yes? The beauty of the lettuce maiden is indeed renowned far and wide, even attracting this portly prince, Yang Bing mused internally. Though he dared not voice such thoughts, instead misleading the prince. I have resided here for many years and have heard of no such beauty, rather, a hideous which resides in that manner. Nonsense. The prince, somewhat incensed, produced a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Bing. Upon reading it, Yang Bing was left both amused and bewildered. The letter revealed that Knight Kale had discovered a beautiful lettuce maiden in a remote wilderness. And out of respect, he urged the prince to investigate. Yang Bing realized that Kale had indeed taken advantage of the maiden, now inviting the prince to take over. Clearly, there was animosity between Kale and the prince, and this foolish prince was being played for a fool. Your Highness, Yang Bing returned the letter to the rotund prince, feigning innocence. There is indeed a beautiful maiden, but she has already been claimed by Kale. What? Kale has beaten me to it? The prince's face contorted with anger upon hearing Yang Bing's account. His fists clenched tightly as he ripped the letter to shreds. That damn imperial knight, forcing me to eat his leftovers. I will have his skin. Wait, Your Highness, this hunter seems suspicious. He claimed there were no beauties here, yet now he contradicts himself. Lord Kale is currently missing. We cannot rely solely on this hunter's word. Yes. Yes, why did you lie earlier? What do you mean by that? Your Highness, I speak out of concern for your safety. That manor holds not only a beauty but a powerful witch as well. I merely wish to prevent you from falling into danger. Knight Kale was caught by the witch while consorting with the beauty and has been cursed into becoming a lettuce. Ha! What is there to fear? The prince scoffed disdainfully at the witch's manor in the distance. With so many of us, why should we fear a mere witch? Today, I shall demand that this manor yield itself to me, and from now on, I shall command it. Observing the entourage marching toward an inevitable fate, Yang Bing felt no desire to intervene. He realized the witch's plot was unfolding as intended, with the prince walking right into her trap. Greetings, noble prince. Welcome to your arrival. A regal-looking lady stood at the entrance of the manor, her every gesture infused with elegance and beauty. Damn that hunter. He has indeed deceived us. There is no witch, it is clearly a beautiful queen. The prince, captivated by the mature beauty of this enchanting lady, approached her with a forced smile, taking her hand and bestowing a courteous kiss upon the back of it. The fresh fragrance of lettuce emanating from her made the prince intoxicated. Although his heart was tumultuous with desire, he had to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor in front of so many onlookers. Reluctantly releasing her arm, "Greetings, fair lady. I have heard tales of a splendid estate here, and we have come in search of it." The witch's transformation skills are truly remarkable, Yang Bing marveled from a distance, realizing that this greedy and lecherous prince was unlikely to escape her grasp. I was once a merchant of the empire, but after my family's downfall, I found myself in this charming mountain village, cultivating lettuce to make ends meet. Though not wealthy, I live without want." The witch, disguised as the beautiful woman, led the prince and his entourage into the estate, where several servants busied themselves in the garden. Everything here appears quite splendid. The lettuce is a luxury. I wish to appoint you as the royal gardener, tasked with supplying our royal family with lettuce. What do you think?" "It would be my utmost honor, Your Highness, to serve the palace. I have heard there is a lovely lettuce maiden. Where might she be?" The prince finally revealed his true intention. Regardless of whether Keelii would accept him, he needed to satisfy his curiosity first. "She resides in that tower above. Merely request the lettuce maiden to let down her hair, and you may ascend." Following her instructions, the prince called out, and a cascade of golden hair fell from the tower. He attempted to climb it, but, being rather portly, he fell several times, causing a significant amount of her golden hair to break free under his weight. Ultimately, he had no choice but to fetch a ladder to ascend. Upon entering the tower and beholding the lettuce maiden, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Keelii did not deceive me. She is truly exquisite, a goddess beyond compare. Who are you?" The lettuce maiden, seeing the prince's piggish form, displayed a hint of disgust on her face. Just as men are drawn to beauty, women too are enamored with handsome faces. And the prince's appearance was nothing short of appalling. The prince rubbed his palms together with a mischievous grin. "Heh heh, I am the prince of this land, and from henceforth, this estate shall belong to me, including you and your mother, both of whom will be mine." With that, he lunged toward the lettuce maiden, who deftly evaded him. The prince's rotund body was no match for her agility, leaving him panting after a futile chase. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he noticed the maiden's long hair. "Heh heh, lettuce maiden, where do you think you can flee?" Grasping her hair, the prince caught her effortlessly, unable to escape his grasp as he was surprisingly strong despite his lack of speed. A figure fell from the tower. It was the portly prince, a sword protruding from his chest, blood gushing from his mouth as he pointed toward the tower before slumping lifelessly. "The prince is dead. You have assassinated the prince." The guards, witnessing the scene, fell into chaos. Chapter 34. Lettuce. 7 young beings stood aghast at the unfolding spectacle, initially believing a fortunate event was at hand, only to realize that the lettuce maiden's aversion to this grotesque figure had led to a tragic turn of events. "Seize everyone within this estate and deliver them to the king for judgment." The assassination of a prince was a grave offense, and after a brief moment of panic, the guards devised a plan of action. "Daughter, look at the mess you have created." The witch glared fiercely at the lettuce maiden, causing her to cover her mouth in fright and retreat into the tower. A dark aura emanated from the witch as she reverted from the beautiful woman back into the ghastly old crone, while the previously working servants transformed into straw men. "Oh, the hunter did not deceive us. She is indeed a witch." Realizing the truth, the guards attempted to flee, only to find themselves ensnared by the witch's magic, resulting in more straw men populating the estate. Once the disturbances were dealt with, the irate witch flew into the tower. "My daughter, why did you not adhere to my instructions? Do you know how long I have awaited this day?" "Mother, I refuse to marry a repulsive, rotund man." The typically timid lettuce maiden displayed unexpected strength, arguing vehemently with her mother. "Very well, my daughter, you have lost your usefulness. Thus, you may leave." The witch seized her hair and, with a swift motion of large scissors, severed her long locks. The lettuce maiden was cast from the tower, but fortunately landed in a bed of lettuce leaves, escaping injury. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly fled the witch's estate. "Heaven is aiding me," Yang Bing rejoiced internally, realizing that without the witch's protection, the situation would become easier to manage. He followed the direction in which the lettuce maiden had escaped. The lettuce maiden ran for an indeterminate distance into the wilderness until exhaustion compelled her to stop. Initially merely irritated, she now found herself in an unfamiliar place, a wave of fear enveloping her, leading her to weep uncontrollably. "Do not be afraid, lettuce maiden. I shall soon end your suffering." Yang Bing drew his bow and aimed at her, rather than becoming a beast's meal in torment. "It would be better for you to accompany your uncle on your final journey." Just as he was about to release the arrow, the lettuce maiden began to sing, her voice unexpectedly melodious. captivating young Bing to the point of dropping his bow. Oh, what a truly enchanting song. A handsome man on a white horse approached, his charming smile fading as he beheld the maiden's beauty. Fair maiden, why are you here alone? Upon witnessing the smile of the handsome man, the lettuce maiden blushed, lowering her gaze. I am called Lettuce, a girl from a wretched family. My mother has long passed, and my stepmother treats me cruelly. I could no longer endure her abuse and fled. Despite her soft-spoken words, Yang Bing comprehended her plight clearly. The lettuce maiden, having been isolated from the world, was surprisingly adept at weaving tales, equaling his own experience. I am a prince, my elder brother spoke of venturing into this forest days ago, and has since vanished. Your elder brother? The lettuce maiden's eyes sparkled as if a realization dawned upon her. He is rather portly, accompanied by several guards. Have you seen them? No, no. The lettuce maiden appeared flustered, shaking her head vigorously as if to dispel the thought. No one has come here in days, let alone any prince. Her exaggerated reaction failed to arouse the prince's suspicion. He extended his hand toward her. Lettuce maiden, I wish to take you back to the palace. Would you consent to be my bride? I would be most willing. The lettuce maiden nodded shyly, mounting the white horse and nestling into the prince's embrace as he raised the reins, galloping away swiftly. Hey, wait. Yang Bing suddenly snapped back to reality, previously entranced by the lettuce maiden's cunning, only to discover she had vanished with the prince. Regretfully, he stomped his foot in frustration. Such a young age. Yet so cunning. It seems I underestimated you. Ah, the magical artifact. Just as he was about to pursue them, Yang Bing realized his mistake. Previously intimidated by the witch's formidable power, he had overlooked the fact that wealth and fortune lie in peril. Surely, within the witch's estate, there existed magical tools that could assist him. Returning to the witch's estate, he found the witch emerging in a fit of rage, muttering, Damn that lettuce maiden. How dare she betray me? Do not forget, she was raised on my lettuce. She shall not escape my grasp. Once the witch ventured beyond the estate's confines, her dark aura diminished, no longer hovering but instead relying on a staff to mount her horse. Meandering down the hill, why had the witch spared him repeatedly? She possessed such formidable magic. Why the elaborate ruse of using the lettuce maiden's beauty to ensnare the prince? It appeared the answer was becoming clear. Her power was tied to the presence of the lettuce maiden, who was the source of her strength. After watching the witch depart a considerable distance, Yang Bing stealthily entered the estate. The witch's abode was vast and empty, and despite searching for a long while, he could find no magical artifacts. With nothing to show for his efforts, Yang Bing left the estate, following the witch's path. If he could track her, he would surely find the lettuce maiden, and in turn, the prince. The witch's pace on horseback was slow, allowing Yang Bing to catch up quickly. Before darkness descended, they reached a small town at the mountain's base. Having spent over a year in this world, it was Yang Bing's first glimpse of the outside world beyond the mountains. Did you know? Conversations among merchants in the inn piqued Yang Bing's interest. The king's eldest son has vanished. Now the second son has become the heir. I know. I hear the new crown prince is to hold a wedding tomorrow evening, and his bride is a remarkably beautiful maiden. The origins of that young lady are shrouded in mystery, and she is not of noble birth. Initially, the king and queen were opposed to the union. However, the prince was resolute in his desire to marry her. Faced with the prince's ultimatum to relinquish his royal status should they refuse, the king had no choice but to acquiesce. The wedding is to take place tomorrow evening? Yang Bing furrowed his brow, hastily swallowing a couple of mouthfuls of rice. At this moment, he had changed his mind. He could no longer afford to linger leisurely with the witch. After ascertaining the route to the royal capital, he mounted a swift steed and rode through the night. Chapter 35. Let us 8-inch my beloved bride. I shall provide you with a future filled with happiness. In the palace garden, the prince and the maiden Lettuce shared a romantic moment beneath the moonlight. Dressed in resplendent royal attire, Lettuce appeared exceedingly dignified and elegant. Nestled against the prince's broad chest, she radiated blissful contentment. Your Highness, I shall become your most beautiful bride, making all envious of you. My dear. The prince pressed his lips to Lettuce's fair cheek, tightening his embrace, fearful that his cherished one might slip away from him. Once I ascend to the throne, You shall be the queen, and together we shall rule this kingdom. Your Highness, wealth and glory are but fleeting illusions. Regardless of whether I become queen or not, I shall remain by your side. Never depart. That lettuce girl is truly repugnant. Hidden behind a nearby tree trunk, Yang Bing nearly retched. With his skills, infiltrating this small kingdom's palace had required little effort. With only an hour until the wedding, Yang Bing could not afford to waste time. He drew his bow, aiming for his target, the heart of the maiden lettuce. Just as he was about to release the arrow, a flock of crows swooped down, startling Yang Bing and nearly causing him to tumble from the tree. Though crows were not inherently fearsome, these particular ones were far too familiar to him. Upon seeing the crows, Lettuce's face contorted with disgust and terror. No one understood better than she what was about to unfold. She gently extricated herself from her fiancé's embrace. My dear, before our wedding begins, I wish to be apart for a moment. Very well, my dear. I shall go prepare for the wedding. The prince, unsuspecting, readily stepped away from Lettuce. My daughter, you appear to live comfortably in this palace, while I remain alone in that cold, dark manor. A crow landed before Lettuce and transformed into the witch. Has this witch regained her powers? Yang Bing's heart raced with confusion at the scene before him. He had initially assumed that once the witch departed from Lettuce's garden, she would revert to a mere mortal. It seemed his judgment had been misguided. Mother. Lettuce trembled violently, her fear of the witch ingrained deep within her soul. Recalling the witch's cruel methods, Lettuce shuddered, kneeling before her in silence, bracing herself for the witch's wrath. I am incensed by your betrayal, my daughter. How do you propose I punish you? Shall I transform you into a scarecrow or a lettuce? Oh, how dull that would be. Perhaps I should inform your fiancé about your affair with Clay. If he learns that the bride he loves is nothing but a worn-out shoe. Mother, please, do not say such things. Lettuce covered her ears. Her face contorted in agony, tears streaming from her eyes like a burst dam. And the king's eldest son, that grotesque, portly prince, also met his demise at your hands. Perhaps you will not need to lift a finger. The enraged king may very well slay you. I desire nothing more than a life of normalcy. I cannot bear to remain in that sunless tower any longer. Mother, please, spare me. Lettuce's tearful pleas fell on deaf ears. As the witch continued to hurl the most venomous insults at her, it appeared that she would not relent tonight. Yang Bing, listening from the shadows, was filled with indignation. This wretched witch was utterly revolting. He had never despised anyone as much as he did her. Without a second thought, he loosed the arrow in her direction. The sharp tip pierced the witch's chest with unerring accuracy. Yang Bing had not expected much from this strike. After all, a conventional weapon could hardly harm a being so close to immortality. Mission accomplished, resurrection count 1. The notification in his mind left Yang Bing in stunned silence. Had the protracted mission truly concluded so unexpectedly? Blood spewed from the witch's mouth, her once aged skin gradually becoming fair and youthful. In a matter of moments, she transformed from an ugly witch into a beautiful woman. Resembling the visage he had seen in the castle, Yang Bing realized that this was the witch's true form. Beneath her grotesque exterior lay the essence of a genuine princess. Her appearance before the portly prince in the manor had not been an illusion, but rather her authentic self. Ha ha ha. Lettuce's initial shock gave way to exuberant delight. She burst into triumphant laughter. Mother, I never imagined you would meet such a fate. Unbelievable. Cough, cough. The witch coughed up blood. Poor child. There is not a single decent man in this world. They are all captivated solely by beauty and novelty. Otherwise, I would not forsake a perfectly good princess to live as a witch in the great forest. Ha! Spare me that rhetoric. I know that once you are dead, my secret will remain forever concealed. In her elation, Lettuce had completely overlooked Yang Bing, the one who had loosed the arrow. I shall soon become queen, while you will be nothing but a pile of bones. Ha! Poor child. The witch replied with a cold sneer, her tone laced with derision. You are but a creation of mine. Without me, you would never have lived as a normal person. The witch's voice grew increasingly somber, and soon the spark in her gaze faded, her body transforming into a scarecrow. Ah, how is this possible? Lettuce gasped in horror, discovering that her feet could not move an inch. Terrified, she lifted her skirts. Heavens! I finally understand what has transpired. Yang Bing, witnessing Lettuce's predicament, harbored no impure intentions. Her feet had turned into green lettuce, the color creeping upward from the ground. The source of the witch's power derived from lettuce. Thus her strongest state was within the garden. Once outside its confines, she was no different from an ordinary person. Yet, lettuce herself was essentially lettuce. Her mere existence could hardly provide the witch with sufficient power, which explained why Yang Bing had easily dispatched her. The lettuces in the garden were transformed beings, while lettuce herself was the true plant. As the witch perished, all enchanted beings would revert to their original forms. Tragically, lettuce had never realized her true identity. Yang Bing gazed at the colossal lettuce before him and sighed. At last, this protracted mission has come to a close. Chapter 36. Ghost Hair 1 Inch. How long have I been gone? Upon returning to the space, Yang Bing glanced at the crystal ball, noting that the power of hatred had increased ever so slightly. It seemed that the duration of the task did not enhance the energy ratio. The time you spend on your mission does not affect the outside world. Even if you linger in the fairy tale realm for a decade, upon your return, you will revert to your previous state. In other words, as long as you remain here, you shall achieve immortality. Immortality? That sounds quite enticing. Aware of this rule, Yang Bing was not taken aback. Devoid of modern technology, what value did immortality hold? Life without contemporary advancements would be unbearable. Who would have thought? My servant, that you are a boy filled with a sense of justice. Kindness? Yang Bing chuckled bitterly. Since entering this world, he had focused solely on completing tasks by any means necessary. He never considered himself a virtuous soul. Your goodness will become your downfall. That's of no consequence. The witch's attitude towards him had grown increasingly favorable, which surprised Yang Bing. Through their interactions, he had gradually come to realize that the witch was not the terrifying and loathsome figure he had initially perceived. Have you heard? The son of the Hanks next door has been born. Yang Bing, now in a different realm, found himself cast as a vagabond in a remote mountain village. The settlement consisted of scattered, dilapidated thatched cottages, and the villagers appeared impoverished. Sigh, Hank is the poorest man in our village. They can hardly afford bread. The arrival of another child is hardly a blessing for them. As Yang Bing entered the village, he overheard two villagers passing by, their words clear as day. They acknowledged him with a nod, betraying no surprise at the sight of a vagabond. You don't know? They say that when their son was born, a soothsayer foretold that this child would marry the king's daughter and eventually inherit the throne. Marry a princess? The words of the two startled Yang Bing, who glanced at the dilapidated village and inwardly chuckled. Could it be that this mission will be so simplistic? With a casual inquiry, Yang Bing soon located Hank's home, a hovel cobbled together from thatch. More akin to a doghouse than a dwelling, as the mountain folk had remarked, they were indeed the poorest family in the village. Just as Yang Bing was about to enter for a closer look, a voice emanated from within. Sell this child to me, and I shall offer you a substantial sum in exchange. Has someone beaten me to it? A thought flashed through Yang Bing's mind. Who could this first mover be? Without hesitation, he approached the side and peered through a gap. The individual proposing to purchase the child appeared to be a middle-aged man, roughly in his 40s. Despite his plain attire, Yang Bing recognized that he was no ordinary person. The man cradled the child of fortune in his arms, and on the table before him lay a bounty of silver coins. Indeed, a considerable amount, akin to a lifeline for Hank, who could scarcely afford bread. The transaction transpired smoothly, and the middle-aged man emerged with a triumphant smile, cradling the child as he made his way out of the village. Yang Bing followed closely behind. The man ventured into the woods beyond the village, where a pair of fully armed knights emerged from the thickets. Upon sighting the man, they knelt in reverence, addressing him as their king. So, you are the king, Yang Bing mused, unfazed by the spectacle. It was only reasonable for the king to act thus. Hank was indeed a fool for publicly proclaiming the soothsayer's words. Any king would be restless under such circumstances, eager to eliminate the threat. Your Majesty, how do you intend to deal with this child? One of the knights unsheathed a gleaming sword, its cold light reflecting ominously on the child's face. Realizing the impending danger, the child began to wail. My brave warrior, sheathe your sword at once, the king said, a deceitful smile gracing his face. I am a great king. How could I harm my own subjects? But keeping this child would spell disaster. I shall leave his fate to God, the king declared, placing the child in a wooden box, which he then set adrift in a nearby stream. The child lay quietly in the box, his bright eyes scanning his surroundings, blissfully unaware of the peril he faced. The king traced a finger over the child's face. Little gentleman, this decision not only shapes your fate, but mine as well. Go now. With that, he released his grip, allowing the box to drift downstream. Once the king and his entourage departed, Yang Bing approached the spot where the king had stood, gazing downstream, but the swift current had long since carried the child away. The child cannot possibly perish. I must find him swiftly. Lacking a horse, Yang Bing knew he could not outrun the river's flow on foot, and abandoning the quest was unthinkable, as the child was a crucial lead in his mission. Just as despair began to settle in, he spotted a ferry and oars not far off. Was it truly divine intervention? Overjoyed, Yang Bing leaped into the boat and seized the oars. As a former fisherman, rowing was second nature to him. The boat sped downstream like an arrow, and soon he caught up with the wooden box containing the child. Although the waters were tumultuous, the box floated steadily atop the surface. The box soon became ensnared by a clump of aquatic vegetation. Halting its descent, elated, Yang Bing increased his rowing strength, thinking fortune favored the bold. Just as he believed he was on the verge of success, a figure emerged from the riverbank. He had noticed the box, retrieved it, and swiftly departed. The sudden turn of events left Yang Bing momentarily stunned, but he soon regained his composure. As long as the child did not fall into the king's hands, he could still reclaim him. Stepping the small boat to shore, he was taken aback by an unexpected phenomenon. His oars seemed glued to his hands, utterly unyielding. Furthermore, each time he attempted to leave the riverbank, an invisible force propelled him back. This inconspicuous boat is a magical artifact? It appears I've been ensnared. What a nightmare. Yang Bing felt helpless, forced to watch as his quarry vanished with the box. Yet, he felt little remorse, for, like the time he had been transformed into a scarecrow, this magic would surely lose its effect soon enough. He would eventually escape this predicament. However, as days turned into weeks and weeks into years, he found himself ferrying across the narrow river day after day. Initially filled with hope, he soon began to lament his fate, and over time, he became numb to his circumstances. Time flew by, and before he knew it, over a decade had passed. One day, in a state of apathy, Yang Bing squatted in his small boat, grilling fish for sustenance. These river fish had been his staple diet over the years, occasionally supplemented by a bird or two for variety. Though monotonous, his days were not devoid of enjoyment, despite his limited space. The comings and goings of passengers kept him company, allowing him to engage in conversation without feeling lonely, yet he had gleaned no information about the drifting child. Consequently, he nearly forgot his original identity. Ahoy! Ferryman, could you please take me across? A shabby middle-aged man appeared on the riverbank, waving at Yang Bing across the water. Setting aside the grilled fish he had been nibbling, Yang Bing rowed to the opposite shore. The man's gaze fixated on the fish, and he smiled at Yang Bing. I appreciate your kindness. Once Yang Bing set the boat in motion, the man's eyes remained glued to the grilled fish. And he kept rubbing his stomach. Sir, if you don't mind, please help yourself to the fish first. Oh, I couldn't possibly. God teaches us not to take what doesn't belong to us, the man protested. Yet his hands reached for the fish without hesitation. Do you understand philosophy? The middle-aged man, now sated, spoke with newfound vigor, unexpectedly posing such a question. Yang Bing, taken aback by the inquiry, quickly composed himself and replied, Oh, I am merely a ferryman. Philosophy is beyond me. A glimmer of pity appeared in the man's eyes. Oh dear. Philosophy is a source of joy. I am a philosopher, and it seems you have lost a third of your life. Over the years, Yang Bing had encountered numerous peculiar passengers, but chose to ignore the philosopher, focusing instead on rowing his boat. Do you know history? No. The philosopher shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. Heavens, how dreadful! To forget the past is to betray it. Thus, you have squandered half your life. Yang Bing's irritation grew. Had he been the passionate youth he once was, he would have gladly pummeled the philosopher. However, his current mindset restrained him from such irrationality, prompting him to row faster, eager to rid himself of this tiresome individual. Do you understand mathematics? The same answer applies. I do not. Oh, unbelievable. The philosopher leaped from the boat, standing before Yang Bing, openly displaying his contempt. It appears you have entirely forfeited the meaning of life. Enough already. The boat has reached the shore. Now pay me. Yang Bing suppressed his anger, prioritizing the swift departure of this annoying philosopher. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might act violently. Ferryman, as I mentioned earlier, you have lost all sense of life. You are akin to a corpse. What significance does money hold for the dead? Ah, so you are a destitute wretch, Yang Bing thought with a smirk. Over the years, he had encountered many penniless passengers who had been upfront about their inability to pay, often showering him with flattering words in exchange for his goodwill. This insufferable philosopher, lacking funds and exuding arrogance, ignited Yang Bing's fury, prompting him to raise the or to strike. Hey, how can you, a ferryman, lack even a modicum of gentlemanly decorum, resorting to such barbaric violence? To Yang Bing's surprise, the philosopher was prepared. He sidestepped Yang Bing's strike and seized the oar. You scoundrel, get lost already. Yang Bing's anger ignited further as he suddenly noticed a startling shift. The oar, which had previously adhered to his hands, was now free, firmly grasped by the philosopher. Farewell, Mr. Philosopher. Elated, Yang Bing leaped ashore, discovering that the force preventing his escape had vanished. What does this signify? It means I am free once more. Ha ha ha. Yang Bing laughed heartily, skipping away, while behind him, the philosopher's curses echoed in the air. Upon departing from that confining cage, Yang Bing swiftly emerged from his joyous reverie, feeling waves of regret and melancholy wash over him. I never imagined that over a decade of my life would be squandered aboard this vessel. Excuse me. I've heard that there is a child in this village who drifted down the river. A familiar voice jolted Yang Bing from his despondency. The king. Yang Bing glanced at the monarch he had met over a decade ago. He now appeared even more aged, still clad in his humble attire. This time, he was unaccompanied by his armored knights. The king mistakenly assumed that Yang Bing, this stranger, belonged to the village. After Yang Bing shook his head and expressed his uncertainty, the king proceeded towards the nearby village. Yang Bing surveyed a village adorned with numerous windmills. By the looks of its grandeur, it was far more prosperous than the mountain village where Hank resided. He was astonished to discover how close this village was to his fairy point, having received no news about it over the years. Thus, he leisurely followed the king's footsteps into the village. The king entered without incident, but just as Yang Bing was about to follow suit, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted, followed by a pack of ferocious dogs, as large as calves, charging towards him. Although startled by the unexpected beasts, Yang Bing, plagued by numerous questions, could only hastily retreat, for being caught by these dogs would likely cost him his life. Chapter 38. The ghost unleashed. Yang Bing fled like a stray dog, running a considerable distance until he realized the vicious dogs had ceased their pursuit. He paused, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath, and began to ponder. Why did those savage dogs pursue me instead of the king, who had just entered? Hey, where did that beggar come from? As Yang Bing contemplated, a voice called out to him. Following the direction of the sound, he beheld a golden-haired youth riding a magnificent steed approaching him. Beggar? Are you referring to me? Yang Bing pointed to his own nose. Who else could it be? The golden-haired youth, with an air of arrogance, dismounted and tossed Yang Bing a copper coin, which rolled towards him, adorned with a peculiar arc. This coin is for you. Do not return to our village. We are a renowned affluent community, and wretches like you only bring misfortune. The youth's lavish attire confirmed his claims. Is that so? Yang Bing chuckled coldly, picking up the coin and tossing it in his hand. What about those ferocious dogs? Those dogs possess an innate sense. They can distinguish between the wealthy and the destitute, making them the perfect deterrent against beggars like you. Spirit beasts. This revelation dispelled Yang Bing's confusion as he tucked the silver coin into his pocket. Just moments ago, I clearly saw another impoverished person enter your village. The individual you mentioned is a wealthy man. He bestowed several gold coins upon my family and instructed me to deliver a message to a noble in the royal city. That is enough gold to sustain you beggars for a lifetime. Ah, so you are the child who was picked up. Upon realizing the identity of the youth before him, Yang Bing felt a surge of elation and inquired, "Do you know the contents of that letter?" "I do not. As a knight, I am forbidden from opening my employer's correspondence. Naturally, you beggars would not grasp such principles. Then, esteemed knight, may I know your name?" "I shall not reveal my name to a beggar, humph." After a few more taunts, the youth mounted his horse and departed. Yang Bing watched him leave, internally mocking the king for his unnecessary actions. Surely, as a monarch surrounded by skilled individuals, he could have dispatched a few assassins to eliminate the boy without all this fuss. With the silver coin in hand, Yang Bing ventured to the marketplace, grateful for the youth's generosity, for this coin would suffice to procure many goods. He used the silver coin to purchase a horse, a bow, and some weapons, leaving him with a fair amount of copper coins. Once prepared, he inquired about the route to the royal city and, just as he was about to embark, the townsfolk began to scatter in panic. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Yang Bing found himself alone on the bustling street, perplexed. What could induce such fear? Could it be a demon? "Hey, kid, are you seeking death?" A rotund figure, flanked by a group of soldiers, rode forth. His mount appeared far more weary than those of the other knights. "Ah, so it is you vermin who instill such terror among the locals." Having previously encountered such individuals during his time as a fisherman in another world, Yang Bing was well aware of their weaknesses and felt no fear. "Old man, you seem somewhat familiar," the rotund man remarked, causing Yang Bing to pause, reflecting on how a decade of hardships had aged him prematurely. "I suspect you are the bandit from the nearby mountains." The rotund man leaped down from his horse, a cunning smile adorning his face, and with a wave of his hand, the knights unsheathed their swords, encircling Yang Bing. "I am merely a ferryman from the river, my lord Count." Yang Bing forced a sycophantic smile. "Count?" The rotund man beamed with pride at this title, clearly pleased, and sauntered over to Yang Bing's newly acquired horse, his gaze settling on the bow and arrows strapped to the saddle. "I fail to understand how a mere ferryman lacks a fishing net, yet possesses these bows. If you claim to be a hunter, that would be more plausible. Do you take me for a fool? Take him away." Without a moment's hesitation, the knights seized Yang Bing and bound him, confiscating a short sword from his possession. The rotund count presented the weapon before Yang Bing's eyes. "Still denying your status as a bandit?" They stripped him of his remaining copper coins. This time, Yang Bing did not bother to defend himself. He allowed them to take him away. Once they departed, the marketplace returned to its lively atmosphere. Yang Bing was predictably imprisoned, yet to him, entering the jail felt akin to returning home. He experienced no discomfort, even finding the prison more pleasant than his own abode. "Old man, if you wish to avoid a beating, you would do well to admit your guilt. The Count is quite astute. Indeed, I am a bandit from the nearby mountains." Yang Bing's response left the rotund man momentarily stunned. In this world, carrying a bow and a short sword on the road was hardly unusual. His aim was merely to extract some tribute from Yang Bing. "Congratulations, my lord, for capturing a bandit. We can seek credit for this, and you shall indeed become a count." The knights surrounding the rotund man began to flatter him, causing him to close his eyes in delight. "Ha ha ha, a count? Merely a count." Yang Bing's derisive laughter caught the rotund man off guard, his expression shifting to one of anger. "You audacious bandit, how dare you mock me at death's door? I shall ensure you suffer for your insolence. Our leader's ambitions extend far beyond that of a mere count. It seems you are even inferior to us bandits." Yang Bing's words startled the rotund man, who then narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Old man, what do you mean by that?" Yang Bing gestured towards the knights surrounding the rotund man, who understood the implication but replied, "These knights are fiercely loyal to me. You can speak your mind freely. The current king is inept, preoccupied with his own pleasures, neglecting his duties, and his reputation has plummeted. Otherwise, we would not be forced to resort to banditry. You brazen bandit, how dare you insult the king? I shall see to it that you are executed." The rotund man seethed with rage, yet his forehead glistened with sweat, revealing his evident fear. Chapter 39. The Ghost Unleashed Again, my lord, for recognizing me as a bandit masquerading as a commoner amidst the vast crowd. It is evident that you possess remarkable wisdom. It would be a pity for someone of your intellect to aspire to merely be a count. Silence, silence. The count's body was drenched in sweat, and the ground beneath him had become a puddle from the perspiration dripping down. You bandit! Robbing and pillaging is one thing, but now you dare to defy authority? I shall report this to the higher-ups, and the king will undoubtedly send troops to eliminate you. Ha! Eliminate us? Let me be candid. Our backing is something you cannot contend with. I fear you may lose your head before you even reach the capital. Yang Bing spun lie after lie, ensnaring the rotund man in his web, based on the latter's demeanor and the current situation. It seemed the rotund man was beginning to believe him. I shall reveal to you an even greater secret, but the rotund man dismissed his subordinates, leaving only the two of them in the prison. The king is currently enjoying himself in a village not far from here. At this revelation, the rotund man could no longer contain himself. Fully believing Yang Bing, he unlocked the prison door, personally untying Yang Bing's restraints, and even brought a chair for him to sit upon. What does the old gentleman mean? The glint of malice flickered in the eyes of the rotund figure. The king, childless save for a single daughter, was rumored to possess a girl who lacked the qualities befitting a queen. Once the king was gone, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the kingdom, and at that juncture, we could revel in the disorder. Don't think that a mere count would suffice. Even the title of prince could be within reach. After having deftly deceived the rotund man, Yang Bing swaggered away with his belongings, leaving the subsequent matters to the rotund man's own devices. His immediate concern was to follow the golden-haired youth toward the royal capital. The journey to the capital necessitated traversing a vast, dense forest, and despite Yang Bing's relentless pace, he failed to exit the dark woods before nightfall. For him, the perilous forest held no dread, as he contemplated finding a suitable place to camp. A faint glimmer of light caught his attention in the distance. Could there be someone residing in the depths of this mountain? Regardless, it would surely be preferable to sleeping under the stars in the forest. With curiosity piqued, he made his way toward the flickering flame, soon discovering a sizable wooden abode. Hey, old woman, I wish to stay here for the night. A familiar voice echoed from within. It was none other than the golden-haired youth, his demeanor as haughty and impudent as ever. No, you must leave at once, replied an elderly voice from the interior. Old fool, if I weren't pressed for time, I would never dream of lodging in such a dilapidated and mold-ridden hovel. Bring forth something to eat. I assure you, I shall not shortchange you. Very well, since you insist, you may stay, the old woman acquiesced. This old crone has a remarkably gentle temperament. Had it been me, I would have surely cast this rude fellow out to the wolves, Yang Bing mused as he secured his horse and entered the dwelling. The interior exceeded his expectations in size, though the decor was sparse. It exuded a sturdy and secure ambience. Besides a main hall, several small rooms hinted at the presence of other occupants. Who are you? An elderly woman emerged, holding an oil lamp, evidently having made arrangements for the golden-haired youth. Greetings, venerable lady. Yang Bing bowed respectfully. I am merely a traveler seeking refuge for the night. Might you grant me this small favor? No, no, no. You must leave immediately, the old woman insisted, setting down the lamp and attempting to usher him outside. Despite her frail appearance, her strength was formidable, and Yang Bing found himself unceremoniously expelled. Does this old crone judge me by my humble attire? Such a narrow-minded view, he fumed internally, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Wait, I am willing to pay you. This is a den of robbers. Should they find you here, they will undoubtedly slay you. The old woman's next words struck a chord within Yang Bing, igniting a sense of shame for his earlier thoughts. Her refusal to admit him was born of concern for his safety. The bandits were merciless, and had he stayed, his life would have been in jeopardy. The old woman had taken in the golden-haired youth purely out of compassion for him, not wishing to shelter such an arrogant and rude young man. Thank you, then I shall take my leave. Just as he prepared to exit, a cacophony of noise erupted outside, signaling the return of the bandits. It's too late, hurry inside. Yang Bing followed the old woman into the house, where she ushered him into a corner room and instructed him to hide beneath the bed. This is my chamber. They typically won't venture here. Remain silent. Whose horse is that outside? One bandit bellowed as he burst in, slamming his hand on the table with a resounding crash. A lost noble knight has arrived. Ha ha, a noble knight must be quite wealthy. Where is he now? I administered a mild sedative. He currently slumbers like a log, impervious even to thunder. Well done. Who would have thought we'd net such a prize tonight? Yang Bing, concealed in the small room, listened intently to their conversation, his curiosity about the bandits growing. He cautiously emerged from his hiding place. Peering through a crack in the wall, the bandits numbered around 7, and amongst them stood a towering figure with a fearsome countenance, likely their leader. Yang Bing felt an odd mixture of emotions. As a pretender to the role of a bandit, he found himself in the company of genuine brigands, akin to a character from legend encountering a doppelganger. The old woman produced a pile of belongings and placed them on the wooden table. They belonged to the golden-haired youth. The bandits rifled through the garments until they discovered a modest pouch, pouring its contents onto the table to reveal but a few silver and copper coins. A noble knight, more like a pauper, the leader exclaimed, disappointment and anger crossing his features as he hurled the garments to the ground. A letter fell out. What is this? The leader picked up the letter, tearing it open. After reading for a moment, a look of confusion crossed his face. It appears the recipient is the queen. Judging by the tone, it must be from the king. Theo be able to deliver a letter to the queen suggests this fellow is indeed of noble lineage. What does the letter say? Yang Bing's curiosity was piqued, mirrored by the old woman's inquisitiveness. The king intends to have the messenger executed upon receipt of this letter. Poor young man, he has unwittingly stepped into the jaws of hell. The bandit leader stroked his chin thoughtfully. Who is this young man? Why would the king wish him dead? Hidden in the shadows, Yang Bing felt no surprise upon learning the contents of the letter. What intrigued him was how the bandits would treat the golden-haired youth. The leader's expression suggested he harbored no immediate intent to kill. Leader, I have conceived a lucrative scheme, one of the bandit lackeys exclaimed. Pray, enlighten me. We could alter the letter's contents to claim the messenger is to wed the princess. If we eliminate the messenger, you could impersonate him, and thus become the prince consort. Henceforth, we would no longer need to live as brigands. Ha! Your idea is rather clever, the leader laughed, patting the lackey on the shoulder. The lackey, thinking he was being praised, was startled when the leader swiftly slapped him across the face. Fool! Do you believe the princess would ever marry me? Do you take the king and queen for fools? Seems this bandit leader isn't entirely dim-witted, Yang Bing noted, approving of the leader's acumen. I had intended to have you dispatch that golden-haired youth, but it appears I must revise my plans. The letter's contents may be altered, but we shall keep the boy alive. We can use the original as leverage to coerce him, ensuring that once you become the prince consort, you will provide us with benefits. Thus, the night passed. The following morning, the old woman prepared a sumptuous breakfast for the golden-haired youth. After he finished, he set off on his way, while the bandits donned merchant attire and followed suit. Yang Bing, who had been hiding in the old woman's room overnight, leisurely ate a few bites before trailing behind them. Before long, their group arrived at the royal city. As the youth approached the palace to deliver the letter, Yang Bing quickened his pace and scattered a handful of pepper onto the horse's mane. The horse, startled by the spice, reared wildly, throwing its rider to the ground and scattering his belongings. Quick as a flash, Yang Bing snatched the letter and made a hasty escape, while the youth remained blissfully unaware of his lost treasure. However, the bandits had not missed the incident and promptly pursued Yang Bing. They are bandits, intent on assassinating the king and queen. I am here to deliver a warning. Yang Bing rushed to the palace guards, who regarded him with suspicion. Wielding their swords, they charged at the bandits, leaving 2 to guard Yang Bing. The 7 bandits, facing the elite soldiers of the palace, dared not confront them and, casting one last venomous glare at Yang Bing, fled in haste. Their escape was swift, and the soldiers were unable to keep pace. Once the soldiers returned, questioning Yang Bing's identity, he could only produce the letter, exclaiming, "This is a letter from the king for the queen. It must be delivered to her personally." The soldiers eyed Yang Bing's tattered and weary appearance with skepticism, but ultimately led him into the palace to meet the queen. A woman of unremarkable beauty clad in fine garments. The queen received the letter, tearing it open to read its contents. Her gaze, laden with malice, fell upon Yang Bing, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Pray tell, good sir, do you comprehend the contents of this letter?" "Your Majesty, I am but a humble messenger for the king. I wouldn't dare to breach its seal. Upon delivering it, I intended to depart," Yang Bing replied. Fully aware that the queen harbored murderous intentions towards him, it was evident to anyone that a man of his ilk would never be granted the title of prince consort. His act of thievery had been a grievous miscalculation, and he needed to extricate himself from this perilous situation. "Dear sir, the king has instructed me to facilitate your union with the princess. What do you suggest I should do?" "I am unworthy, truly unworthy. How could someone like me ever befit a princess? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Well said. You lowly commoner are indeed unworthy of the princess. However, it is the king's will, and I dare not defy it, which places me in quite the predicament. So what now?" The queen clapped her hands, and soldiers surged into the grand hall, drawing their gleaming swords. "Seize this wretched assassin and cast him into the dungeon." At the queen's command, Yang Bing was swiftly subdued by the well-trained guards, leaving him with no opportunity to resist. "Is this truly a dungeon?" Yang Bing surveyed the modest prison, its clean space devoid of the foul stench typically associated with such places, and he felt quite content with the environment. It was almost like returning home. After entering the prison, he glanced around, contemplating his escape. Perhaps due to his elderly appearance, the soldiers had neglected to shackle him with chains, merely confining him within a wooden cage. Yang Bing touched the wooden bars, elated. It seemed the benefits of his aged visage were indeed apparent. He withdrew a tool for eating, intending to carve an opening in the wooden enclosure. "How did you come to be imprisoned here?" A youthful female voice called from the adjacent cell, suggesting the speaker was quite young. Startled, Yang Bing quickly stowed away his saw, deducing that the voice emanated from the neighboring cell, separated by a wall that obstructed their view. "Those confined here are merely those who have erred within the palace. I do not recall ever seeing you before. Is it customary to imprison those who err within the palace in a dungeon?" Yang Bing reflected on the historical dramas he had once viewed, recognizing that this logic seemed quite fitting. Instead of answering the unknown girl's inquiry, he retorted, "Then you ought to tell me why you find yourself here." "Why am I here? It would be better if you remained ignorant. If you do not disclose your reasons, why should I share mine?" Yang Bing scoffed, brandishing his saw once more. "Indeed, you are right. After all, you are destined for death, so there is little need for me to inquire further." Yang Bing mused. The queen herself declared it a dungeon. Thus it is certainly a place for those who are near death. Must you even state that? He held no interest in the identity of the girl, presuming she was simply a palace maid or the like. "Release me. I am not a robber. I merely deliver messages." Shortly after Yang Bing's arrival, a familiar voice resounded from outside the prison. The golden-haired youth had also been brought in. He was confined in the cell opposite Yang Bing's, and upon being thrown inside by the guards, he attempted to escape but was met with a harsh kick, collapsing to the ground and struggling to rise. What a narrow fate for adversaries. Observing the golden-haired youth's predicament, Yang Bing felt a strange mix of emotions, though he dared not continue sawing the bars. "Let me out, queen. I am truly not a robber." "Cease your noise. The queen will not release you." The girl in the adjacent cell spoke again. "Who are you?" The golden-haired youth finally realized he was not alone, his face lighting up with excitement as he grasped the bars. "Who are you two?" After changing his attire, Yang Bing was not immediately recognizable. "I am the princess." The princess. Yang Bing's heart raced, and glancing again at the golden-haired youth, he marveled at the peculiarities of fate. Simultaneously, his disdain for the princess intensified. Without a doubt, she was yet another who judged by appearances. How could it be? How could a princess find herself in the same predicament as us? It is the queen. The queen has cast her own flesh and blood into this wretched place. The golden-haired youth's expression betrayed disbelief, while Yang Bing remained convinced of the princess's identity. Could it be that the hideous queen was envious of her daughter's beauty, resorting to such drastic measures? "No, she is not my mother. She is merely a witch, a fearsome demon." The girl spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. A demon? Huh? The golden-haired youth erupted in laughter. You are not a princess. You are merely mad. Be silent, for I have no desire to converse with a lunatic. Then do you wish to escape? The princess's words took Yang Bing by surprise. While the previously listless golden-haired youth perked up, however, he quickly regained his composure. I have no illusions about escaping. There are too many guards outside for that. Your Highness, do you have a plan? Though he harbored some aversion towards the princess, Yang Bing was determined not to let his petty emotions hinder their escape. After all, the princess had been confined here for quite some time. Perhaps she possessed a viable plan. I shall not divulge my escape method to rescue a hideous old man. The princess arrogantly dismissed Yang Bing's inquiry. Igniting a profound animosity within him, he clenched his fists tightly, wishing he had the strength to shatter the wall separating them and silence her once and for all. Listen here, golden-haired knight. Remaining idle here will lead to your demise. The princess earnestly addressed the golden-haired youth. Evidently still harboring fantasies about this cowardly fellow, if you follow my instructions, escaping will not be overly challenging. Very well, I shall grant you one chance. Do tell me your plan. The golden-haired youth appeared weary, prompting Yang Bing to find it amusing. Was the princess truly devoid of wit? The golden-haired youth was merely handsome, lacking any semblance of a true knight. Here is the key to the dungeon. The princess tossed a key to the golden-haired youth, which fell at his feet. Unlock the door and come out quickly, then proceed to the innermost cell. In the corner, there is a tunnel that leads directly outside the city, and you will not be discovered. Why did you not mention this sooner? The golden-haired youth picked up the key, ready to unlock the door. Wait, do not be so hasty. I have yet to finish speaking. After you escape, remember to head west, where there lies a dark forest inhabited by a demon. Ah? Seek a demon in the dark forest. The golden-haired youth's face displayed undeniable fear. Yet he said nothing more. He simply unlocked the door and fled in the direction indicated by the princess. Hey, I haven't finished. The youth paid no mind, disappearing into the tunnel. Moments later, he returned, his face twisted in anger. What manner of tunnel is this? It reeks. It turned out the tunnel connected to the sewage system, filled with all sorts of filth. Knight, had it not been a sewer, I would have long since escaped. As a princess, I would never allow such filth to soil my noble being. You fear dirt. Does that mean I should not? The youth cursed as he returned to the prison, relocking the chains and resuming his position on the cold floor. Foolish knight, pretentious princess. Yang Bing felt an unexplainable delight, thinking, who would have guessed such a spectacle would unfold in this dungeon? Could they truly become a couple? Knight, I have a splendid idea for our escape. Yang Bing's words momentarily startled the youth, who merely glanced at him without responding. We shall present the key to the queen. This would be a commendable act, and perhaps she might show us mercy. Upon hearing Yang Bing's suggestion, the youth sprang up, brimming with excitement. You are absolutely correct. How could I not have thought of that? It is far better than wallowing in filth and becoming a wanted criminal. Under the knight's betrayal, the queen soon arrived at the dungeon. After listening to the golden-haired youth's account, she turned to him with a cold smirk. What a remarkable achievement you've accomplished. Her gaze then shifted to the princess, who trembled in fear, retreating to the darkest corner of the cell, afraid to utter a word. To seek a demon in the dark forest? It seems you, wretched girl, possess more knowledge than I imagined. After the queen spoke, a cloud of black smoke enveloped her, transforming her into a hideous creature with horns sprouting from her head, her voice now a grating rasp. You all know my secret. Tell me how I should deal with you. A ghost. A ghost. The golden-haired youth, terrified, cried out in panic, losing all composure. Upon witnessing her true form, Yang Bing felt a surge of exhilaration. He realized he possessed a considerable immunity to the demon's magic. It dawned on him that the queen herself was a magical entity, a fact he should have anticipated. Perhaps this was an unparalleled opportunity for him. Coward, it is such a shame to waste such a fine appearance. The queen extended her hand towards the golden-haired youth, her nails elongating like blades, brushing against his face. Become my man, and I shall not only spare your life but grant you wealth and power. You may even ascend to kingship. The queen continued to entice the golden-haired youth. The grotesque expression on the hideous face nearly caused Yang Bing to retch. He never anticipated that this repugnant female demon could possess such lascivious tendencies. However, for the golden-haired youth, this presented a rather fortuitous opportunity. Based on Yang Bing's deductions, given the youth's character, he would likely acquiesce without hesitation. No, I refuse to become the lover of an ugly demon. Keep your distance. I am a noble knight, and my wife must be a regal and beautiful princess. Does a noble princess necessarily have to be beautiful? The queen turned around, and with a swift flick of her hand, the princess was ensnared by an invisible force and lifted from her prison, suspended in midair. Yang Bing beheld the true visage of the princess. While not entirely unattractive, she was clad in coarse linen garments. Resembling a peasant from the roadside, if one were to claim her as noble and beautiful, it would be a gross exaggeration. Your Highness, this knight seems to be fond of you. What should I do? Should I facilitate your union? The queen teased the pair leisurely. Farewell, my kingdom. From this day forth, I have done all I could. The princess shut her eyes, her face ashen, realizing that her misconceptions had led to this unfortunate conclusion. Regretting her earlier belief in the golden-haired youth. I am quite curious, princess. How did you learn to seek out the devil in the Black Forest to confront me? It was my biological mother who appeared to me in a dream, informing me that the devil knows all secrets of the world, and that finding him would reveal the means to defeat you. Knows all secrets of the world? This revelation astonished Yang Bing. If the devil could indeed be found, might there be a way to return to the real world sooner? To summon one devil to combat another? You are all mad. I am merely an ordinary person. Not a knight that I wish to have no part in this, and to flee this cursed place. The golden-haired youth, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, dashed toward the escape tunnel, with the queen making no attempt to stop him. With a splash, he seemed to leap into the sewer and successfully escape. The prince is dead. Mission accomplished. Resurrection count. 1. Would you like to return to the space? The prompt echoing in Yang Bing's mind startled him. Had the mission truly been completed so easily? If one disregarded the excessive time spent as a ferryman, it felt almost too simple. Oh, what a cowardly fellow! Princess, you made a grave mistake from the very beginning. Perhaps choosing the prisoner next door would have been the wiser decision. Yang Bing pointed to the chains locking the prison. Your Highness, I am but an ordinary man, not a knight that I wish to have no part in this, and to leave this cursed place. Very well, as you wish. With a swift motion of her sharp nails, the bars crumbled as if they were mere tofu, creating a gaping hole. The queen's sudden acquiescence caught him off guard, but he had no time to ponder as he fled the accursed location. Heading toward the tunnel, upon reaching the entrance of the winding tunnel, he hesitated before leaping in, wary of the hidden dangers that had claimed the life of the golden-haired youth. He picked up a nearby stone and hurled it into the tunnel. A resounding clatter echoed, followed by a series of anguished cries, reminiscent of some beast's tormented wails. Yang Bing couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his cleverness. He leaped into the tunnel, sliding down the incline before plunging into a pool of water. Contrary to expectations, there was no foul stench. It turned out to be a moat rather than a sewer. In the water, remnants of clothing and dismembered flesh floated, unmistakably left behind by the previous golden-haired youth. He wasted no time swimming to the shore, as the moat was not wide, and his swimming skills enabled him to reach the bank swiftly. Logically, the mission was complete, and he could return to his space. Yet he delayed his return to seek out the devil in the Black Forest for answers. Help, save me. Just as Yang Bing was about to depart, a familiar voice called out from behind him. It was none other than the princess. He turned to find a massive catfish with its gaping maw revealing jagged teeth. Yang Bing realized that this fish had inadvertently aided him in completing his mission. Get away, you water demon. The princess frantically crawled toward the tunnel's entrance, only to find the walls too slick to gain any purchase. How did she escape the queen's grasp? Yang Bing pondered, though lacking any fondness for the princess. He had no intention of intervening. Help me, good sir, please. As he was about to turn away, the princess spotted him and cried out desperately. Perhaps I should do a good deed. After a brief internal struggle, Yang Bing could not bear to watch the princess, whom he once despised, meet her demise in the jaws of the fish. He drew forth a saw and plunged back into the water. The catfish, focused solely on the princess, failed to notice Yang Bing until he struck, carving a deep gash in the fish's belly. The catfish thrashed in pain, its powerful tail flinging Yang Bing out of the water and into the air. And then, in a single leap, it swallowed him whole. Quick-witted, Yang Bing slashed at the fish's abdomen again, tearing it open and spilling its entrails, along with the dismembered remains of the golden-haired youth. The two emerged from the water unscathed. But without delay, they sought a secluded, safe spot, where the princess expressed her gratitude. "I am curious, how did you manage to escape?" Yang Bing, indifferent to her thanks, inquired about another point of interest. "I too am perplexed. Just when I believed I was doomed under her magical control, her powers seemed to falter, and she became frantic. Seizing the opportunity, I escaped. So that was it. Seems the queen's magic has its flaws. What are your plans now?" "I intend to venture into the Black Forest to seek the devil." The princess's response left Yang Bing utterly astonished. "You, a delicate princess, to the Black Forest? Do you have any notion of the dangers lurking within? Countless venomous snakes, ferocious beasts, and ruthless bandits abound. I fear you may perish along the way. Moreover, the queen will undoubtedly anticipate your journey to the Black Forest, and she will pursue you relentlessly, even if you are fortunate enough to reach the devil. Can he truly assist you?" Yang Bing's barrage of questions left the princess in a daze. After a moment of silence, she replied, "No. For the sake of my kingdom, I cannot give up, and no matter the peril, I shall forge ahead." The fragile princess's eyes sparkled with determination, startling Yang Bing as he glimpsed a reflection of his former self within her gaze. "No matter the danger, I cannot yield." "Very well. I shall accompany you." Initially, Yang Bing had intended to abandon the journey to the Black Forest, yet he was swayed by the princess's resolve. Additionally, he felt compelled to challenge himself. If a privileged princess could brave the dangers, how could a seasoned hunter like him remain passive? "No, good sir, I owe you enough already. I do not wish to place you in further peril." The princess, shedding her earlier airs, spoke with remarkable gentleness. After a brief preparation, the duo set forth on their journey to the Black Forest. Fortunately, the princess proved to be an adept rider, and they traveled swiftly, encountering no trouble along the way, with not a single pursuit from the queen's minions. After several days of travel, they soon entered the realm of the Black Forest. Upon entering, Yang Bing felt a sense of reassurance. For him, the forest represented his greatest advantage. He casually hunted a few game and lit a fire to roast his catch. Observing this familiar scene, the princess looked puzzled. "Hans, who exactly are you? You previously claimed to be a fisherman." "Catherine, my identity is of little consequence. I am a fisherman, a hunter, and a knight. Yet, before all this, I was, like you, a carefree youth. Had it not been for certain events, I would not have become who I am now." As they became more familiar, they addressed each other by name. Yang Bing discovered that the princess was not inherently ill-natured. Her previous haughty demeanor was merely a product of her noble upbringing. A commonality among all fairy tale worlds. What transpired in your life? Anyone would be intrigued by Yang Bing's experiences. You wouldn't comprehend, as we hail from two different worlds. Yet, our goals are presently aligned. After feasting, Catherine quickly fell into slumber, while Yang Bing found sleep elusive. He needed to remain vigilant, unwilling to fall victim to unforeseen dangers in his dreams. Following a peaceful night, they resumed their journey. Arriving at their destination before nightfall, a foreboding palace loomed before them. Catherine's face lit up with excitement. "Unbelievable! We encountered no dangers on our way here. Who are you?" An elderly woman, frail and haggard, emerged from the palace. Her visage grotesque, with menacing tusks and horns atop her head. Upon seeing this woman, who bore a striking resemblance to the queen, Catherine instinctively retreated behind Yang Bing. However, recalling her purpose, she summoned her courage and approached the old crone. Bowing respectfully, "We have come in search of the devil to pose him a few inquiries." Upon hearing Catherine's declaration, the old woman took a liking to the strong and brave princess, smiling amiably. "Ah, he is not at home at the moment. He will not return until midnight. I am but his servant. How about this? I shall conceal you in a safe place, and when he returns, I will inquire about your questions one by one." The elderly woman warmly welcomed the two, and once arrangements were complete, she hid the princess in a small room next door while Yang Bing concealed himself beneath a table in the hall. Awaiting the devil's return at midnight, the hour soon arrived, and a fierce wind howled outside, flinging the door open at a figure, dark as night and with a fearsome countenance, strode in. Yang Bing then understood why the old woman had directed Catherine to the inner chamber. Had she witnessed the scene before her, her shock would surely have led to their discovery. I smell the scent of the living. The devil sniffed the air upon entering, licking his lips with a gluttonous gleam in his eyes. What a delectable aroma of human flesh! It has been ages since I last savored such a delicacy. Yang Bing was taken aback by the devil's acute sense of smell. Capable of discerning so much from mere scent, it appeared that they had been exposed, yet he could escape at any moment, while Catherine remained in peril. Indeed, a few humans did come by, but they fled soon after. What you detect is merely their lingering scent, the old woman interjected, unceremoniously pushing the devil into a chair and beginning to comb his hair. What a pity! You should have detained them for me to feast upon. Such a missed banquet. As the old woman massaged his shoulders, the devil, feeling quite relaxed, ceased his talk of human flesh. By the way, they posed some questions to me before leaving. Since you claim to know everything, surely you can answer them. What queries? I hope they are not trivial matters. Like why fruit trees do not bear fruit, or why springs run dry. I can hardly be bothered to respond to such nonsense. A small kingdom in the east is under the control of a witch, who possesses formidable magical powers. The princess of that kingdom wishes to defeat her. Is there any way to accomplish this? That question is rather intriguing and merits a response. Let me tell you. During a certain period each day, that which is devoid of magical strength, if one can seize that moment to slay her, the princess shall reclaim her kingdom. Upon hearing the devil's answer, both Yang Bing and Catherine seemed to comprehend why the queen had previously descended into madness. It became apparent that her powers were waning during that time. Catherine had received the satisfactory answer she sought. There is a young man from another world who yearns to return to his homeland, yet he must perform numerous peculiar tasks to fulfill his wish. Is there a more expedient way for him to return? This question was posed by Yang Bing, and now that Catherine had attained her desired answer, he too sought an equally satisfactory resolution, his heart pounding with anticipation for the devil's next words. What is a homeland? It is where one holds dear memories of people and events. A homeland is not confined to a singular place. Even if a person from another world returns physically to their original realm, their heart may never follow. To accept one's circumstances is the wisest course. To accept one's circumstances, yet my heart cannot return? Yang Bing pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I must admit, there is wisdom in your words, devil. However, while this world is captivating, it does not evoke my longing. I still prefer our original world, where I require my phone and computer. Before long, the devil succumbed to slumber, and after thanking the old woman, the two did not linger, finding their endeavors to be more successful than anticipated. Catherine, brimming with joy from her satisfactory answer, while Yang Bing held mixed feelings regarding his own. Mr. Hans, through my dealings with you, I have come to realize you are quite extraordinary. At first, I could not articulate why, but the devil's response has illuminated my understanding. Can you tell me where your homeland lies? Even if I told you, you would not comprehend why homeland is a wondrous place, while the world you inhabit is exceedingly small, almost negligible. Catherine was the first character from the story to inquire about Yang Bing's origins. He wished to avoid elaborating, opting instead to shift the conversation. Is your father still around? Why have you not confided in him about all of this? Catherine let out a bitter laugh. My father has been utterly bewitched by the beauty of that witch. It has scarcely been long since my mother passed, and he swiftly sought a new queen. Ever since the witch entered the palace, he is transformed into a different man, wholly subservient to her. The witch's beauty? Yang Bing had witnessed the queen's illusionary form within the palace and found her merely average. Could it be that the witch's enchantments held no sway over him? Yang Bing was not surprised by this development. As the protagonist, he possessed a significant degree of immunity to magic. What are your plans for dealing with the queen? Though her magical powers may intermittently vanish, the capital is likely on high alert now. If we attempt a direct assault, Those ordinary soldiers could easily bring about our demise. I am aware of a secret passage that leads directly to the queen's quarters. It is known only to me. If we can stealthily enter the palace through this passage, the witch will undoubtedly meet her end, and our kingdom shall be saved. After devising their plan, the two disguised themselves in preparation to enter the capital. As Yang Bing had anticipated, the guards stationed at the city gates had significantly increased, meticulously monitoring the throngs of people passing by. "Hey, you little brat, you've thwarted our plans. At long last, we've caught you." 7 bandits materialized from nowhere, encircling the pair. What ill fortune! We truly are destined to cross paths with our foes, with pursuers in front and bandits behind. While Yang Bing contemplated how to deal with the ruffians, Catherine spoke up, "Gentlemen, I have heard of the matters between you and Mr. Hans." At that moment, Catherine exhibited an uncharacteristic calmness, her tone imbued with authority. "I am the princess of this kingdom. If you serve me, I shall bestow upon you wealth and honor far superior to that of a life as bandits in the mountains." "That sounds appealing. None wish to remain as bandits. What would you require of us?" "Esteemed princess, eliminate the queen, that witch." After a brief negotiation, the bandits and the princess reached an agreement. Yang Bing grew increasingly impressed with the young girl. She indeed possessed the demeanor of a queen and had undergone remarkable growth in such a short time. Destined to achieve great things in the future. Under the cover of night, Yang Bing and his companions swiftly traversed the secret passage into the palace, timing their entry to coincide with the queen's loss of power. They successfully infiltrated her chambers. At that moment, the queen was at her vanity, removing her makeup, with no maidservants in sight and guards stationed at a distance. An unparalleled opportunity. Bang! They burst into the queen's chamber, swiftly shutting the door behind them. Startled, the queen turned, a smirk curling her lips. "Ah, I showed you mercy last time, allowing you to escape. I never expected you to return to your own demise, accompanied by a ragtag bunch." "This is the queen?" The bandit leader expressed disappointment. "I have been with many women. Any one of them is more beautiful than this old hag. Has the king lost his sight?" "Oh, is that so?" The queen replied with a slight smile, waving her hand as a dark mist emanated from her, transforming the entire room into a sealed space. "Her magical powers have not waned?" Catherine furrowed her brow, appearing remarkably composed, realizing she had perhaps made a grave mistake, now finding herself with no way to escape. "How beautiful!" The bandits slowly approached the queen, their movements stiff, their gazes vacant as though they were mere shells of themselves. As they ambled closer, their bodies began to evaporate, and before they could reach the queen, they had all turned to nothingness, leaving only a few garments scattered on the floor. "How beautiful!" Yang Bing mimicked the bandit's movements as he too advanced toward the queen, who grinned with pride and beckoned him with her formerly fair arm, now transformed into a black claw. "Mr. Hans, you must not approach." Catherine's call fell on deaf ears as Yang Bing continued toward the queen. Just as he was a mere step away, the queen pressed her dark claw against his back in a fleeting moment. Yang Bing drew a sharp blade and accurately plunged it into the queen's heart. Instead of blood, a torrent of black mist streamed from her wound. The queen let out anguished screams. "How is this possible? Why has my magic failed? This cannot be." In but a moment, the queen dissipated into black smoke, and the space returned to normal. "Oh, Mr. Hans, you truly are my lucky star. I knew nothing could thwart you. Now, I wish to formally invite you to join me in governing the kingdom." The words of Catherine are profound and laden with special significance. "I can only express my apologies, Your Majesty, for I believe you would excel on your own." Yang Bing resolutely rejected the woman's confession. He harbored no desire to leave even a trace of nostalgia in any fairy tale realm, as it would be detrimental to his future endeavors. "Then let us take our leave." Catherine embraced Yang Bing, and in that moment, they could hear each other's heartbeats. This was his first intimate contact with a woman, and he found himself momentarily flustered. Quickly, he extricated himself from her embrace and hastily departed. Chapter 45. Nightingale. The first thing Yang Bing did upon his return was to examine his own body. Touching his face, his appearance had returned to its former state, no longer resembling an aged figure. "Adventurer, your performance continues to impress me," or perhaps astonish me. Your courage and wisdom far surpass those of your predecessors." As Yang Bing re-entered the space, the witch appeared before him, her tone and address considerably more courteous. "Thank you for your praise. This task was exceedingly simple. Had I not been hindered by that wretched ship, I might have returned sooner," Yang Bing replied, his tone with the witch growing increasingly amiable, no longer marked by the trepidation he once felt. "It is not that the task was overly simple, but rather that you have grown immensely powerful. As you evolve, the adventures ahead may not pose as many dangers, allowing you to complete your missions with greater ease. There is one thing I must remind you. Do not be overly harsh on yourself." "Overly harsh on myself?" Yang Bing gazed at the witch in confusion. "I do not comprehend the meaning of your words. Are you truly unmoved by the beautiful women in the fairy tale world?" "Moved? They are indeed lovely, but everything is merely words. They bear little significance. In your heart, are they truly just a collection of words? What did you feel when you embraced Catherine? Was that not a tangible sensation?" "I sensed your stirrings." The witch's words left Yang Bing momentarily stunned. Reflecting on the previous encounter, he fell into contemplation before responding, "I do not wish for these enchanting ladies to sway my resolve to depart from here." "So, you still intend to leave? Did the devil's words have no effect on you?" "Haha." The mention of that devil sparked a realization in Yang Bing, and he scoffed. "This is all your orchestration. You merely wish for me to remain in this void of nothingness. Though I require neither sustenance nor rest, what meaning does that hold? You seem to have forgotten that you can choose to enter the previous fairy tale realms, which are equally enchanting. Your predecessors were not as rigid as you. Some established great enterprises. Others amassed wealth beyond measure, and some took numerous wives and concubines. It sounds enticing, yet it holds no allure for me. Farewell, mistress. I shall proceed to the next world. If I continue this conversation, I fear I may be swayed by you." Watching Yang Bing's retreating figure, the witch shook her head with a sigh. "What a stubborn fellow. He truly gives me a headache. Long live the emperor." Upon entering the next fairy tale world, Yang Bing was immediately taken aback, finding himself kneeling in the middle of a bustling street, surrounded by a sea of heads. Before him, a procession was passing by, the cries of "Long live" echoing incessantly. Where is this place? Is it a fairy tale world? Why am I in ancient China? According to the flood of information in his mind, he was now a scholar traveling to take the imperial examination, a penniless scholar at that, situated in the Mid-Ming dynasty. Yet a cascade of questions surged within him. Having encountered many foreign lands with golden hair and blue eyes, he found himself somewhat disoriented in the presence of his own kind with yellow skin and black hair. "Hey, young Han, shouldn't we find a rundown temple to stay in?" After the emperor's procession had passed, the marketplace returned to normal, and everyone resumed their activities. Young Han was the name he bore in this world, and he was addressed by a fellow scholar named Yang Kuei. "Brother Kuei, why not find an inn to stay in? Those decrepit temples cannot shield us from the wind and rain." Yang Bing was reluctant to be bothered by mosquitoes and rats in a dilapidated temple. Yang Kuei replied sternly, "Brother, are you out of your mind? We have little money as it is. My family has invested all our savings for this examination. I cannot squander my family's hard-earned wealth. I must achieve success and make a name for myself." "Brother, do you know if the current emperor has a daughter?" Yang Bing smiled and shook his head. For him, achieving success in the examination was not a priority. His focus remained on finding the princess and the prince, devising a way to separate them. "Brother, I never expected this from you." Yang Kuei stood up, pointing at Yang Bing with a bemused expression. "Do you wish to become a prince consort? But then again, who wouldn't want to be a prince consort? The current emperor has countless sons and daughters. There are dozens of princesses. I truly hope that we might catch the eye of a princess." "Heavens! Dozens of princesses?" Yang Bing shivered, exclaiming in astonishment. This Ming emperor must have had a remarkable fertility rate, and he pondered how to navigate such a multitude of princesses. Let us not dwell on this further. We should find a rundown temple soon. If we delay, we might miss even that. Under Yang Kuei's urging, the two men exited the city, easily locating a dilapidated temple on the outskirts. Upon entering, Yang Bing was overwhelmed with despair. The temple's walls were cracked. The roof bore several holes, and wooden beams hung precariously overhead. In the center of the main hall stood a fearsome statue of a guardian deity, unlike any he had ever seen, and more terrifying still. The deity's feet were planted upon two dark demons. Brother Kuei, this temple is far too eerie. It unsettles me. Perhaps we should find another place. Brother, you are mistaken, as the saying goes. If one does not commit wrongful deeds, there is nothing to fear. Let us tidy up a bit and make this our home. We must study by candlelight tonight. Yang Bing found it futile to argue further and began to clean. Their hands moved swiftly, and in no time, they had the temple in order, laying down two makeshift beds in a corner. After their labors, dusk had fallen, and hunger gnawed at their stomachs. Yang Kuei produced a steamed bun from his pack and offered it to Yang Bing. After a couple of bites, Yang Bing found it bland and, having finished one, realized it barely satisfied his hunger. He contemplated asking Yang Kuei for another, but discovering that the latter's provisions were also limited, he decided against it. Night soon descended, and they lit a candle for illumination. Under the dim flicker of the candlelight, the guardian deity appeared even more terrifying, particularly with the two demons at its feet seemingly poised to spring to life. Yang Kuei began to study by candlelight, while Yang Bing, disinterested, chose to lie down and sleep. Just moments after he had closed his eyes, Yang Kuei quietly called out to him a few times. Yang Bing, his stomach empty, ignored him. Believing Yang Bing to be asleep, Yang Kuei opened his pack, changed into clean clothes, and headed towards the door. Chapter 46. Nightingale 2-inch. What is this? In the dead of night, this fellow neither sleeps nor studies by candlelight, yet dresses so finely. What could he be up to? Yang Kuei's mysterious behavior piqued Yang Bing's curiosity, leading him to stealthily follow. With Yang Bing's abilities, it was effortless to track a scholar who posed no threat. Without disturbing Yang Kuei, he made his way through the dark until they reached a bustling street, where Yang Kuei stopped at a food stall and ordered a large bowl of noodles. Beginning to eat. So, he has come out for a midnight snack. Yang Bing found the scene amusing. It's just a meal. There's no need to be so secretive. I have no interest in sharing your feast. Why dress so well just to eat? Yang Kuei devoured his noodles voraciously before rising to leave, but his direction was not toward the dilapidated temple. He headed for another location, coming to a halt in front of a brightly lit establishment. Yang Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. The Yihong courtyard. He's seeking entertainment. Yang Bing gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment. Is this still the same scholar who advocates frugality? I never imagined he would squander his examination funds in such a disreputable place. Well, an entertainment venue is just that. Watching Yang Kuei enter the Yihong courtyard, Yang Bing snorted in surprise but soon became accustomed to the situation. Yang Kuei had no wife. Visiting such a place was not necessarily a moral failing. With less than 3 days until the imperial examination, Yang Kuei spent 3 nights at the Yihong courtyard, leaving Yang Bing to wonder how much money he truly had and whether he genuinely aspired to pass the examination. They each harbored their own secrets, exchanging words only occasionally until the 3rd day, when Yang Kuei, dragging a weary body and sporting dark circles under his eyes, entered the examination hall. The examination stretched from early morning until midnight, during which Yang Bing wrote not a single character, frequently dozing off. He had assumed the examination would be brief. Had he known, he would not have come to the hall. It was dreadfully dull. Meanwhile, Yang Kuei, seated across from him, wore a constant smile as he scribbled furiously, exuding confidence. 10 days later, a royal announcement was posted, and the crowd of examinees surged forward to check the results, amidst wails and sighs. Some even collapsing from distress. Brother Yang Han, it seems you are unconcerned about your performance in the examination. Yang Bing and his companion did not follow the crowd into the throng, but rather leisurely enjoyed tea at a nearby tea house. Not far from the imperial announcement. The examination results are a matter of great importance concerning one's future, he mused. Hee. Yang Bing chuckled nonchalantly. Brother, are you not, like me, appearing as if this matter does not concern you? I am not like you. Back in the examination hall, you did not write a single word. It was as if you submitted a blank paper, his companion retorted. After a moment's wait, as the crowd dispersing around the imperial announcement gradually thinned, they strolled over at a leisurely pace. The names of the other candidates were unfamiliar to them, but Yang Kuei's name, ranking second, elicited a slight smile from him. At last, I have not failed to live up to expectations. I have indeed earned the fruits of a decade's arduous study. Congratulations. Brother Yang It seems I truly lack the fate for an official career. Thus, I shall take my leave. Yang Bing felt immense pressure in the company of this fellow townsman, who conversed in a flowery manner while he himself often resorted to coarse language. Having endured much chastisement from the other, Yang Kuei clasped his hands in farewell, and as he watched Yang Bing's departing figure, his smile morphed into a sinister grin. Just then, a middle-aged man approached him. Bowing respectfully, "Young master, everything is proceeding according to our plan. You shall soon meet the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Do you have any further instructions?" Indeed, this young Han possesses an extraordinary demeanor. I cannot shake the feeling that he shares a more complex identity, which conveys an air of mystery that I find unsettling. Dispose of him, and ensure it is done cleanly and swiftly. The middle-aged man accepted the order and departed in pursuit of Yang Bing, who was following me. After enduring numerous life-threatening encounters, Yang Bing's alertness had significantly heightened. The shadowy figure trailing him had already captured his attention. I have only been here for a mere half-month. As a poor scholar, I possess neither wealth nor enemies, and my name is absent from the list. What could be the purpose of this pursuer? Sensing malevolent intentions, Yang Bing quickened his pace. Upon reaching a grove, he encountered 4 masked figures clad in black, brandishing short daggers that glinted ominously. "Who are you?" Yang Bing inquired as he grasped the weapon at his waist, realizing that the murderous intent in their eyes suggested that a fierce battle lay ahead. Questions are futile for the dead. Turning to see an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, one of those easily forgotten in a crowd, Yang Bing could not recall ever having seen him before. At the man's command, the 4 assassins lunged at Yang Bing. Drawing his short sword, Yang Bing began to defend himself. Although he had learned some swordsmanship in a previous fantastical world, the 4 assassins were highly skilled and well-trained, executing their attacks with remarkable coordination. Yang Bing found himself unable to withstand their relentless onslaught, sustaining numerous wounds in a short time. Just as he felt his strength waning and believed his end was near, the situation took an unexpected turn. "Stop!" The middle-aged man called off his subordinates, eyeing Yang Bing with curiosity. "Indeed, you are not to be underestimated. However, your martial arts do not originate from the Central Plains martial world, but rather from Western swordsmanship. Who exactly are you?" Gaining a moment to catch his breath, Yang Bing exhaled, regaining a modicum of strength. Glancing at a river not far behind him, he uttered a few ambiguous words to distract his adversary, gritting his teeth and using his remaining strength to leap into the water. "Having been poisoned, you shall not live much longer." The middle-aged man and his companions halted at the riverbank. "I shall report to the young master that Yang Han has been dealt with." Once they departed, Yang Bing emerged from the river, revealing that he had not been swept away by the turbulent current. He had overheard their conversation, which was in Japanese. A young master from Japan? When did I offend the Japanese? Despite his many uncertainties, he had at least obtained some valuable clues. Once ashore, he examined his wounds, finding them not severe, and realized that the poison had no effect on him. This harrowing battle had indeed been fraught with peril yet ultimately harmless. 3 days later, the emperor issued decrees of reward to the successful candidates in the palace. The grand hall was filled to the brim with nobles, ministers, and guards, and Yang Bing found himself among them. In this world, there is little that money cannot resolve. He had spent a considerable amount of silver to secure his position. At this moment, Yang Kuei was also among the candidates, adorned in an official robe emblazoned with cranes, exuding confidence and vigor. Wearing such attire imparted an entirely different aura. The emperor assessed the literary talents of the group, and all of the scholars responded with eloquence, earning the praise of the Ming emperor and the court officials, who promised them significant roles in the future. The envoys from Goryeo, Annan, and Fusong have arrived to pay their respects. A eunuch hurriedly announced, and the emperor beamed with pride as the ministers cheered, celebrating the might of the Ming dynasty. First to enter were the Goryeo envoys, bearing a massive treasure chest, followed by the Annan ambassadors with another large box, and finally the Fusong envoys. Upon their entrance, the crowd exhibited displeasure, for the Japanese did not bring tributes, but merely a birdcage containing an inconspicuous little bird. The Goryeo delegation, in contrast, presented a large box filled with pearls, leaving the onlookers awestruck. While the Annan envoys brought wild animal pelts, a less luxurious offering than the Goryo pearls, yet sufficient to please the emperor, who ordered the 2 treasure chests to be taken away and instructed the eunuch to escort the envoys from those 2 nations to the inn for rest. Throughout this, the Fusang envoys remained silent, wearing expressions of smugness. Once the other envoys had finished presenting their tributes, one of them whistled at the birdcage. The little bird chirped joyfully, its voice soaring through the palace like a celestial melody, leaving everyone spellbound. After the song concluded, the emperor personally descended from his throne to tenderly hold the birdcage, as the Fusang envoy declared, "The Ming dynasty is rich in resources, lacking for nothing. Thus our Fusang nation has specially trained this nightingale to present to the Ming emperor. I hope your majesty finds it satisfactory." The emperor's satisfaction was evident from his actions. A nightingale? What a splendid nightingale! Such a divine creature exists in this world. Excellent. I shall reward you generously. Father, I have heard that the Fusang nation has sent a spirit bird. A striking figure appeared in the hall, capturing everyone's attention. A 16-year-old girl stepped forward, directly seizing the birdcage from the emperor and whistling twice. The nightingale resumed its cheerful singing, and the girl was enraptured. You must not be disrespectful in front of the court and the envoys." Although the emperor reprimanded her, his tone was laced with affection and exasperation. "This is not the harem. What decorum is this for a young lady? Is this the Ming dynasty's Princess Yueluan?" The Fusang envoy remarked with a hint of a mysterious smile. Bowing to the princess, the Fusang envoy Tokugawa Yasu has the honor of greeting the esteemed princess. "Princess Yueluan? What a splendid name," Yang Bing thought, focusing his gaze on Yueluan. Given her direct access to the palace and the emperor's evident fondness for her, she must be his most cherished daughter. While the young princess was indeed attractive, it would be an exaggeration to claim she was breathtakingly beautiful. These Japanese certainly harbor ulterior motives, as far as I know. The noble and beautiful Princess Yueluan remains unmarried, and our Fusang nation's prince is striking and talented. If he were to unite with Princess Yueluan, it would indeed be a match made in heaven. Tokugawa Yasu's words ignited a wave of murmurs among the court officials, with some expressing discontent while others were in agreement. Yet, the princess herself remained silent, continuing to play with the nightingale. "This will not do. How can my great Ming dynasty, a sovereign nation, ally itself with your small Fusang nation? You frogs wish to dine on swan meat." These words came from one of the high-ranking candidates, his face etched with indignation. Tokugawa Yasu remained unfazed, responding leisurely, "Sir, while Fusang may be a small nation, the people of the East are not lacking in literary talent and martial prowess compared to those of the Central Plains. Such arrogance from an Eastern islander. The Ming Palace cannot allow you to spout such nonsense. Your insignificant land is but a firefly attempting to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. If you claim to be sun and moon, then let us have a contest." Tokugawa Yasu's demeanor was self-assured, leaving the attendees puzzled as they wondered what he was plotting. "And how do you propose we compete?" inquired the same high-ranking scholar. "Very simply, since you are all the rising stars of the Ming dynasty, I shall challenge you to a contest of literary talent and martial arts." While literary talent was no issue, the scholars were mere scholars, lacking martial skills, which posed a challenge for them. "How about this? If you manage to win one contest, then you shall be deemed victorious, and I shall apologize to you all. Should you lose, however, you must consent to the union of Princess Yueluan and our Fusang prince." Although Tokugawa Yasu's tone was calm, the arrogance in his words was unmistakable. The emperor could not allow such humiliation to befall the Ming dynasty. He slammed his palm on the dragon throne and stood up. "Is it true that you look down upon my Ming dynasty? If we cannot surpass you in 2 contests, then we shall concede. Indeed, your majesty, you possess remarkable determination. Let the contest commence." Tokugawa Yasu displayed a cunning smile, the first round being a battle of wits. He crafted an upper couplet, challenging the scholars to provide a fitting lower one. Among the high school scholars, several were so deep in thought that they could not conjure a response, to the point of distress and fainting. Leaving only the top 3, including Yang Kewai, the top scholar scoffed, easily providing the lower couplet, and then it was his turn to present an upper couplet. Tokugawa Yasu pondered for a long time but could not produce a reply. Ultimately conceding defeat, remarking, "Indeed, the talents of the Ming are abundant," which elicited a chorus of applause from the audience. Tokugawa, however, did not appear disheartened by losing the first round. The second round was a martial contest, with the remaining 4 participants each armed with a wooden sword. The top scholar, after a few swift strikes, was swiftly bested by Tokugawa Yasu, followed by the second contestant, who also succumbed effortlessly. Your scholars merely excel in literature. Unlike us from the land of the rising sun, who are adept in both civil and martial pursuits, it seems Princess Yayue is destined to marry into our realm. Tokugawa Yasu smirked with a greedy glint as he glanced at Yayue. No way. I have no intention of marrying into the land of the rising sun. Father blames you for this. It is all your fault for speaking recklessly now. It would have sufficed to win just 1 round. And it is all your fault, Wuwu. Where is the second place? Yang Kewai knelt before the emperor, who replied with solemnity, "If you can defeat Tokugawa, I shall bestow the hand of Princess Yayue upon you." Chapter 48. Nightingale 4-inch I shall risk my life to safeguard the dignity of our Ming. Yang Kewai seized the wooden sword and launched an attack on Tokugawa. His swordsmanship was commendable, and for a time, Tokugawa found himself at a disadvantage. Oh, this seemingly frail individual possesses such remarkable sword skills. Yang Bing observed this scene, lost in contemplation. This compatriot harbored many secrets. Much like himself, As Yang Kewai grew bolder. Within 10 moves, he decisively defeated Tokugawa. After his loss, Tokugawa knelt before the emperor, stating, "Indeed, the Ming are truly rich in talent. I accept my defeat with utmost respect. I implore your majesty to forgive my offense." Ha ha ha. The emperor, delighted, descended from his throne and helped Tokugawa rise, saying, "If I were to punish you, I fear the world would mock me for my small-mindedness. Let this matter rest. You may leave." After receiving the emperor's command, Tokugawa did not depart immediately but bowed to Yang Kewai, saying, "Your excellency excels in both literature and martial arts. Your elevation in rank is indeed a blessing for the Ming." Having finished, he took his leave. Tokugawa speaks wisely. Yang, my dear minister, indeed conceals his talents. Now, you have brought glory to our Ming, and I shall reward you handsomely. Yayue, come forth. At the emperor's summons, Yayue approached, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she glanced at Yang Kewai. The second place. Yang is a person of exceptional talent in both civil and martial arts, having now defeated the man from the land of the rising sun, thus sparing you from a distant marriage. What say you to being betrothed to him? Yayue, overwhelmed with shyness, could only murmur that her parents should decide, before covering her face and fleeing. After the court session, all the officials congratulated Yang Kewai, eager to forge connections with the newly appointed prince consort. Are the prince and princess marrying so soon? Yang Bing observed Yang Kewai, now basking in admiration from all, and instinctively touched the dagger at his waist. If I were to charge forward and strike him down, he would be unprepared and surely perish. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is soon to wed the princess, and if I let this chance slip, the task is likely to fail. After a round of pleasantries, the ministers began to exit the grand hall, with Yang Kewai trailing behind. Yang Bing instinctively lowered his head slightly. So it is Yang Darren who seeks to marry my sister. A boy clad in a yellow robe swaggered over, flanked by a retinue of imperial guards. The boy's eyes gleamed with malice, and the ministers, who had previously been engaged with Yang Kewai, quickly distanced themselves. I hear you possess formidable martial skills. Shall we have a match? The yellow-robed youth seized a pair of swords from a nearby guard, tossing one to Yang Kewai. Your Highness. Yang Kewai drew the sword from its sheath, glancing at it. A duel with real weapons seems rather inappropriate. Should I inadvertently harm you, I would not be able to bear the consequences. Knowing you would not bear it, do not entertain any ill thoughts towards my sister. She is a princess of noble birth, far beyond the reach of a commoner like you. Yang Bing sheathed his dagger, realizing that the prince's intervention created a favorable circumstance for him, compelling Yang Kewai to abandon his aspirations of becoming the prince consort. If the prince can persuade the emperor to rescind his decree, then I, of course, would not dare to dissent. Yang Kewai's words transformed the prince's cold expression into a smile. Alleviating the tension among the onlooking ministers, as night descended, The palace resonated with the enchanting calls of the nightingale. Yang Bing, resting in his chambers, furrowed his brow, reflecting, historically, Japan has harbored ill intentions towards China, particularly during the Ming dynasty, when their covetousness for the Central Plains peaked. The arrival of this spirit bird cannot bode well. With this thought, Yang Bing rose and followed the sound of the bird, finding himself in an eerily quiet corridor, devoid of any presence. This absence of guards in the palace, usually under strict vigilance, filled him with unease. He quickened his pace, drawing closer to the nightingale's song, and soon encountered a gathering of guards in the imperial garden, moving sluggishly like automatons. The nightingale perched nearby, singing, while the guards danced in rhythm to its melody. As I suspected, this nightingale gifted by Japan is suspect. These wretched foes must not be allowed to unleash further havoc. Yang Bing seized a bow and arrow from one of the guards, intending to shoot the nightingale. Just as he was about to release the arrow, several figures appeared abruptly. Yang Bing quickly concealed himself in a nearby thicket, and when he discerned the identities of the newcomers, he was taken aback. Among them were Tokugawa Yasu and the assassins who had previously pursued him, including the middle-aged man. Although the masked figure was obscured, Yang Bing could not be mistaken. It was Yang Kawai, who was being treated with utmost reverence by Tokugawa and the middle-aged man. Recalling the earlier assassination attempt, Yang Bing realized that the mastermind behind it all was none other than Yang Kawai. He was indeed one of the Japanese. It dawned on him that the contest proposed by Tokugawa in the palace was a premeditated scheme, meticulously executed according to their plan. Ironically, the ministers had been duped into compliance. Presenting the spirit bird to the emperor was a means to manipulate the guards' minds, enabling Yang Kawai to gain advantageous conditions as the prince consort. Eventually, they would conspire to overthrow the Ming dynasty. A shiver ran down Yang Bing's spine as he grasped the enormity of their plot. Master, the nightingale's debut today can control all these guards, the only fortunate escapee. It is evident that in this palace, no extraordinary individuals can unravel our enchantments. Thus, it appears that the Central Plains will soon be ours to command. Why not resolve the Ming royal family tonight to prevent future complications? Upon learning Yang Kawai's true identity, Yang Bing sneered, Master, then Yang Kawai is likely of royal blood in Japan. Who would have thought? Yang Kawai shook his head. No, the time is not yet ripe. Once I become the prince consort and hold power, I shall ensnare them all. For now, restore everything to its original state. We must leave no trace. Under Yang Kawai's direction, the nightingale's song shifted in rhythm, and the guards returned to their original positions, while Yang Kawai and his group swiftly departed with the birdcage. Chapter 49. Nightingale 5. The cage containing the nightingale was returned to its original location, and the guards awoke from their enchantment, as if nothing had transpired within the palace. Yang Bing quietly slipped into the princess's quarters, where Princess Yue lay fast asleep. He glanced at her, then at the birdcage nearby, contemplating. Both the princess and the nightingale must perish. This is a prime opportunity. Though Yue is innocent, I am not of this world and need not indulge in such considerations. Just as his dagger poised to part the princess's curtain, he hesitated, a different thought surfacing. We, as members of the Huaxia lineage, are we truly to turn against one another? The ones who must perish are the invaders. With Yang Bing's current abilities, he could not bring himself to kill Yang Kawai. His gaze returned to the birdcage, where the nightingale seemed to sense danger, fluttering anxiously yet unable to escape its confines, feathers falling to the ground. Looking into the nightingale's dark green eyes, Yang Bing perceived his own reflection. That peculiar storybook was a prison, and he was but a powerless bird, subject to the whims of others. In an instant, all murderous intent dissipated. Return to the great outdoors, for that is your home. You are ultimately but a small bird, unworthy of bearing the sins of human malice. Yang Bing conversed with the nightingale, irrespective of whether it could comprehend his words. Subsequently, he opened the birdcage, and the liberated bird unfurled its wings and soared into the night sky. Who is that? Just as Yang Bing released the nightingale, Yu awoke. Upon seeing Yang Bing, clad in black, a look of terror spread across her face, followed by a piercing scream, Help! Capture the assassin! Capture the assassin! Yu's shriek shattered the tranquility of the night, and a throng of guards rushed towards her palace. Caught off guard, Yang Bing lost the chance to flee. He could only barricade the door with whatever items he could move, as the guards outside relentlessly battered against it. Truly, a moment's thoughtlessness has led to my predicament. However, I am not without options for redemption, Yang Bing exclaimed, seizing Yu. She struggled fiercely. Although lacking in strength, her instinct for survival enabled her to inflict several bloody scratches on Yang Bing's hand. If you continue to resist, I shall slay you without hesitation. Yang Bing pressed a sharp dagger against Yu's neck, and terrified, she ceased her movements, allowing him to dictate her fate. Bold assassin, how dare you commit such an atrocity within the imperial palace? At last, the door was breached, and the emperor entered, flanked by a multitude of royal guards. Upon witnessing the perilous situation of his beloved daughter, his countenance drained of color. Yet, the emperor, seasoned by numerous trials, quickly regained his composure. Who are you? What is your intent? If it is wealth you seek, name your price, and I shall oblige. Father, the crown prince appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing Yu in captivity, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Though it vanished as quickly as it appeared, and was immediately seized upon by Yang Bing. You audacious assassin, release the princess at once, and you may yet escape with your life. The assassin is a newly appointed guard in the palace. The captain of the guards finally recognized Yang Bing and stepped forward. Sword drawn, accusing him with fury, I command you to drop your weapon this instant. Princess Yang Han, release the princess. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Yang Kuei, emerging from an unknown location, wore an expression of profound concern, his eyes revealing a fierce intent as he noticed the empty birdcage. Yang Iching, do you recognize this assassin? This person is none other than my fellow townsman, Yang Han. After failing to make a name for himself in the imperial examinations, he must have harbored resentment to commit such an act of treason. Humph! Yang Han, you wretched scoundrel, the crown prince denounced, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Bing. Dare you harm a single hair on the princess? Are you not afraid of retribution against your entire clan? Retribution against my clan? Your Highness, thank you for the warning. It seems today I cannot escape death. Having weathered many storms, Yang Bing maintained his composure. Devoid of panic and stated calmly, if I am to perish today, then I shall take the princess with me. To die as a prince consort would not be in vain. Brother Yang, let us discuss this rationally. What would it take for you to release the princess? Yang Kuei's anxiety was palpable, transforming Yu's initial terror into a radiant smile. Ah, Yang Bingyan, it appears you are quite fond of your fiancée. Would you do anything for the princess? I would gladly brave fire and water for her. Ha ha ha. Yang Bing threw back his head and laughed heartily. Excellent. I demand your life in exchange for the princesses. Had Yang Kuei not appeared, Yang Bing would have had no other recourse, and he wondered how this minor official gained the authority to enter the palace, a path leading to his own demise. Yet, Yang Bing doubted that Yang Kuei would comply. His declaration sent the crowd into an uproar. None had anticipated that the assassin, creating such a tumult, sought not wealth nor power, but merely the life of the Bangyan. Is this true? The crown prince swiftly drew his sword, pressing it against Yang Kuei's throat, his reaction quicker than any other. If you slay Lord Yang, will you then release the princess? Your Highness, this... Yang Kuei stammered, casting a pleading glance at the emperor. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The princess is of immeasurable worth. We cannot afford to take risks. Yang Iching, should you perish today, I shall ensure your name is immortalized in history as a provincial governor, and your family shall enjoy wealth and honor for generations. Go forth in peace. Your Majesty speaks wisely, Yu interjected. Husband, today I shall call you husband. Should anything befall you, I vow never to remarry, remaining faithful to you until the end of my days. Goodness, truly a family of like-minded individuals. Yang Bing found the situation absurdly amusing. He had anticipated this outcome, whether in the Western fairy tale realm or the Eastern world before him. The aristocracy shared a remarkably similar mindset, viewing the lives of commoners as mere trifles. What good is wealth and power, beauty and dominion, if one has lost their life? Yang Bing considered Yang Kuei. The cunning fox would undoubtedly devise ways to stall for time. Chapter 50. Nightingale 6. Brother Yang, we are fellow townsmen. Though we cannot claim to be close friends, we have shared trials while preparing for the examinations at a dilapidated temple. I cannot fathom why you harbor such intense hatred towards me, to the point of wishing for my death. Will you not enlighten me? Why would I wish to kill you? Yang Bing had already devised his response. Revealing Yang Kuei's true identity at this juncture would only invite his crafty rebuttal, and as an assassin, the emperor would hardly believe him. Thus, he concocted another narrative. Shared trials? Yang Bing scoffed, countering, "Where were you 3 nights before the examination?" "I was studying late into the night at the dilapidated temple, while you were sound asleep." Yang Kuei's expression shifted as he realized that Yang Bing had escaped from the skilled assassins of the East. Regret washed over him for recklessly charging forth. Knowing that this mess would be difficult to rectify. "You studied late? Ha! You amuse me. Is there a need to frequent the courtesans' quarters while claiming to study? You feasted on delicacies while I starved on meager bread. How does that constitute shared trials?" Boldly spoken. Yang Iching. I had not anticipated this. The emperor, furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Kuei, trembling with rage. "You, who present yourself as an upright gentleman, are revealed to be so base. Your Majesty, forgive me," I erred. "If you wish to punish me, please rescue the princess first." Hearing Yang Bing's words, Yang Kuei sighed in relief, knowing that visiting a brothel hardly constituted a grave sin. "Why, despite both of us toiling at our studies, did you achieve the rank of Bangyan and the title of prince consort? While I returned empty-handed? Hence, I loathe you. My original plan was to eliminate your fiancée first, then I never anticipated that fate would conspire to deliver you right into my hands. Well, I have said all I needed to say. You may now proceed to your journey. Crown Prince, please escort Lord Yang on his way. Once he is gone, I shall immediately release the princess." "Hold on. Yang Iching, what further reservations do you have? You may rest assured, even after your demise, the promises I made earlier will remain valid. Though you are a man of pleasures, the princess will still honor you as her deceased husband. How tragic. What was once a well-laid plan has been utterly ruined by you." Yang Kuei glanced at the empty birdcage. His murderous intent intensified. "Yang Han, I shall not let you escape. You will pay for this." In the blink of an eye, Yang Kuei vanished, leaving Yang Bing dumbfounded. He had expected his opponent to delay further, not to flee so swiftly. His lightness of foot was astonishing. Earlier, Yang Kuei had communicated in a discreet manner, meant only for his ears. Such remarkable martial prowess from the Bangyan? The Crown Prince was equally astonished. Glancing back and forth between the vacant birdcage and Yang Bing, seemingly grasping the implications. After issuing orders to pursue Yang Kuei, he turned to Yang Bing. "Your aims have been achieved. Release the princess at once." Yang Bing forcefully shoved Yu away and discarded his dagger. The guards surged forward, binding him tightly with heavy chains. Yu snatched a sword from one of the guards, ready to strike at Yang Bing. "Dare you hold my princess captive and release my nightingale? I shall not forgive you." Clang. The Crown Prince intercepted Yu's strike and addressed the Emperor. "Your Majesty, this matter is far from simple. In my opinion, we should temporarily detain him for interrogation. Perhaps we can uncover significant truths." After the Emperor declared that the matter was under the Crown Prince's jurisdiction, he departed, leaving the Crown Prince to escort Yang Bing into the dungeon. Once inside, the Crown Prince dismissed everyone else and, with a smile, remarked, "I can see your true intentions are not what they seem. Now that we are alone, you may reveal the truth to me." The Crown Prince is indeed young and capable, exhibiting a decisiveness unrivaled by the old emperor. Perhaps he is worthy of trust. Yang Bing made a resolute decision in his heart. Recounting everything he knew in detail, yet he deliberately omitted any mention of his immunity to the nightingale's enchantment. Alas! The prince, having learned the entire truth, sighed deeply, his eyes revealing a profound sense of helplessness. He personally untied Yang Bing's bonds, stating, "The ambition of the land of Fusang towards our great Ming is as evident as Sima Zhao's heart. Known to all, however, many ministers in the court now advocate for peace. And numerous princes are intricately connected to Fusang, all seeking to topple me, the Crown Prince. With Father Emperor's indecision, I am uncertain if I shall ever ascend the dragon throne in my lifetime. Your Highness?" Filled with concern for the nation and its people, It would indeed be a blessing for the common folk if you were to inherit the throne at the earliest. Yang Bing, well aware of the prince's clandestine intentions, voiced the words the prince dared not utter. Bold and reckless Yang Han, it is I, the crown prince, who has interceded on your behalf regarding your crimes as an assassin. Yet, you now dare to speak such treasonous words, your highness. As the saying goes, the success of a general is built upon the bones of countless soldiers. My life has been spared by you. I am willing to serve you in your quest for the imperial throne, even if it means committing acts deemed treasonous. What is there to fear? Excellent. When my plans come to fruition, your contributions will be monumental, and you shall enjoy unparalleled wealth and glory, if you truly cherish the night moon. What is she but a woman? I could grant her to you. After deliberating on a plan, the prince arranged for a convict to be disguised as Yang Bing to present to the emperor. While Yang Bing was secretly released from the city and accommodated in a secluded villa of the prince, where he lived a life of luxury, complete with maidservants and attendants, at Yang Bing's request, the prince assigned a skilled master to teach him the martial arts of the Central Plains, and Yang Bing diligently practiced each day to better execute his future missions. Months passed swiftly, and on this particular day, as Yang Bing trained as usual, a small bird alighted upon the wall. The villa, nestled within a grove, often attracted various birds, but this one evoked no interest in others. Yet, upon seeing this bird, Yang Bing was taken aback. It was the nightingale he had released in the princess's palace. After months apart, the bird had grown slightly, chirping joyfully at Yang Bing before soaring into the trees. Perplexed, Yang Bing watched the nightingale's departure, but moments later, it returned, chirping again before flying off. Suddenly, Yang Bing understood. Chapter 51. The nightingale. Yang Bing dashed after the direction the nightingale had flown, its pace leisurely. After months of training, his physical condition had remarkably improved, and he felt no strain as he ran. After following the nightingale for a while, it finally halted less than 50 meters ahead, where a dense forest concealed faint human voices. "What have you brought me here for?" Yang Bing inquired of the nightingale. Convinced that this ethereal creature could comprehend him, the nightingale spread its wings and ascended into the sky. Momentarily stunned, Yang Bing approached the nearby thicket, where he heard muffled cries and curses, causing him to ponder, did the nightingale lead me here? What secrets lie hidden within? Could there be a trap? Just as he hesitated, several figures emerged from the forest, prompting Yang Bing to quickly find a hiding spot. The four individuals, appearing as woodcutters, were instantly recognizable to him. They were the assassins previously dispatched by Yang Kuei. Could it be that they have discovered my concealed villa and intend to hunt me down? Yang Bing thought, recalling Yang Kuei's words from days prior as he fled the palace. The direction the four assassins took seemed to align with his suspicions regarding the villa. However, the ensuing events soon made him realize that his assumptions were misguided. A procession of bound captives was ushered from the thicket, comprised of both young men and women, numbering around 40. Damn Yang Han, if the nightingale had not gone astray, we would not have needed to alter our plans. One of the assassins grumbled, our young master is truly foolish. Why offer the nightingale to the Emperor of Ming? These pigs are now beyond our control. Do not speak ill of the young master. Should he hear such words, your fate is sealed, another assassin cautioned. Just endure a little longer. Our grand scheme will soon succeed, and at that time, the entire realm of Ming shall belong to us. Belong to us? What of the Mongols in the north? They seem poised to seize a substantial portion as well. I worry they will betray us, stabbing us in the back once our plans come to fruition. Have you forgotten how Genghis Khan acted centuries ago? The two assassins conversed as if they had never spoken before, their chatter revealing much to Yang Bing, who listened intently from his hiding place, increasingly alarmed. Once they had departed, Yang Bing emerged from the underbrush and hurried back to the villa, urgently needing to inform the prince and seek assistance. He feared he could not rescue so many on his own. Upon returning to the villa, he found the prince already there. Yang Bing recounted the events he had just witnessed, and after a moment of contemplation, the prince declared, "These audacious Japanese dare to abduct my subjects under the very nose of the emperor. I shall settle the score with them in due time. Tomorrow, the emperor will go hunting, and I require you to assassinate him on the way. This is our immediate priority. However, your highness." Yang Bing hesitated to express his dissent, but saw the murderous intent in the prince's gaze, compelling him to abandon his thoughts. I shall accomplish the task tomorrow, not failing to meet your expectations. The prince then revealed a satisfied smile, and after devising their plans, he departed in haste. As Yang Bing watched the prince's retreating figure, doubts began to assail him regarding the prince's trustworthiness and whether his choice had been wise. The fact that the Japanese could abduct subjects with impunity under his watch raised questions about whether such a man ascending the throne would truly be a blessing for the realm. The next morning, amidst the throngs of civil and military officials, the emperor, accompanied by the night moon, rode in a grand procession towards the hunting grounds, with the prince and several other princes flanking his dragon carriage on horseback. Yang Bing concealed himself on a nearby hillside, his arrow nocked and aimed ahead. As soon as the emperor entered his range, he would unhesitatingly release the arrow, its tip coated in lethal poison, capable of sealing one's throat upon impact, rendering even deities powerless to save them. Soon, the emperor's carriage was within reach. Yang Bing drew back his bow, ready to release the arrow when suddenly, the nightingale swooped down and perched upon his bow, obstructing his line of sight. "Hey, what are you doing? Get out of the way." To his astonishment, the nightingale chose this critical moment to interfere. Yang Bing attempted to shoo it away, but the bird showed no intention of leaving, flapping its wings and persistently disrupting him. "Are you preventing me from killing?" Suddenly recalling how the nightingale had guided him the previous day, he recognized the bird's peculiar intelligence and lowered his bow. The nightingale nodded and then flew off. Meanwhile, during the commotion caused by the nightingale, the emperor's carriage had already moved far away, and the prince cast a glance in Yang Bing's direction, his eyes revealing unrestrained malice. "Useless fool. The prince has invested so much in you, yet you defy his orders. What use are you?" Upon turning, Yang Bing found himself face to face with his martial arts instructor from recent weeks. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his back as a dagger drove into him, fortunately missing any vital organs. Gritting his teeth, Yang Bing retaliated by shooting an arrow at his assailant. Seizing the moment of distraction, he yanked the dagger from his back, black blood oozing from the wound, indicating it too had been tainted with poison. Without a moment's hesitation, he mounted a nearby swift horse and galloped away, his instructor refraining from pursuit. After a tumultuous ride, Yang Bing lost consciousness from blood loss. When he awoke, he found himself in a cramped room. Rising from the bed, he discovered his wound had been treated. Glancing around, he pondered, "Where am I?" Upon opening the door, he was met by two guards, female sentinels who drew their weapons to block his path. "The princess has ordered that you are not to leave this room." "Princess? Which princess?" Yang Bing scratched the back of his head, perplexed. He had had no dealings with any princess in this world. Could it be? "To think you would awaken so swiftly." A familiar voice rang out as the two guards saluted the newcomer. How could it be? Yang Bing could hardly believe his eyes upon seeing the night moon. "How is it possible that it is you?" Chapter 52. The Nightingale, in just 3 days? "You truly are fortunate, my friend. The imperial physician has stated that your poisoning runs too deep, the potency so formidable that it has left him utterly powerless. Who would have imagined that you possess such extraordinary abilities? Allowing your body to neutralize all those toxins? The Crown Prince harbors such malice towards me?" Yang Bing threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Indeed, the most fearsome aspect is the human heart. I have now been forsaken by the Crown Prince. Should he learn that I am still alive, he will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. I must leave this place at once." "Where can you possibly go?" "Ha ha." A voice more terrifying than the Crown Prince's pierced Yang Bing's ears as Yang Kuei strode in, flanked by a multitude of guards, adorned in a striking red armor. "What is happening?" "Yeyue, how could you?" Yeyue cast a glance at Yang Kuei, who nodded and then spoke. "To be frank, I am not a princess of the Ming dynasty, but rather the daughter of a general from Fusang. Many years ago, I swapped places with the Ming princess and have since been lying in wait beside the emperor. Fusang has truly been plotting for ages. The fate of the Ming dynasty is drawing to a close. We are not the only ones coveting the Central Plains. The Crown Prince is not even the true heir. He is merely the son of a Tartar general. Both the Crown Prince and the princess can be replaced." Yang Bing rubbed the back of his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. The crown prince had clearly harbored murderous intent towards Yang Kuei, suggesting that even Tartars were unwilling to allow Fusang a share of the spoils. Moreover, the crown prince's ulterior motive likely involved Ye Yue. Could it be that the Ming dynasty's fate has truly been sealed? Yet, history does not record it thus. You nearly thwarted our plan. Initially, I harbored a profound hatred towards you, wishing for your swift demise. Yet, you survived such a potent poison, which has piqued my interest in your talent. If you assist me with one matter, I shall grant you your freedom. To have a traitor do my bidding, would that not make me a reviled collaborator? Yet, if I do not comply, I fear I shall not escape this place. What choice do I have? Very well, I shall forfeit one chance at resurrection. I recognize that you are a person who cares for your country and its people, a trait we all admire. Therefore, we shall not compel you to act against your own nation. Yang Kuei seemed to perceive Yang Bing's concerns. All you need to do is help us retrieve the nightingale, and once we possess the spirit bird, you shall be free. I appear to have little choice. Yang Bing could only adopt a take-it-as-it-comes mentality, resolved to find an opportunity to flee, yet he underestimated Yang Kuei's cunning to prevent his escape. Yang Kuei sealed all of Yang Bing's acupoints with a unique technique. Any vigorous movement or loud speech would result in excruciating pain. Damn those traitorous fiends. Yang Bing cursed under his breath as he was taken away. Upon exiting, he realized they were not far from the Crown Prince's villa, when unexpectedly, a figure approached, none other than the Crown Prince himself. You insufferable scoundrel, you are still alive? The Crown Prince, enraged, swung a punch at Yang Bing, who was unable to evade in time and fell to the ground after being struck. The Crown Prince kicked him several times, berating, I treated you well for months, yet you could not even accomplish a simple task, and now you seek refuge with others. Enough. Enough. Yang Kuei intervened, halting the Crown Prince. If the beating continued, it would lead to no one capturing the bird. What difference does it make whether I assist you or him? Our goals are aligned. Yang Kuei handed a pouch of powder to Yang Bing. When the nightingale appears beside you, blow this powder towards it. Upon success, we shall proceed as agreed. Yang Bing, unsteady as he rose from the ground, accepted the powder with a sardonic smile. I truly do not comprehend. One is a crown prince, the other the emperor's favored princess. You both are so close to the emperor. Why not simply slay him? Such a straightforward task, yet you have gone through such convolutions. The Japanese and the northern barbarians are ultimately mere savages. Asking me to assist you is out of the question. After speaking, Yang Bing tore the powder pouch and tossed it towards the Crown Prince. A pink mist dispersed in the air. Yang Bing's movements were still slightly delayed due to his sealed acupoints. The Crown Prince evaded and retaliated with a kick that sent Yang Bing flying. What a stubborn fellow. It appears you have lost your value to us. Yang Kuei gestured, and Yang Bing was seized by several assassins and dragged towards the Crown Prince's villa. Barely conscious, Yang Bing found himself bound to a pillar in the courtyard of the villa, where the surroundings remained unchanged, the servants and maidens bearing the same disdainful and hostile gazes towards him. No longer filled with sycophancy or servility, a multitude had gathered in the villa, including numerous civil and military officials Yang Bing recognized from the palace, alongside several envoys from Annan and Goryeo. Observing the scene, Yang Bing could not help but chuckle. This mission was the most sordid affair he had ever encountered. It dawned on him just how naive he had been, handling matters too frivolously, which had led him to this dire predicament, without even glimpsing the shadows of the princess or the prince. Their discussions revolved around assassinating the emperor, and to ensure the success of the following day's endeavors. They planned a flag-raising ceremony. Yang Bing was dragged to the villa's front, where a butcher stood poised with a sharp blade. Just as the butcher was about to strike, a clear, melodious call echoed from the rooftop. Everyone looked up to see the nightingale, and Yang Kuei's face lit up with joy as he whistled to the bird, which, however, ignored him and flew directly to Yang Bing's shoulder. The butcher's gaze turned vacant as he lifted the blade. Not aimed at Yang Bing's neck, but rather at the crowd nearby. Like a tiger among sheep, the butcher charged into the throng, and amidst the screams, he severed many heads. Although others retaliated, inflicting numerous wounds upon him, the butcher felt no pain and fought with increasing ferocity, turning the villa into a scene of carnage, filled with bloodshed, as chaos ensued. Quickly, Kill that nightingale. The crown prince soon reacted, issuing orders to his capable subordinates, who swiftly readied their bows and arrows to shoot at the nightingale. That cannot be. It is our sacred bird from Fusang, and we must not harm it. Yang Kuei attempted to thwart the crown prince, but realized his efforts were in vain, prompting him to unleash carnage upon the crown prince's men. Enraged, the crown prince drew his sword and engaged Yang Kuei, igniting a melee. As the civil and military officials attempted to flee, the nightingale's song resounded once more, enchanting everyone in the courtyard, leading them to turn against one another in a frenzied state, unafraid of pain or death, driven solely by the instinct to kill lie in no time. Half of those within the villa lay dead. Is this the true power of the demon bird? Yang Bing observed the chaos and understood why Fusang valued this bird so highly. Its magical prowess was utterly terrifying, comparable to an army of 100,000. As Yang Bing freed himself from his bindings, he attempted to escape but found himself utterly drained of strength. Observing the fray, he suddenly realized, not a single soul here is virtuous. They are all harbingers of calamity for the nation. At that moment, the oil lamps by the altar were knocked over, spilling oil everywhere, and the villa was instantly engulfed in flames. Yang Bing, initially intent on taking vengeance upon a few individuals, had to change his plans. He was familiar with the villa's layout and easily made his escape. The villa had become a sea of fire, and Yang Bing felt a series of aches coursing through his body. Finding a spot to rest, the nightingale flew over to him. He gazed at the bird, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. At last, it seems everything has come to an end. Those from Fusang have truly shot themselves in the foot. I doubt it, came Yeyue's voice from behind him, a sharp blade pressed against his neck. You are celebrating too soon. Now that the envoys from Annan and Goryeo have perished in the capital, and the crown prince is dead, the situation is even more advantageous for us, Fusang. How did you escape? The spirit bird cannot confuse you, nor can it deceive me, for this nightingale was trained by our divine family. However, I never anticipated that this spirit bird would assist you time and again. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess such extraordinary gifts? Ha. Yang Bing laughed heartily. I am but an ordinary person, a common man yearning for freedom. Why does the spirit bird assist me? Because I have granted it freedom. You yearn for freedom? Yeyue's face reflected a hint of doubt. Who exactly are you? Or for whom do you serve? I am merely a slave, and all I do is to break free from my shackles. My plight mirrors yours, constantly fraught with danger, just as my life is now in your hands. Yet, I have yet to grasp even a hint of the matter entrusted to me by my master. Are you not a spy cultivated by the West and the East? A Western spy? Yang Bing has come to understand why you hold such beliefs. During his confrontation with the assassin from the Eastern Isles, he employed nothing but a clumsy form of Western swordsmanship. I am a native of Huaxia, unwittingly chosen by my master to strive diligently. Her power is overwhelmingly formidable, leaving me with no strength to betray her in her eyes. I am no different from an insignificant ant. In my childhood, my mother recounted a legend that claimed the world is merely a book, and all of us, along with everything in it, are but characters within. The owner of this book, the creator, can alter its contents at will. Oh, Yiyu's words startled Yang Bing, but he quickly regained his composure. Your mother's imagination is boundless. She must have been an extraordinary person. How do you perceive her assertions? How could we possibly be mere emotionless characters? We are flesh and blood, beings with souls. I have always regarded my mother's tale as a jest, until I encountered you. The master you speak of must indeed be the creator. Ha. I truly cannot fathom why your people from Fusang remain so fixated on the Central Plains. Instead of directly addressing Yiyu's inquiry, Yang Bing shifted the topic. Isn't it preferable for both nations to coexist harmoniously, exchanging what each has to offer? Our land is plagued by volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, and we lack the resources of iron and coal for war. We can only strive to survive like the Mongolian tribes. Yet every attempt has ended in failure. Your failures stem from the fact that Fusang resorts to underhanded tactics, which cannot shake the foundation of our Huaxia. Underhanded tactics. What of your Ming Dynasty emperors? They too supported factions that undermined us in Fusang. Their methods are hardly superior. We are merely two sides of the same coin. It was remarkable that two erstwhile enemies, Yang Bing and Yi Yu, could now sit down and engage in open and candid conversation. As they conversed, Yang Bing gradually realized that this girl from Fusong was not as wicked as he had imagined. Like himself, she was a slave to fate, and her circumstances were perhaps even more tragic than his own. Wow! Suddenly, Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining a large patch of grass. Her once radiant complexion turned utterly pale. Yet the resilient girl propped herself up with her hands. "Hey, what's happening to you?" Yang Bing, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to support Yi Yu. "It seems you haven't been poisoned or had your acupoints sealed like I was." "Have you?" Yi Yu retrieved a pill from her waist and swallowed it. Once her complexion improved, she patted Yang Bing and released the restrictions on him. After completing this, she spat out another mouthful of blood. "This is the destiny of our divine maiden clan. The longest among us lives no more than 30-odd years. I never imagined that the reckoning of fate would come for me at merely 18. If there truly is a creator, I beseech him to erase the characters of our divine maiden clan. Such a fate is exceedingly cruel." At that moment, a nightingale flew over and perched on a branch not far from them, gazing at the ailing Yi Yu. Seeing the spirit bird, Yi Yu extended her hand. "It won't be long before I too can attain freedom. No longer subject to the whims of fate, my friend. Should I perish, please take my ashes back to my homeland." After uttering this, she collapsed entirely. Gazing at the lifeless Yi Yu, Yang Bing sighed, "You may choose to end your life. Yet here I am, with no direction whatsoever. As a friend, I shall fulfill your last wish." Just as Yang Bing was about to move Yi Yu's body, the nightingale soared above, circling and singing a mournful melody. When the song concluded, the nightingale fell to the ground, lifeless. The princess has passed. The mission is complete. Chapter 54. Water Demon 1-inch. The world is merely a book, and we are but characters within it. The creator can freely alter the content therein. Upon returning to his own realm, this phrase echoed endlessly in his mind. In the real world, could we not also be characters in a book, or, in the parlance of the internet, mere datasets created by a higher power? Before entering the next world, he prayed fervently not to encounter another with an Eastern backdrop. When he found himself before a windmill, he realized he had finally returned to the right path. The sight of the windmill, the sheep, and the gentle creaking of the turning blades filled him with a sense of familiarity. "Hey, have you heard? Graka has gone bankrupt and owes a considerable sum." According to Yang Bing's recollections, he was currently an ordinary mill worker. Graka was his master, a once affluent mill owner who possessed a vast estate, extensive pastures teeming with livestock, several large windmills, a multitude of workers, and a beautiful, kind-hearted wife. Undoubtedly, Graka was a nobleman of this land, provided he had not succumbed to the vice of gambling. Had he not fallen into such ruin, his happy life would have continued. First, he lost his cattle and pastures, followed by mill after mill becoming the property of others. Soon, all his workers had either departed or scattered, leaving only Yang Bing and a few stray cats and dogs. Self-inflicted misfortune. Yang Bing scoffed as he observed Graka, who lay drunkenly snoring at the table. He had not received his wages for months, but to him, money was of little consequence. "Hans, thank you for your loyalty, but we have nothing to offer you in gratitude," Graka's wife emerged. Clutching a small pouch of coins, she handed it to Yang Bing, glancing sorrowfully at her despondent husband, placing her hand on her chest in anguish. "This is all my dowry. Take it and leave swiftly. Before long, this house will be seized by creditors. Why are you associating with such a waste of a man?" Yang Bing tossed the pouch onto the table. The reason was simple. The meager dowry was hardly worth anything. Even if sold, it would yield little return. It would be better to part ways. After all, you have no children. Why not end this relationship sooner? With your beauty and youth, surely you won't struggle to find a wealthy suitor. In response to Yang Bing's sarcasm, Graka's wife shook her head with a bittersweet smile. "No matter how useless he may be, he is still my husband. Regardless of our poverty, I will remain with him forever." As she spoke, she embraced Graka, her eyes brimming with deep affection. "How cruel to torment me, a solitary soul." Yang Bing chuckled helplessly. He could neither praise nor ridicule Graka's wife. He could only envy Graka for having such a devoted partner. "Madam, how about I help Mr. Graka take a stroll? Perhaps it will lift his spirits." With her consent, Yang Bing hoisted Graka onto his back and carried him outside. After ensuring that his wife had not followed, he unceremoniously dropped Graka onto the ground, who remained as oblivious as a dead pig. Grabbing Graka's foot, Yang Bing dragged him toward a nearby pond. Graka emitted a series of groans as his clothes tore against the ground. Once they reached the pond's edge, Yang Bing kicked him a few times. "In a past life, who knows what fortune you stumbled upon? You had a good life, yet you chose to indulge in the vice of gambling. Only someone like you would engage in such folly." Yang Bing surveyed the verdant pond, which was small but lush with aquatic plants, nearly concealing its surface. He stroked his chin and muttered, "If I leave you here and you roll in and drown, that would be fate's doing. Not my fault. Humph." With that, he departed. To Yang Bing's astonishment, Graka soon returned, lively and exuberant, his face radiating vitality, completely devoid of the previous drunken despair. In the days that followed, Graka not only refrained from gambling but also approached life with renewed vigor and passion. Through his relentless efforts, he regained all that he had lost: wealth, mills, pastures, and workers. Indeed, he became even more prosperous than before. To add to the joy, his wife, who had been barren for many years, bore him a healthy son, filling their home with laughter and cheer. "This is strange." Yang Bing marveled at the transformation, finding it utterly unbelievable. Graka's change was astonishingly swift. Could it be that he had been possessed or cursed? Reflecting on the sudden shift, Yang Bing recalled that it all began shortly after he had cast Graka by the pond. Could that pond possess some magical quality? In the dead of night, Yang Bing returned to the pond. It was summer now, and the aquatic vegetation had grown even denser, nearly shrouding the entire surface. Just as he was about to venture into the pond to uncover its mysteries, a flickering light appeared in the direction of Graka's home. It was the glow of an oil lamp. In this world, people used oil lamps for illumination, and the light was growing brighter, indicating someone was approaching. Yang Bing quickly concealed himself in the nearby underbrush. The figure approaching was none other than Graka, who arrived at the very spot where Yang Bing had last discarded him. He gently placed the oil lamp on the grass, retrieved a pouch from his waist, and knelt down to pray, fear etched across his face. Indeed, this seemingly ordinary pond harbors secrets. Yang Bing observed keenly from his hiding place, his mind swirling with questions. What mysteries lie hidden within this pond? What could instill such fear in Graka? Suddenly, a splash echoed through the pond, and a swirling vortex emerged at its center. A shadow gradually enlarged, revealing the head of a strikingly beautiful woman rising from the water. Her long hair cascaded throughout the pond like a flowing tapestry, while her body was ensconced in water plants, as if they were garments adorning her form. "Your child has been born. Why have you yet to bring him to me?" Her voice was exceedingly gentle, akin to the soft caress of a summer breeze, evoking a sense of comfort that tempted one towards drowsiness. "Dear water spirit, might we negotiate different terms?" Graka, trembling with trepidation, unveiled a package filled with exquisite gold and jewels, which sparkled alluringly under the moonlight. "These treasures are yours. Should you desire more, I can provide additional riches if you would but reconsider your demands." Chapter 55. The Water Spirit 2-inch. Do you wish to betray your vow? Do you not recall how, in your destitution, you implored me for assistance? The water spirit's voice remained sweet, yet to Graka, it resonated like the summons of hell itself. "Hasten to deliver the child to me, or I shall impose upon you a dreadful punishment." With those words, the water spirit slowly sank beneath the water's surface, and the pond returned to its tranquil state as if nothing had transpired. Graka departed, his eyes glazed and his steps heavy, akin to a somnambulist lost in thought. Yang Bing emerged from the thicket, peering at the placid pond before gathering the gold and silver left by Graka, stuffing them into his belt. Graka, that miserly fellow, typically refuses to part with even a single copper coin for us servants. Yet now, he discards such treasures here. It's merely a child. Gifting him to the water spirit would be inconsequential. Surely, he could father another. How foolish to offend such a formidable entity. Just observe how Graka meets his end. After concluding his actions, Yang Bing intended to depart when once more, the surface of the water erupted in splashes as the water spirit re-emerged. "Do you require my assistance?" Her gentle voice floated from behind him. Having witnessed such fantastical occurrences before, he was unperturbed and replied without turning, "Your aid comes at a great cost. I presume you wish for me to abduct Graka's son and cast him into the pond to drown? Such malevolence I cannot partake in. Therefore, I require no help from you. Would you care to hear my tale?" The water spirit's soft tone compelled Yang Bing to settle down and listen. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful and kind princess who fell in love with a young boy. However, he was of common birth, a union that society would never accept. Soon, the boy's entire family was slaughtered by the king's soldiers. The princess wept over her beloved's corpse for 3 days and nights until a wicked witch intervened. From that moment, the boy was resurrected, yet the princess was ensnared by the witch's magic, trapped within the water, unable to attain freedom. After hearing the tale, Yang Bing nodded. "You are indeed that beautiful and virtuous princess. For the sake of your love, you willingly endure suffering. It is not others' fault. But surely there must be a way to break this curse. A man, one who truly loves me, must take my place for me to escape. What of the young man you cherish? Could he not come to substitute for you? After all, it was for his revival that you were ensnared here. It is only fitting he accompany you. He passed away many years ago, thus I require another man who loves me to liberate me. Your power is so formidable. Simply enchant any man to fall in love with you. Such a simple task need not be so convoluted. That is impossible. Only genuine love can save me. While magic may beguile men, it cannot inspire true affection. Hence, I need your assistance. Princess, while I concede your beauty and gentle voice, which might cause other men to fall for you at first glance, I am unlike them. I have more pressing matters at hand. Unless there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Wah! As Yang Bing turned to depart, he heard the water spirit's sorrowful sobs behind him, her haunting cries resonating in his heart. Ignoring her, he quickened his pace, yet her lamentations persisted, echoing in his ears regardless of the distance. Very well, princess. Speak, how may I assist you?" Unable to bear the water spirit's weeping any longer, he returned to the pond's edge. "If I do not help you, I fear I shall not find rest." "Thank you, kind sir. May I inquire your name?" Upon learning Yang Bing's name, the water spirit beamed with a sweet smile. "Mr. Hans, all I require is for you to remove these aquatic plants." "That is easily accomplished." Without hesitation, Yang Bing leaped into the pond, the water barely reaching his waist. Having once been a fisherman, uprooting the water plants was a trivial task. With each plant he removed, more of the water spirit's form emerged above the surface. In no time, the plants were mostly cleared, and the water spirit stood fully visible, her golden hair and flowing white gown illuminated by the moonlight, enhancing her regal beauty. She danced gracefully upon the water, her elegance captivating Yang Bing, causing him to forget he was still submerged. "Thank you for all you have done, Mr. Hans." The water spirit approached him, bowing deeply in gratitude. "It is my pleasure to serve you. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," he began, but abruptly realized he was immobilized, rooted to the spot. "Pray tell, beautiful princess, what is happening?" "Ha ha ha, what a foolish mortal." The water spirit's voice lost its gentleness as she leapt ashore, regarding Yang Bing with a mocking and pitiful gaze. "You have yet to comprehend that you have unwittingly fallen into my trap. Henceforth, you shall be the master of this pond. Are you implying I have been deceived? Was your story merely a fabrication?" Trapped in desperation, Yang Bing maintained his composure, engaging the water spirit with a wry banter. "Not entirely fabricated. My love for the common boy is genuine, and he did not perish. He thrives to this day. The claim that only one who truly loves me can set me free is a ruse. How curious. This pond is not far from the village. Surely many pass by. Why not enlist someone to release you?" The water spirit chuckled softly. "Mr. Hans, not everyone possesses your bravery. Upon sighting a water spirit, they flee in terror like rabbits, never daring to plunge into the pond to uproot these plants. Is it not true that if I recruit another to remove the plants, I shall regain my freedom?" Upon receiving the water spirit's affirmative response, Yang Bing retrieved the jewels he had previously collected. I can summon many individuals. Graka employs numerous servants. I could offer them payment to take turns as the water spirit. The compensation would be more than sufficient to entice them, and I dare say, many would relish the opportunity to inhabit the life of a water spirit. Chapter 56. The Water Spirit 3. The Water Spirit expressed admiration for Yang Bing's optimism and humor. Mr. Hans, you are a courageous and hopeful soul, filled with light and optimism at every moment. However, I believe you shall soon alter your perspective. Farewell. Curse you. After the water spirit departed, Yang Bing began to curse vehemently, shedding the guise of gentlemanly decorum. To think that after traversing this world for so long, I was ensnared by such a juvenile deceit. You shall rue the day, you wretch. I will ensure you pay for this. As dawn broke, Yang Bing hoped for passers-by, eager to bribe them into taking his place. However, he soon realized his calculations were flawed. Despite many traversing the pond, none heeded his calls or saw him. Recalling that both he and Graka had only glimpsed the water spirit by night, he grasped that only then could others perceive him. Yet upon nightfall, not a single shadow graced his sight. Am I to remain in this frigid pond for years on end, much like the last time as a ferryman? Days turned into weeks, and Yang Bing found himself spiraling into despair as he failed to locate a scapegoat. One fateful day, a torrential rainstorm descended, causing the pond's water level to rise dramatically, soon engulfing him up to his chest, then to his neck, and finally reaching his mouth. Surely, I cannot be drowned? In a moment of panic, he instinctively wrenched his foot free, and to his astonishment, he was liberated from his rooted state. He swiftly swam to the surface, emerging on the shore, where he squeezed his foot, feeling a sharp pain. Ha ha ha, this is no dream. It is all real. I am free. Just as Yang Bing danced exuberantly away from the pond, the aquatic vegetation within stirred to life. Writhing like serpents and emitting a series of shrill hisses, in the center of the pond, a whirlpool formed, from which a white figure plummeted from the sky. Upon closer inspection, Yang Bing realized that this figure was none other than the female demon who had previously fled. At that moment, she was clad in a flowing white gown, adorned in gold and silver, resembling a bride in all her finery. The water plants had woven an intricate web, ensnaring her within the pond. No, Jack. We must stay together forever. The water spirit, having once again lost her freedom, contorted in rage and agitation. Her chin elongated, her nose protruded, her eyes bulged, and her once beautiful hair faded to a lifeless, pallid hue. The enchanting princess had, at this moment, transformed into an utterly grotesque water demon, her appearance now instilling fear rather than allure. Mr. Hans, the water spirit, having calmed after her fury, spotted Yang Bing at the pond's edge, and with a pleading tone, implored, I beseech you, help me once more. Heh. Yang Bing scoffed coldly, gesturing toward the water plants. To assist you again by uprooting these plants, only to take your place here while you continue to be the bride. Mr. Hans, listen to me. I only wish to return here after marrying Jack. I never intended for you to remain trapped in my stead. The wedding is imminent. If you aid me one last time, I shall repay you handsomely. How will you repay me? All this gold and silver is yours. The water spirit removed all her golden adornments and cast them toward Yang Bing. These jewels are priceless. You could never amass such wealth in a lifetime. With this fortune, you could surpass even Graka in riches. After stuffing the jewels into his pouch, Yang Bing remarked, in your current state, will Jack still want you? My appearance? The water spirit's eyes glimmered with confusion as she glanced at her reflection on the water's surface. Upon seeing her visage, she gasped, Ah, my face, my beauty. She despondently grasped her face, sobbing, My beauty is gone. Nay, even if I become a hideous creature, Jack will still love me. Our vows beneath the flowers and moonlight, he once swore that no matter how I change, his love for me would remain steadfast. Mr. Hans, I implore you, help me just this once more. I can assist you. Yang Bing's words filled the water spirit with elation, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. However, I shall not remain in your place. At most, I can bring Jack here. The water spirit's eyes dimmed with disappointment, Yet she ultimately had no other choice but to reveal Jack's address and physical features to him. Armed with this information, Yang Bing prepared to embark on his journey. Damn that Graka, I shall deduct his wages. Upon returning to the mill, Yang Bing overheard Graka viciously cursing him after so many days. Not a single trace of him. One would expect to see a corpse at the very least. Mr. Graka, I have returned. You still have the audacity to come back? Graka lunged forward, seizing Yang Bing by the collar. You ungrateful wretch. I provided you with food and wages, and you vanished without a word. If you don't want to work, then get out. Graka. Yang Bing forcefully pushed him away, causing the corpulent man to tumble heavily to the ground. When you went bankrupt, everyone fled, yet I, Hans, remained steadfast by your side. And now that you've struck it rich, you treat me as if I am nothing. Do you think this place is paradise, if you don't want to work? Then don't. Hey, you, a mere servant, dare to speak to me like that? Have you lost your mind? Graka rose from the ground, seething with anger. Prepare yourself for imprisonment. Graka, calm yourself, his wife interjected, stepping in front of him. She then turned her gaze to Yang Bing, saying, Hans, you did indeed remain loyal, but it was you who told me that my husband, a gambler, was not worth my loyalty, encouraging me to leave him, you despicable creature. How dare you utter such words? I will tear your mouth apart. Graka roared, charging at Yang Bing, only to be stopped once more by his wife. Their quarrel had already attracted attention, and others gathered outside to witness the spectacle. A few burly servants, eager to gain favor, rushed in to confront Yang Bing, but Graka halted them. Considering you've worked for me for so long, I shall show you some mercy. I'll give you a horse and some travel money. From now on, go as far away as you can. What? You still intend to give him travel money and a horse? Graka's wife was displeased, yet Graka shot her a look that conveyed his meaning, and she wisely refrained from further protest. Chapter 57. The water demon. For thus, Yang Bing was expelled from Graka's mill. He set off on the aged horse that Graka had given him. The remnants of a heavy rain still fresh in the air, as the old steed limped slowly along the muddy path, its pace excruciatingly sluggish. Shortly after leaving Graka's estate, he encountered a group of masked brigands, who brandished iron rods, blocking his way. Hand over your money and horse. Recognizing these familiar faces, Yang Bing sighed, shaking his head. Graka truly is a miser. He only gave me a few coppers and a nearly expired horse. And now they want to take it back. Humph. Upon hearing Yang Bing's words, the masked thugs tore off their coverings, revealing fierce expressions. Since you recognize us, hand over what you have. Let me warn you. Crossing Graka will not end well for you. So it's you lot. These men were Graka's hired thugs, notorious for their cruelty, having made the lives of the household staff miserable. Observing these lackeys, Yang Bing suddenly conceived a plan, his eyes glinting with a mysterious expression. Do you know why Graka had me thrown out? You abandoned your post and defied orders. No master appreciates a servant with such disregard. Incorrect? Have you all been deceived? He dismissed me because I uncovered his secret to wealth. The thugs exchanged glances, curiosity piqued by Yang Bing's assertion. Graka had lost everything to gambling, yet in a single night, he had made a miraculous comeback, leaving everyone puzzled. Yang Bing's words ignited their intrigue. Very well, if what you say is true, we may consider sparing you. That pond, the small one not far from the mill, houses a witch with formidable magical prowess. Graka only rose again with her assistance. A witch? The thugs were now fully convinced by Yang Bing's claims. No wonder Graka warned us to avoid that pond at night, claiming it was home to a man-eating water demon. It was all a ruse. Visiting the pond during the day is futile. The witch only appears at midnight. She will grant you immense wealth. If you find her, you will surpass Graka in riches and no longer have to live under his deceitful thumb. As you have witnessed, he seeks to rob me of my few coppers and old horse. Yang Bing's words sent the thugs into a frenzy. They abandoned their orders from Graka, but they were not foolish. They forcibly dragged Yang Bing from his horse. To prove you're not deceiving us, you must accompany us to the pond to find the water demon. If we discover you're lying, we shall sever your head. Yang Bing, with a cold smirk, nodded in agreement and followed them back to the mill. As midnight approached, They stealthily slipped out of the mill and made their way to the pond. "O wondrous witch, please bestow upon us endless riches." The thugs knelt at the pond's edge, repeatedly chanting words of gold and jewels. Splish, splash. The tranquil surface of the pond rippled, and a small whirlpool emerged in the center. The thugs exchanged expressions of joy tinged with fear, for none had ever witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon. "Insignificant mortals, what is it that you require from me?" The water demon floated upon the surface, her voice still sweet and melodious, her beauty unchanged. The thugs gazed in awe. She was no witch but a goddess. "We seek wealth, and you, no? No, the goddess is mine alone." The thugs began to brawl over the goddess, launching brutal attacks against one another, while Yang Bing stood aside, impassively observing the fray. The conflict raged fiercely, and after a cacophony of wails and cries, only one thug remained alive, battered but victorious. With a triumphant smile, he staggered toward the goddess in the pond, while she opened her arms to him with a sweet smile. Just as they were about to embrace, the water demon revealed her true form. The last thug, horrified by her grotesque visage, spewed blood and sank lifelessly into the pond. Greedy humans! The siren gazed coldly upon the lifeless body of the man who had been frightened to death. "Mr. Hans, I implore you to swiftly assist me in locating Jack. Cease your nonsensical antics." "What nonsense do you speak of? I merely wish for these fellows to uproot your water plants as I have, and in turn, assume your role as the water spirit. I never anticipated such calamity would ensue. Not everyone is as unambitious as you. Otherwise, I would have departed from this wretched place long ago. Your priority must be to find Jack. Everything else is inconsequential." The siren's commanding tone unsettled Yang Bing, prompting him to retort, "What gives you the audacity to command me? I am not your servant." "Do you truly believe Jack would accept you in such a ghastly form?" "I beg your pardon, Mr. Hans, I merely yearn to reunite with Jack more swiftly. Please forgive my rudeness. I am certain Jack would not mind my current appearance." As Yang Bing scoffed and turned to leave, he found the situation rather amusing. "Have I lost my wits? My task is to prevent the union of the princess and prince, yet I am now endeavoring to bring them together." Reflecting on the events that transpired, he broke into a cold sweat, realizing the water spirit had been forcibly pulled back from the wedding venue by the pond's magic. Had he lingered by the pond even a moment longer, the water spirit and Jack might have nearly become entwined. With this thought, Yang Bing concocted a nefarious plan. He hastened to abandon the search for Jack and returned to the mill early the next morning. "I thought I had sent you away. What brings you back here?" Glarka exclaimed, astonished to see Yang Bing unharmed before him, his mind racing with fear as he recalled the absence of several servants from the previous night. "Mr. Glarka, last night I witnessed your servants rushing to the pond across the way, behaving like madmen as they inflicted harm upon themselves. It was a sight that filled me with dread, and subsequently, they all perished under mysterious circumstances. I was terrified throughout the night, and now I have summoned the courage to inform you that there is truly a devil residing in that pond." "Devil? Devil?" Glarka stammered, his face paling as he stumbled back, eventually collapsing onto a chair. "What am I to do?" "The devil will soon come for me, my child. I cannot lose my child." As he spoke, Glarka dashed into the room to embrace his infant still in the cradle, his madness rendering him incapable of letting go. "Child, you must never approach the pond. Mr. Glarka, you cannot guarantee that your child will never go there. The pond is so small. Surely, if you filled it with several cartloads of soil, it would suffice. How could you not think of such a simple solution?" "You are right. How could I have overlooked that?" Glarka exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. He rushed outside to summon all his servants to begin digging. Upon hearing that they were to fill the pond, the servants quaked with fear, for Glarka often terrorized them with tales of the horrors lurking within. Over time, these tales had taken root in their minds, and none wished to venture near. "Faster, faster! Hurry!" Glarka urged, wielding a whip to spur the workers onward. "If we fill this pond today, your wages for the month will be doubled." Under the dual incentives of monetary reward and intimidation, the servants rallied with newfound energy, hastening to haul cartloads of soil towards the pond. Soon, the pond was being filled in stages, the water level steadily rising. Finally, the once tranquil pond began to bubble violently, as if boiling, a colossal column of water shooting into the sky, darkening the previously clear sky with ominous clouds. The monster is angry, run. The servants scattered in a panic, fleeing faster than rabbits, and Glarka's whip could not restrain them. Ultimately, he too succumbed to fear and fled. The flood overflowed from the pond, sweeping towards the mill, engulfing the pasture and the mill itself. Glarka's entire existence was consumed by the deluge, and the small pond erupted with an unending torrent, transforming the pasture into a vast ocean. How terrifying! Yang Bing stood atop a nearby hill, observing the flood below. Just moments before the waters surged, he had galloped to the hilltop, knowing full well that he had orchestrated this chaos. Observing the flood-drenched populace, he felt no sense of guilt. Mr. Hans, how can I express my gratitude? A colossal figure emerged from the deluge, striding towards Yang Bing's hill. You incited these foolish mortals to dismantle my seal. I am now entirely free, and wherever there is water shall be my domain. Witnessing the siren's surge in power, Yang Bing began to reconsider. Let us forego expressions of gratitude. You may seek Jack on your own. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Leave, you say? I am curious to see how far you can flee, the siren sneered, her voice now a chilling rasp. Yang Bing found himself truly trapped. The hill had become an island, fully submerged with no escape, while the waters continued to rise. With the siren evidently intent on not letting him go, he could only ascend to higher ground, as the water level climbed steadily. Yang Bing resigned himself to his fate, slapping his face in self-reproach. What folly! It appears I shall forfeit this opportunity. Just as Yang Bing was ready to abandon hope, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The siren emitted anguished wails, and the floodwaters receded instantaneously, the ominous clouds dispersing to reveal a clear sky once more. In the aftermath of the flood, the mill lay strewn with corpses. Glarka had lost everything in the deluge. Yang Bing descended from the hill, wary of lingering, uncertain when the siren's powers might be restored, and thus he quickly rode away from this perilous place. After several days of travel, he finally arrived in the royal capital. Yet he had no intention of searching for Jack. No sooner had he settled than he heard whispers that the prince's bride had mysteriously vanished the night before their wedding. The bride's disappearance? Intrigued, Yang Bing inquired further and uncovered a startling revelation. The prince was named Jack, the king's only son and the future ruler of the kingdom. He had fallen in love with a common girl named Kate, which had incited widespread opposition, leading to the persecution of her family, leaving her fate unknown. During the time of her disappearance, the prince had rejected all matrimonial arrangements imposed by the king, his steadfastness ultimately forcing the king to relent. Recently, the long-lost girl reappeared at the palace, and Prince Jack was overjoyed as they began planning their wedding. However, on the eve of their union, the girl vanished once more. Oh, the siren. The siren. Yang Bing shook his head, pondering the absurdity of it all. Your tale is indeed a masterpiece of fabrication, swapping the identities and statuses of the romantic leads. How very vain of you. Yet, your grace and appearance would lead anyone to believe you were a princess. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. The prince had finally resolved to marry a princess from a neighboring kingdom, with the wedding set to take place in 3 days. The entire capital was placed under strict security, with all undesirables expelled. Caught off guard, Yang Bing found himself among those being hurriedly ejected. First, I must extend my apologies to all those wronged. A richly dressed youth at the city gates addressed the crowd of expelled individuals. This handsome young man exuded an air of distinction, his eloquence captivating. Prince Jack. The crowd murmured in astonishment, moved by the prince's presence. His direct apology left many in tears of joy. Your Highness. After Jack feigned a heartfelt speech to win over the crowd, he entered his carriage, preparing to depart, but Yang Bing called out to him. I have something of great importance to report. Noticing Yang Bing's shabby appearance, Jack's face momentarily clouded with displeasure before quickly smoothing into a forced smile. Sir? What urgent matter do you wish to discuss? Yang Bing leaned closer to Jack, lowering his voice. I know where Kate is. Kate? Jack's face lit up with excitement. You truly know where Kate is? It was Kate who sent me to find you. Why didn't she come to me herself? Why did she vanish on the eve of our wedding? Your Highness, Kate's current situation is quite delicate. There are matters that cannot be easily explained, and you must see her with your own eyes to grasp the truth. As the two rode swiftly along the road, urging their horses onward, they ventured some distance from the royal capital before confirming that no pursuers were trailing them. It was then that Jack voiced his most profound question. Yang Bing did not respond directly. Instead, he inquired, "Your Highness, what is it that draws you to Kate? She is merely a common girl." "No, to me, she is certainly not a commoner, but an angel, a beautiful angel," Jack declared, a look of rapture illuminating his face. "You cannot fathom the astonishment I felt upon first beholding her. I could scarcely believe that such beauty existed in this world. Her voice, akin to a gentle summer breeze, brings an indescribable comfort. Gazing upon her visage and listening to her voice is the happiest experience one could ever hope for." "So, it seems, Prince Jack, that your affection lies solely with Kate's beauty," Yang Bing remarked. Sheathing his dagger, based on Jack's words, he surmised that if Jack were to witness Kate's current appearance, he would undoubtedly flee in terror, let alone consider marrying such an eyesore. "What if Miss Kate is enamored with your power and status?" Yang Bing's words incited Jack's ire, prompting him to interrupt brusquely. "Silence, Hans. You are but a commoner. Do not presume to judge the purity of the love between Kate and me. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to imprison you." The two fell silent, and after a day of travel, they arrived at the pond by the Gracca mill before nightfall. Jack surveyed the vast, desolate pastures with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Hans, where is Kate?" "Jack, is that truly you?" The tranquil pond rippled as Kate emerged from the water. Still the angel clad in white, her arms outstretched as she rushed toward Jack. "It is truly you, Kate," Jack exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he embraced her tightly, both closing their eyes to savor the blissful moment. "Do you know how much I suffered in your absence? I feared I would never see you again. Could it be that Kate's beauty has returned?" Yang Bing drew his weapon, preparing to strike when the two were unaware. It mattered not that the water nymph could not be slain. As long as he ended a prince, he could complete his task and return to his realm. Just as Yang Bing was about to act, Kate's visage began to shift, prompting him to retract his dagger. After a brief moment of tenderness, they finally parted. Jack produced a gift box, revealing a golden ring within. "Will you become my bride?" Jack's final words faltered as he beheld Kate's transformed appearance, terror gripping him as he cast the ring aside and recoiled, drawing his sword to point at her. "Wretched witch, who are you? Where's my Kate?" "Jack, I am Kate," she implored, picking up the ring and offering it back to him. "You just asked me to be your bride. Did you not? Come, place it upon my finger." "No, no, no. You are not my Kate. My Kate is a beautiful angel." Jack continued to retreat, his gaze now filled with fury as he turned to Yang Bing. "Hans, what is the meaning of this? Have you conspired with this hideous witch to deceive me?" "Your Highness, she is indeed Kate. The king, wishing to keep you apart, had her killed. The witch resurrected her, but the price was this." "No, you are lying. It cannot be." Though Jack vehemently denied it, deep within, he began to accept the harsh truth, grappling with a reality he could scarcely bear. "Jack, what you truly love is my beauty," Kate wept, her tears splashing upon the water's surface, sending ripples across its expanse. Despite her ugliness, her sorrowful expression remained heart-wrenchingly beautiful. "In truth, my curse can be lifted." "How?" Jack, resigned to the cruel reality, clung to the hope of Kate's beauty. "If you vow to remain here with me forever, my beauty will return to what it once was. The Kate you first encountered will stand by your side." "Ha! You want me to be trapped in this cold, confined pond with you?" Jack burst into laughter, his demeanor entirely transformed. "You would have me forsake the vibrant world outside to languish in yours? I cannot, Kate. I truly cannot." With that, he mounted his horse, preparing to depart. Mission accomplished, resurrection count. 1. Would you like to return to your realm? A prompt echoed in Yang Bing's ears. Yet he chose to remain and witness the forthcoming events. Perhaps, he thought, Kate, with her formidable powers, would take drastic measures to compel Jack to stay. "Oh, Jack, I truly love you, regardless of the circumstances. From now on, I hope you can forget me and begin anew," Kate wept, her tears staining the pond red. Contrary to Yang Bing's expectations, she did not act impulsively, but instead chose to let go. "It seems I have misjudged you, Miss Kate." Her pitiable plight stirred Yang Bing's compassion. Truth be told, Kate bore no blame. Their genuine love was a natural human sentiment, and in the real world, they might have formed a perfect pair. "I always thought you loved only Jack's power and status, Mr. Hans," Kate replied, drying her tears and forcing a smile. Though her countenance was grotesque, her smile radiated beauty, true beauty. "You truly keep your word. You are the noblest person I have ever encountered. Thank you for helping me resolve a lingering heartache. Perhaps being a water nymph is indeed my destined fate. I am a noble person." Yang Bing scratched the back of his head, feeling a twinge of shame upon recalling his earlier thoughts. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Each person harbors their own world within, and that inner world is the most exquisite paradise. To dwell within one's own realm is the truest happiness. The worlds of others may be dazzling, yet they may not suit us, Mr. Hans. I hope you find your own world soon. Upon returning to his realm, Yang Bing found no joy in completing his task, the triumph overshadowed by the lingering words of the night moon and the water nymph. "Adventurer, have you considered your lifelong commitments?" The witch appeared unexpectedly behind him, her typically icy demeanor softened by a playful remark. "Lifelong commitments?" Yang Bing, taken aback, replied, "I do not quite understand your meaning. There is but myself and you here. If you expect me to marry you, that is utterly out of the question. There is one more rule I had not previously disclosed to you. If, during your tasks, you fall for a girl who is willing to join you in this realm, you may present her with this ring, and she can accompany you here." A ring floated before Yang Bing, shimmering in the air. He grasped it, and it quickly vanished from his hand, leaving him with the knowledge that it was an intangible object that would follow him, appearing at his beck and call. "Bring the woman I adore here?" Yang Bing surveyed the empty, dark expanse and chuckled bitterly. "You wish for me to bring her here to confront the endless darkness alongside me? It is not quite so. You can take her to any fairy tale world you have previously visited. You may share all that pertains to your life in that world, though you cannot bring her along for your tasks. If one day I complete all my missions and return home, can my wife from this world accompany me?" Yang Bing's thoughts were transparent to the witch, who knew precisely what he was pondering. "Regrettably, your fairy tale wife or any children are merely characters. They cannot be taken with you. Once you depart, everything here will vanish, awaiting the next adventurer to rebuild it. Why not inform me of this rule sooner? Or do you have more secrets yet to unveil?" "No, no." The witch shook her head. "This rule was not disclosed in advance, but it would not have aided you greatly. I had not intended to reveal it so soon. Yet, as the pond nymph stated, you are a person devoid of desires, and your performance has far surpassed my expectations, prompting me to disclose it earlier." After a moment's contemplation, Yang Bing entered the next fairy tale world. This time, he found that his identity was that of an official in a small town. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this role, as previous identities as a fisherman, hunter, or boatman had left him destitute. Being a minor official this time was a welcome change. Ouch! Upon rising from the bed, Yang Bing discovered that moving was quite a challenge. Looking at his corpulent form, he felt as though he had swallowed several large watermelons. He realized that although this identity was elevated, it did not necessarily bode well. With such a cumbersome body, how could he possibly fulfill his tasks? "My lord, Lord Hans." A group of lovely maidens entered, supporting Yang Bing as they skillfully dressed him, combed his hair, washed his face, and massaged his back and legs. Yang Bing remained as pliable as a wooden puppet, allowing them to attend to him. Their massage techniques were exquisite, rendering Yang Bing immensely comfortable as he closed his eyes, reflecting, "No wonder so many aspire to hold office. Being served hand and foot truly is a form of indulgence." After enjoying a lavish breakfast, Yang Bing climbed into his carriage, embarking on his daily rounds in this modest town. This was a remote area, where the saying, "the sky is high and the emperor is far away," rang true. Although his position was minor, he was revered like a local sovereign. Lord Hans. Under the watchful protection of a contingent of guards, his carriage glided smoothly along the even road. The townsfolk, upon noticing Yang Bing's arrival, greeted him with smiles. Though he perceived a significant insincerity in their expressions, as he journeyed through the streets, an indescribable feeling washed over him. Something felt amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source until it dawned on him. There are no children or women to be seen on the streets, only men and elderly matrons. The information he had acquired since arriving in this world was far from complete. Perhaps he now embodied a character who was avaricious, ruthless, and lecherous, while the seemingly cheerful townsfolk harbored deep-seated resentment towards him. Just as Yang Bing was about to depart, a beautiful young girl with a basket passed by his carriage. The guards, upon spotting her, nearly lost control of their senses, saliva dripping from their mouths. They surged forth, seizing the girl, who cried out for help. The surrounding civilians dared not intervene, fleeing in haste, vendors hastily packing away their stalls, and those outside quickly retreating indoors to shut their doors. "Why are you capturing me?" The girl trembled with fear. Her tattered clothing did not diminish her beauty or grace, and her expression of terror only enhanced her allure. "We suspect you to be an assassin," the captain of the guards interjected before Yang Bing could speak. "Your basket contains a deadly weapon." The guards rummaged through her basket, scattering fruit across the ground, yet found no weapon. Yang Bing observed the scene with a cold gaze, pondering, as the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. It seems these guards are no strangers to such immoral deeds, which implies that my current identity is no different from that of a brigand or a demon. Enough, enough. You need not be so rough with such a young girl. Yang Bing descended from the carriage, gathering the fallen fruit and returning it to the girl. "Hurry back home." After thanking him, the girl cast a complex glance at Yang Bing before hastily departing. "Such a clever move, my Lord Hans," the captain of the guards remarked, a sly smile creeping onto his face. He then signaled to a small figure lurking in the corner, who nodded and followed the girl. "Do you have news of the princess?" Yang Bing inquired casually on his way home. As a guard in this world, they surely possessed considerable knowledge. Though he was currently constrained in mobility, he still had many capable subordinates to alleviate his troubles. The captain regarded Yang Bing with a hint of confusion. "You mean Her Highness the Princess? She has resided in her lofty tower, adorned with the heads of suitors. I advise you, my lord, to abandon any thoughts of pursuing her. Despite the smallness of this town, it offers us a comfortable existence." "Adorned with heads?" After further inquiry, Yang Bing learned that this kingdom had but one princess, who lived in a tower that reached the clouds, reputed to offer a view of every corner of the world. The beautiful princess rejected the king's arranged marriage, claiming she would wed the one who could elude her gaze. Should a suitor fail, her guards would not hesitate to sever his head and display it upon the tower. Initially, many suitors, dismissing the danger, challenged her, only to meet their demise, their severed heads accumulating in a horrifying display. Soon, tales of the princess's tower spread far and wide, and the number of challengers dwindled. Before long, the princess altered her strategy, granting challengers 3 attempts, allowing them to withdraw after the first 2 failures. Yet, despite this change, none succeeded. What a brutal princess! Yang Bing realized that the challenges in this world would be formidable. It would not be as simple as before. His current state made mobility difficult, let alone the ability to wield skills such as horseback riding, archery, or combat. "My Lord Hans, we have brought you a gift." The captain's voice interrupted Yang Bing's thoughts. "What gift?" he asked, puzzled as the door swung open, revealing a girl being ushered inside. The captain then locked the door from the outside. Yang Bing focused, and to his astonishment, it was the fruit-selling girl from earlier, now dressed in clean attire. Her hair still damp, she glared at Yang Bing with fiery eyes. "You vile official, do you think you can possess me?" The girl's words made it clear to Yang Bing that the guards had clandestinely captured her to present as a tribute. He chuckled at her furious expression. "Do you truly believe you can escape now? Unless, of course, you choose to end your own life." "Humph, I am not foolish enough to take my own life." The girl swiftly removed a hairpin from her hair, revealing a sharp blade within. "The moment I saw you, I knew your intentions were sinister, so I prepared myself. Today, I shall rid the world of your menace, even if it costs me my life." The girl's fighting spirit momentarily stunned Yang Bing. He perceived boundless strength within her frail form and saw a reflection of himself. Unsure how many times he had encountered those with similar fates, with determination, The girl lunged at Yang Bing with the hairpin. Despite his cumbersome physique, he still retained some combat skills, effortlessly seizing her hand and subduing her. Is anyone directing you in this assassination attempt? No one commands me. You demon! It's infuriating that after all my preparation, I could not kill you. One day, you shall face retribution. With that, the girl picked up the fallen hairpin, aiming it at her own throat. Ah, brave little girl, Yang Bing said, snatching the hairpin from her and tossing it into the wooden ceiling. I have a few questions for you. What trickery are you playing at? I assure you, your schemes will not work on me. First question. You claim you seek to rid the world of evil? Who do you refer to as the people? Himph, a rhetorical question. Of course, I mean the common folk of this town. They all despise you and wish for your demise. Second question. Whether your assassination succeeds or fails, you will perish here. Will those people care for your parents? This? Yang Bing's inquiry rendered her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she replied, no matter what happens to my parents, they will take pride in having a heroic daughter. Third question. Even if you succeed, the one who takes my place as Lord will likely be either more benevolent or even more ruthless and greedy than I. Yang Bing's third question left her utterly at a loss for words. And after a prolonged silence, he shook his head with a smile and tossed her a pouch of coins. What does this mean? Why are you giving me money? Surely you have some ulterior motive. Upon opening the pouch, she gasped. The sum was substantial for a commoner. This is a reward for your bravery. Heroism is a mantle for men. You, a girl, need not shoulder such a burden. After sending the girl away, Yang Bing reflected on his former world, filled with admiration for her spirit. If everyone in this world possessed her courage, there would surely be far fewer demons. Alas, most are woefully weak. These comfortable days continued for 2 or 3 days. Yet Yang Bing soon realized he could not sustain such a lifestyle. The luxurious existence had indeed softened him, making him lazy and decadent. He did not forget his mission. His life no longer required the attention of beautiful maidens, and his excursions diminished. Even when he did venture out, it was not with a bustling entourage, leading the townsfolk to whisper that Lord Hans had lost his wits. Ignoring the rumors, Yang Bing sent out inquiries regarding the princess's latest developments while diligently training his physical abilities. After more than a month of hard work, he finally shed a considerable amount of excess weight, restoring his agility to its previous level. On that fateful evening, as Yang Bing was engrossed in his thoughts, the door to his chamber was forcefully thrust open, revealing a contingent of well-armed guards led by the imposing captain of the guards. The cadre of meticulously trained soldiers swiftly encircled Yang Bing, drawing their gleaming swords with a menacing air. Captain, what is the meaning of this? Queried the ensnared Yang Bing, betraying not a trace of panic as he gently set aside the book in his hands. Directing his gaze toward the trusted aide before him, Lord Hans, I stammered the captain, glancing nervously at the leader of the guards, unable to articulate a coherent response. The leader brusquely shoved the captain aside and advanced toward Yang Bing. Placing a firm hand on his shoulder, Lord Hans has always reveled in a life of indulgence. What accounts for such a profound transformation over the past month? My good sir, you seem remarkably well informed. It appears that nothing escapes your keen observation. Even in this remote domain where I reign as a humble lord, Yang Bing retorted, shifting his gaze back to the captain, the truth becoming starkly evident. He was merely an informant dispatched from above. Is it truly a crime to aspire to be a better person? Lord Hans, please do not take offense. I merely yearn for the life I once knew, the captain replied, retreating to stand behind the leader of the guards. But your metamorphosis has been so drastic that we find it exceedingly difficult to acclimatize.